Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Hello guys, we're here for the pre-show. I love that song, it's so wholesome. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler, of course, and there is a lot to talk about. We're here for week 2 of the LCK. How are you feeling today, Chronicler?
I am feeling great. I am feeling revitalized because even though we did do Challengers is always pretty low-key, ready for the highest quality of gameplay that League of Legends has to offer. And we'll be on 13.1 for another week at the very least, so that'll be fun as we slowly delve into deeper and deeper, see what else this patch can bring. Because, you know, it's been so much diversity. It's been great.
Lots of different picks amongst the 20 champions we have. Let's take a look at the standings so far for the LCK. But first of all, you guys might notice that there is someone new here with question marks. You guys haven't unlocked this yet, but it will be unlocked rather, in this show. So make sure you guys are tuning in and you are ready to see who it is.
Every key combination. One of them will unlock this new character.
Yes, up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. Okay, let's take a look at the standings and see who is on top for now at the LCK.
And I was joking about the meta. I don't think the meta right now is in a very entertaining place, but we have actually had high quality League of Legends. And even though, as per usual, there is a little bit of disjointedness, I think teams like Hanwha Life are the best example of this, that are really struggling to adapt to their new team. We have also seen some really clean league. All the Bro Leavers will be happy, even though their strength of schedule is definitely not very indicative of where they are right now after week number 1, but D+ and T1 in particular, extremely impressive, as unsurprisingly, it's very early on. The only one that I really feel confident that he will remain high in POGs is Zeka, because the rest of his team looks not great. So in that case, if you do get wins, you'll get the POG pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, Hanwha Life esports, they need a little bit more time, of course. BDD, you know, he's a mainstay here on the POG standings for you know, minus last year, but last year was kind of a, you know, that's not normal for BDD. All those other guys, you know, even Closer from Live Sandbox definitely could be stepping it up. And we're going to be seeing more and more of those guys. So certainly some good stuff so far from our League of Legenders.
I really am looking forward to seeing how these teams develop over the course of the split as well, because from some teams, like mentioned, top 2, D+, T1, we really know what they're going to bring. But others, DRX, Hanwha Life, KT, we still have a lot of questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at our pick ban rate here for week 1 and delve a little bit deeper into this wonderful meta we have, Chronicler. What do you think?
My favorite is the Caitlyn with 90% presence, but she has only been banned, clearly showcasing that if the opponent plays Caitlyn, you need to ban it, otherwise you have a little bit more flexibility. Maokai, Ryze, Yuumi are all very different type of issues. Maokai to me is the strongest jungler without a shadow of a doubt right now, but he doesn't feel quite as impressive as the Ryze or as the Lucian and the Nami, which have been just there for what feels like 2 years now. And I would personally not mind if we slowly move away from that. We are, of course, going to go towards a patch sometime soon, although we don't know when we'll actually play on it. As here are the bait picks. I want you to not take these at face value, because
I guess
Heimer specifically, well, that's the Heimer and Zeri and Sejuani are not bad. These champions are very strong. The Jax, I'm a little bit more on the fence about. Victor and Lulu, I do actually think are a bit more situational and get picked often as a, I guess we got to try something, type of pick. But Heimer being this low, don't trust it.
And this is the current bot lane. It's basically Lucian and Nami together always, as you mentioned before. The Zeri and the Lulu, they can sometimes change, but when they are together, you'll notice that it is 3 and 8. So not seeing a lot of wins so far, but again, it's very early. We're seeing teams that are prioritizing Zeri over other stuff, and even before Lucian and Nami when that's available. So bottom lane meta is, it feels like it's pretty solved, but also a lot of teams seem to have different ideas on who's the best. But Chronicler, before you say anything about that, we've talked a lot about these meta picks. What about the new meta in the LCK talent sphere?
Ooh, you know what? We got some gadgets here. I will let you do this. Woo!
Thank you, guys. We're on the other side of the globe here in Europe, directly from the LEC studio, and I'm joined with Hans Sama to talk about the bot lane meta. Thank you, Hans, for joining me. Congrats on an amazing start in the LEC. I figured if I'm going to talk about bot lane, might as well pick the best bot lane we have right now in Europe, and I want to talk about the differences we see in the LCK compared to Europe, because there's a huge priority on Zeri, Yumi, Lucian, Nami, and it's champions that we don't often see so much in the LEC. Tell me about the priority of this kind of bot lane in Europe, and what is different compared to the LCK, you would say?
So what is different compared to the LCK is that we don't play as much Zeri, Yumi, but I think almost everyone play Lucian, Nami, and it's almost permaban. Some teams leave it open and they have a strat to try to counter it. But in my honest opinion, I think it's really strong champions.
Yeah.
They get out of lane, they get one item, it's really, really hard to deal with it. And the Zeri Yumi, I think here they are less likely to pick it, just blind pick it. It would be easy for us to pick it, but we also know the way to beat it, at least here in Europe so far. And we've shown some games that could see that we can counter it.
Let's talk about some games. I'm thinking about the game you played during the match of the week versus Fnatic. You're Draven, of course, but also other aggressive laner, early game laner. I'm thinking of Kalista, Draven, these kind of champions. Do you think it's the ideal answer against this type of picks, Zeri, Yumi, and champions like this?
I think it's less about the lane. I mean, it's good to have a really aggressive lane, but I think a lot about the skirmish around like fighting, like what happened if you can't really get a lead through the super aggressive style. Like if you pick like style driven, if you can't get a lead, I think at least you need to have some sort of CC to lock her down. I think it's really important in that type of draft. And having bot power, at least if you don't get bot power with those champions, it's hard to get objectives, right? Like Dragon, Herald. But outside of that, I think we are very strong to create opportunities before 6 minutes in the bot lane. If we pick those champions, well, so far I picked only Draven, but I have many more picks against her. Not gonna go into details, but yeah, Draven is one of those that I thought, we can pressure Zeri pretty hard. Maybe potentially we can dive her. Maybe we will not let her scale. We will get the Dragon, the Herald, get control of the game, and then later on just CC her down.
Yeah, but I think it's the kind of bot lane, and especially drafting around this champion, you need to be comfortable and confident in your ability to play aggressively from the very beginning of the game. But talking about some stats from the LCK, even though Zeri is one of the most peak AD carry right now, the win rate is not the best. Do you think it's a bait champion?
I think it could be a big champion. I don't really see her being very strong in the EU, and I guess the stats shows it somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it must not be as broken as Lucian Nami. I think Lucian Nami is like so strong, and you should just always pick it. In EU, at least they would think that way, I believe. And
A couple words on Ashe supports, maybe, because this is one of the most banned champion also in the LCK. We saw it in Europe. We saw you play Ashe also as an AD carry. What can you tell me about the champion as it is both support and in your role?
So in my role, I think it would be in some draft where you just have the Heimerdinger. I would actually happily play Ashe like I did in the first game against Excel. Otherwise, I think it's just in the support role. I think like some matchups, if you get to play against Heimerdinger, you can just pull out the, for example, AD carry and Ashe, Vice Ashe, let's say, and then I think it's kind of comfortable. Sometimes if I was thinking maybe you could actually play it. Actually, I don't want to go into details, but you can pick Ashe support in some scenarios that are really good. If your jungler doesn't really need that CC guy in the bot lane, Ash can be pretty decent.
All right. Well, Hans, thank you for the insights on bot lane, and good luck in the remaining games you have in the LEC. Great start so far for you and G2 again. And yeah, come back on the LCK broadcast eventually if you want. And guys, I will give you it back for the rest of the broadcast. Cheers. See you next time.
Thank you very much, Laure and Hansama, for that awesome interview. Yes, Laure is coming to the LCK, and yes, she will be here in person towards the latter half of the season, so hopefully you guys are looking forward to that. Will be lovely to have her here as a host on the desk, and yeah, it's just awesome. We're just adding to our team the more we go.
If you actually watch every day of Korean League of Legends, then you'll know that some of us are feeling some signs of exhaustion. A week and a half in, so everyone we can bring to the team is a huge boon. And obviously, what I really love is also having a bit more checkups in between regions, because especially for if you're a big fan of one region, you might not really see as much of any of the other regions. We also see a lot of similarities here in terms of the priority. Win rate's very different, and I do think it really highlights how different the game really is when played in specific regions, right? Metas kind of form, and then a lot of decisions are made within the context of how well it works within that region. But level of execution, level of cohesion can really change how picks are perceived. So at least we can all agree that Rise is broken, so that's quite nice. As I actually would love to see a lane Zach. We saw it last year, of course, from Zeus.
Yeah.
And his game wasn't amazing, but I think Zach right now is definitely underrated. Cuz picked up as well.
Yeah, I think Zach, definitely has a time and place, in some certain compositions. So if they find that time and place, I think he's gonna have some fun. We did see that, a little bit less data from the LEC compared to the LPL, who plays, it feels like, every single day. But you'll note that some things remain the same, right? Lucian up top there alongside a Rise. That has not changed. Kind of insane.
Biggest difference to me is the Fiora specifically, which is still a viable top laner in the LCK, but we are not necessarily as heavy on the carry top picks. We also don't have Nidalee top, which is picked up by the Shy. Yeah. So we're a little bit more still in that regard, much more Cassante versus Gnar, or Jax versus Gnar, or anything versus Gnar, or Renekton versus Gnar. There's a lot of cohesion there in terms of we stick with what works. And I would love some crazy top lane picks. There's a lot of champions in the league. Maybe the LCK can bring them out, but generally that's not really our forte.
It's not really our thing. The LCK, they are quite stubborn, right? The teams are like, this is good, we're gonna play this. It didn't work last time, but we can make it work this time. Like, we know it's good. We've played a ton of it. We know we can make it work. And sometimes it comes back to bite us, but yeah, that's kind of the reason why we see the same exact matchups all the time in the top lane, and why the meta feels especially stale, I think, over in the LCK.
I actually have been had to change my diet because there were so many salty rombacks in the LCK that my doctor was worried about my blood pressure. So really, even touching us in our personal lives, because I do think overall the LCK has shown that when it comes to the level of execution, we're exceptional. When it comes to things like adapting builds and trying out new things, we can be a little bit slow on the uptake, at least domestically. Because interestingly enough to me, when you look internationally, we do see the LCK often being at the forefront of the meta, just not at home for some reason.
We're just, we're working in the forge, to grind out the correct type of metal. And we get there eventually. So, yeah, LPL looks very similar to the LEC and also to the LCK. A lot of Syndra over there in the LPL. We're beginning to see more and more Syndra as the weeks come along. Let's take a look at the play-by-play victories here from week 1 as we take a look at the prediction results for week 1. Okay. Atlas and I definitely had a very fun time of
really rubbing
winning,
it in, huh?
And of course Huni as well.
And I want to talk about these a little bit more than we usually do, because at the early season there are actually so many questions that aren't really answered. We don't really know how teams are going to develop over time, and right now how it's looking, obviously none of us had Liv Sandbox winning, which to me was the biggest upset of the week. Bro, Nongshim, another point where, and Bro Kwangnong as well, where a lot of us went wrong. Maybe some underestimations of Bro. I definitely come. Well, not you. Well, you did vote for
I didn't go
Notion.
wrong.
You listened. You listened to the challenger hype a little bit too much. That is something that also plagued me.
Hang out with Chronicler too much.
Yeah, unfortunately, that does happen. And I do really like taking these early predictions into account because it really gives us a good idea of how we perceive teams going into the split. And then in like 3-4 weeks, a lot of this would be completely different. As fellas, why did you only have a little bit of faith in Brion? As if you watch the POC state, I have clearly been outed as a Brion hater, which I don't think is true. I want to reiterate
Brion
that.
anti, yeah,
An anti, Brion anti, which is not true. But you kind of only went halfway there. Care to explain yourself?
So I had a lot of faith in Bro in general this week because they are a similar roster to last year. You know, they have some of the core pieces, right? Red Umti in the jungle. So I knew he was going to be able to push it through at least against one of the teams. And Kwangdong, I didn't have a lot of faith in. I thought they were really going to struggle, especially early on. Nongshin was kind of an outlier. I thought this team could be really good out the gate. You know, they're the same roster from Challengers. They were quite strong. They're also sticking together. I think I overrated them a little bit after what we saw from week 1, so I thought that it wasn't really a Bro thing. It was more of like, I thought Nongshin was going to be stronger, so, you know. And Bro, you know, those teams that are kind of middle of the pack, it's hard sometimes because sometimes they're supposed to win and they lose, sometimes they're supposed to lose and they win, and I say supposed to, you know, in quotes, because you never really know what the on-the-day form is going to be of the team.
Especially this early on, and I really like that. I think the early season was really fun. And I think later on we're going to get into the second week predictions as well. And that's where we really start to see our takes after week 1. Because, for example, I personally believe that DRX is going to do well.
We'll see about that. Let's take a look at schedule for week number 2, which is, of course, starting today. We will be starting off with Nongshin versus D plus Kia, and then Liv Sandbox up against KT for today's matches. But what do you think about the rest, Chronicler?
Well, obviously, the one matchup that everyone wants to see is the Saturday Showdown, which is going to be insane. I'm not even going to talk about it too much because we will, without a shadow of a doubt, talk about it a lot throughout the entirety of the week. But there are actually a lot of really important matches here for how we will see the split going forward in the later stages of spring. Because Hanwha versus KT, for example, to me is a match that actually has a really big impact. These teams seem to be battling for roughly the same spots. KT looking a lot stronger out of the gate, but I do think that Hanwha Life also got kind of caught off guard. Not the greatest meta read, and the cohesion just isn't there at all. And then, as pointed out, DRX is another team that really needs to start stringing together some wins early on if they want to catch up to the middle of the pack, because their first week was rough, but they did face two very strong teams.
DRX definitely having a couple of easier matchups this week at least. We're going to take a look at a deeper look into our week 2 predictions. Anything that sticks out big to you here?
Yeah, I actually, in hindsight, should have stuck with Wolf. Should have continued on my
Wolf's off the rails, man. I don't know if you want to stick with that guy because he's different with all of us in 3 different matchups.
I know, and I was specifically talking about the Bro one. The other ones I do think are a bit more risky, but we have actually seen that, especially this early on when it's still very volatile, results never really quite shake out the way you did. So I'm never going to judge another fellow analyst for making a call, because I have been known to gamble every now and then on some risky predictions as well.
Perhaps a calculated gamble this time around. Week 2, it's still very volatile. But guys, we are done here on the pre-show. Hope you did enjoy our reveal, of course, of Lore, who will be joining us later on this split, and of course, the rest of the LCK. So we're done here for the pre-show. Let's go straight to the intro and to the casters to start off LCK today.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for the first day of the next week of LCK Spring 2023. Very excited, and we're going to start off with potentially a bit of a speedrun here, Wolf, if Nongshim can't get it together.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on these Nongshim players right now, especially Vital, I think, in this meta to do well, but D plus Kia right now could be the strongest team in the LCK. A lot of teams predicting them to win the whole thing based on scrim data and the roster with Deft moving in. We'll see how they look against T1, but I feel like we learn a lot more about Nongshim in this series than we do about D plus Kia. And it's sad that it's now 3 series for D plus Kia against weaker opponents, so it's difficult to actually judge where they are power level-wise right now here in our first 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's get into the standings and see how the LCK looks after 1 week of play. D plus Kia are sitting at the top. However, they did drop 1 game. Bro, same fate. T1, the same thing as well. And we are in a world, Wolf, where Brion are equal first, or equal second.
It's crazy. I mean, same scoreline as D plus Kia and T1.
I told lie, by the way. D plus Kia haven't dropped a game yet. I'm just out of my mind. It's just one of those things.
It's all right. It's okay. 2-loss streak versus 2-win streak. That's a, we're boiling the points of the match down to the most polite ones here. This is read as it's going to be a toughie for Nongshim going into this best of 3. I think expecting to take even a game here is probably unrealistic if you're a Nongshim fan. That's not what you're hoping for tonight, is to watch the development instead of some of these players and how they look, because Fiesta has seemed to be somewhat of a weak point for this roster so far, and he's playing against Showmaker, so he'll be tested in another tough matchup here. How does he perform? What picks do we see him bring out? Is why I said earlier we're going to learn more about Nongshim tonight than I think we'll learn about D plus Kia.
No, I agree. We could say all of those things like David versus Goliath. It's an underdog story, stuff like that. But this could potentially be an absolute shellacking on the D plus Kia side. But we do want to see them bring some consistency forward because, like you said, strength of schedule does play a really big part when you're evaluating teams in the very first week. And that is going to remain true here until the T1 match for D plus Kia. So I think our eyes are going to be moving forward quite a lot as we watch these players play. But Sylvie has been really, really good thus far. Even though Nongshim haven't been able to pick up too many victories, Sylvie has looked absolutely fantastic. And he's been pretty outspoken, saying that his role model is indeed Canyon. So how he's going to perform against his role model is going to be pretty crazy. And yeah, Deft has had a ridiculous start. He's currently 23-0-14 on Lucian. Yeah.
Also, Kellen is deathless so far here in the LCK. He has not died a single time. He's sitting at something like 65 KDA or something like that. It's crazy how well he's performing.
If we could divide by 0, he'd be at 65 KDA.
That's the number they had listed, right? And yeah, we can't divide by 0, but he is up there right now, and it's pretty impressive the way that this roster has just gelled together instantly, because most people were saying, okay, there are some concerns with Kana joining this roster, very inconsistent across his time on T1, very high highs, mind you, but last year on Nongshim was very disappointing. But I think beyond that, as a caster, as an analyst, we come into these types of early weeks in seasons, and the question is always, okay, new roster, new meta, and the meta hasn't changed that much, obviously, since summer, but we're seeing these teams, some of them really struggle to get that synergy, like Gen.G. It feels very obvious this is not their full power level. Whereas for D+, we're like, man, how much better can the synergy even possibly be? Is the questions we have to ask about D+, because I think this team goes higher than they already are. We have to wait until that Saturday match with T1 to really test them fully, though.
Exactly right. All right, Nongshim going to be the first ones to walk out onto LoL Park here as they do try to take on D plus Kia. This will be actually the first time D plus Kia has been on the red side so far here in the LCK. So interesting that they have been the one team kind of choosing blue side, and even after they beat their opposition are like red side pretty strong, and they hop back over there one more time. So the first time we've seen them with counter-pick opportunities, and we'll see how that changes things in the draft for D plus Kia. Of course, T1 fans out there looking forward to our Saturday showdown. We'll be pretty excited about that one. But of course, Dundun, Sylvie, Fiesta, Vital, and Peter making their way out onto the Rift after a very successful Challenger run. A difficult first week here in 2023, and are now looking to really affirm themselves if they can possibly take down this team right here. D plus Kia
Yeah.
are now going to make their way out onto Lopa.
I think it would be a win in itself for Nongshim, but also for, the casters here trying to figure out how powerful D plus Kia is right now. If with this red side draft for D plus, that they are able, or if Nongshim can force them into somewhat of an awkward draft, or a draft that's not super comfortable for them, maybe we'll learn something more about what the champion pools are for these players, because Showmaker has played 4 unique champions mid. That's actually very rare right now in this meta where we're very stale. He's gotten the Rise once. He played Syndra, Azir, and the LeBlanc even in that final game against Live Sandbox. But the AD carry matchup is super interesting because we saw Def prioritizing the Lucian. Blue side is going to lead that way because you have a lot more power in the jungle. It's a prio pick you're going to get when Rise is banned. But we're seeing Vital on the opposite side of this matchup playing more Zeri. He's played 3 games of Zeri and a game of Sivir. So 4 of the 5 games he's played, he's been the late game scaling AD carry, which we're seeing less successful right now in the LCK. It's a very snowbally meta, but maybe he gets to show us a different look tonight. Maybe he's playing the Lucian, maybe he's playing a Varus lane here against Def because they do have that blue side priority, at least here in game 1.
Yep, Def's stats looking pretty good. A 4-0 record will be able to do that for you. 26 KDA is ludicrous, but it's looking like some week 1 statistics. I love the low sample size, big stats that are coming forward. The thing that really catches my eye, though, is the 31% damage share. They really have been playing around Deft a lot, and it feels like after a year of D plus Kia, Canyon and Showmaker especially, playing around a player like Doctorm, they've gotten used to having these hyper carries in the bottom lane in comparison to what Showmaker was used to with Ghost down there, with Nuclear down there earlier on in Damwon Kia's history.
It's so cool that we've seen over the last year, and really in Worlds, I think more than anything else, just this wide versatility of Deft. He'll play the Lucian, he'll dominate the 2v2 lane, and then use Lucian and hit all the spikes to get those kills mid, give you that early Rift Herald power, early objective control. But he'll also play a Zeri and play the late game extremely well. We've seen his Jinx, obviously, we've seen his Aphelios. Champions are not in the meta right now, might be rejoining us, hopefully, when we do move on to 13.1b, but he's just so versatile right now, but we've only really seen, outside of that 1 game of Sivir that he did play, the Lucian from him so far this season. So on red side, maybe a different look. Maybe he'll be playing his first game of Zeri this season, and we'll see if he can perform there. Very different skill set right now in this meta where we see so much Lucian versus Zeri. What you do and what your role is couldn't be more different for those 2 champions.
No, you're exactly right. Looking forward to seeing where things are going to lie. I think it's going to be 80 carry jungle picked up on the side of D plus Kia, but what that 80 carry is going to be is the biggest question in my mind right now. Akon pacing up and down, Gorilla alongside him. Still, just makes me excited seeing D plus Kia coaching staff, just with the amount of history that they have with the LCK. And worldwide as well, in Akon's case, who did spend some time over in China. Nongshim, though, as we said before, have selected the blue side. They are the home team. They actually decided to go with this, which is the important thing. A lot of teams have been choosing red side, but I think choosing blue against D plus Kia that looks so comfortable on that side is a great idea. As here we are, into pick and ban for game number 1, Wolf.
Here we go. See where that priority lies here for Nongshim. Will it be the Lucian pick? Will they be allowed to have it? As D plus Kia could certainly remove it. The Caitlyn, we've talked about, it's been not picked, just banned here in the LCK. Wukong, actually, oddly high priority. A lot of respect, I think, being shown to Sylvie with this. He played a lot of Wukong last year on the Challengers roster and so far here in the LCK. One of his wins on it. In fact, Nongshim's only win.
Exactly, 50% win rate thus far after a couple of games. The Rise to be taken away from Showmaker. We saw what happened when that one was left through. Don't do that. It's a bad move. That was kind of when D Plus got the nuts. They got the Lucian army and the Rise in the first 3 picks. That is not going to be happening this time around, as they are considering what they're going to be banning away next.
Varus, Ashe, Vi, these are champions that, you're really focused on red side. Vi will be taken away from Sylvie, so 2 bans towards the jungle side for D Plus here. Really pushing us towards potentially a Lucian lane that's going to have a different type of jungler. We might see something like the Sejuani come through with it, or that rarer Elise pick that D plus Kia popularized here in Korea.
Ooh, Ashban on red side is interesting. Nongshim not actually opting in for the first pick of a very powerful bot lane champion, and especially against D+ Gear that have been playing through their bottom lane almost exclusively. Could have been a tool that they could use, but instead probably going to look for the Nami first pick that we've been seeing so often as, wow, D+ Gear have just identified Sylvie is too good.
Yeah.
We are going to ban everything. And you can see some hilarity on the Dundun side, although he is just a guy that does like to laugh about stuff.
And he was hovering the Bel'Veth and the Udyr, so... Now, when we saw that Ashe ban, I actually had the feeling we were not going to see Lucian lane here for Nongshim, because you've already taken away the Vi, the Wukong, and as D+ Kia here, so you're showing you're not as concerned about that type of pushing lane. And Nongshim have really showed us, like I said, the scaling side of these drafts. We haven't seen a game of Lucian from Vital just yet, so unfortunately, we're not going to see what I wanted. I wanted to see, okay, what happens if Nongshim try to play strong side? And because of the bans on Vi and Wukong here, it's much easier to play the Elise lane. I think D+ Kia absolutely getting everything they want so far here in this draft. Even though it's on red side, it's still going to be a powerful 3v3 down there.
Yeah, Sylvie cycling through a few of the champions that he's capable of playing. This Nidalee, a flex pick, but no, it's going to be the Sejuani. We are then going to lock away Sivir or Zeri, depending on which way Nongshim would like to go. I am personally in favor of Sivir, but everybody else is in favor of Zeri, and she will be the one locked away. So, Zeri Yuumi has definitely been a lot more successful into the Lucian Nami lane, but that's a Twitch. So that's kind of more fun.
That is more fun. Elise, jungler you can clash with actually pretty well with the Twitch outside of the laning phase, can threaten the Elise even, but not going to be the case this time around. I actually like the Sivir a lot too, especially when you consider the Elise and the spell shield power that you could actually have with that and some of the wave clear she provides safely around the map. I think she's a more versatile AD carry in terms of what she offers you outside of just straight up shooting at people in a 5v5 fight. But it will be the Zeri instead, not going to be Sivir this time for Vital. And we knew it was going to be the Nami lockup, but now we find out what gets taken away, as we very commonly see bans towards stuff like the Fiora when the Zeri scaling comp is trying to use that side laning to buy time to get items, especially when it's a weaker team of the two. We've seen players like Morgan actually take the game away with a Fiora pick when they have no right to actually team fight or win a straight-up game. We'll see the Jax taken away here first. Similar idea.
Yep, Dundun not going to be able to play his 0-7 Power Spike Jax. That is going to be illegal this time around. I think that D+ Gear are probably looking for either a Renekton or the Gnar. So I'd expect Nongshim to ban away both of those. Canna, very, very comfortable on those two champions, and we know that this is a guy that likes to play comfort picks and perform so much better on them. However, that is going to be Kassadin banned away from Showmaker. Definitely the biggest Kassadin fan that we have here in the LCK, which is saying something. Faker definitely likes it as well, but Showmaker loves this pick.
It was something I was thinking about a lot when we were commentating challenges this week, is how I think part of why the top meta has become so stale and why we see so much safe Gnar is because you kind of lose a ban on blue side here with the Kassadin so much that Gnar, even though it's so strong and you know you would love to take it away from Kana here, you might just not be able to because the Renekton is so good here too, and you have to deal with Showmaker's Kassadin potentially in a draft like this that could dive super hard. So I think this will be a Renekton ban, and Kana will get to play his Gnar should he choose to.
Yeah, I think that Renekton has to be banned, right? Just because the ganking power of Elise into a Renekton lane, that's absurd.
Wow, but
Gnar is going to be banned
They
instead.
ban the Gnar though, like they really actually commit, but the cost of this is giving over the Renekton, and
I think they would have picked this anyway.
ultimately, I think this is potentially the wrong call for Nongshim here because there is so much threat in this Renekton, and he is going to be able to just simply easily stun whenever he wants at will the Zeri here if he can get past the Sejuani, right? And there's an extra layer of threat here.
Whoa.
Don't like this pick as much. Interesting.
So this is D+ Gear going for a different style of game. The Jace coming out means that Canna going to be once again very, very comfortable. However, it's not going to mean that top lane is as gankable, right? The setup definitely not quite as there for the Elise, unless Canyon just thinks that he's super good and can just hit cocoons whenever he would like to. Dundun, considering what he wants to do, and that is an Aurelia. Okay, so the tank guy from Challenger is really going to go toe-to-toe with Cannon's Jace this time around.
Atlas, both the Aurelia that is now finally locked in here, well, it's not, the point I was going to make maybe just shut down by the Syndra being locked in, but the Aurelia could have been a flex pick, right? The same with the Yone to actually follow the Jace, which also is flexible here. But now the matchups are going to be set with the Syndra being locked in here. And the problem with trying to do something like that, having that flexibility on blue side, is that the red side gets counterpick and actually gets to figure out the best matchups. So I'm glad they didn't go down that rabbit hole, and it will be the Syndra mid here. And D plus Kia with this draft, you know, you're looking for a little bit of extra damage here because the Jace can do a lot to set you up. The Lucian can burst people down, but you do need either finishing damage, and it is going to be the Jace mid. They're just going to do it.
All right, unless it's going... Yeah, it could be Jace mid, could be Renekton mid. Of course, Showmaker has played both of these champions quite a lot. So we actually right now have absolutely no idea what's going to be played.
I think playing the Renekton into a Syndra...
doesn't sound very fun.
It doesn't sound fun, but, you know, they could also swap it, but Syndra being in a long lane topside also could be very disastrous, especially when you consider the Elise. So it becomes very uncomfortable there if they wanted to try to be like, well, we'll also swap. So the Jace mid into Syndra here gives you a lot more power than a lot of mid laners are going to have against Syndra right now, so she loses some extra prio here. Elise becomes an insane threat in all three lanes actually here for D plus Kia with this Jace flex mid.
Yeah.
With the damage that you have with Jace into a Syndra matchup, that Cocoon hits, that is absolutely a dead Syndra. Same, of course, can be true of topside, and we already know what Lucian Nami is capable of with that Elise. I think D plus Kia have an insanely strong draft here, especially for controlling the early game, which is how they've been playing almost all of their games. 3 of the 4 games they've played so far this season, which they crushed with, were drafts like this.
No, exactly right. And what they do is they transition from crazy early game power to mid-game domination with Lucian Nami, and it's been so incredibly good for them. It's a terrifying prospect here for Nongshim to go up against it. However, if you sort of manage to make it through that early game, Zeri Yuumi is bonkers, as is Sejuani with a Yuumi on top of her. You can engage at any point. The follow-up CC of the final chapter, fantastic. But I just don't know whether they'll get there, Wolf. I'm a bit frightened for Nongshim here.
I really am too. I think there's a lot of power in this draft, but it's a little bit disjointed in its identity, you know, with the Zeri and the Syndra. How do these late-game teamfights go? If you can even survive to get there is a question they're going to have to answer.
Exactly right. Plus, there is so much pick potential on the side of D plus Kia as well. Let's get onto the Rift and see how Nongshim do against this crazy composition. All right, D plus Kia fans out in force today. As we can see, Showmaker taking a bit of damage early. 4 members chasing after him here. They get the Teemo thumbs up that Showmaker actually likes a lot. Dundun might be in trouble here, as he's just going to wander past Canyon. He'll chase him down. Spiderling's being a bit frustrating as well. But there's just a bit of biffo here in the early game. Nothing too much to worry about.
I think part of the reason why Dundun picked this Aurelia, or what they were thinking in the draft when they locked it in, was we know there's a possibility of a flex here, especially with Jace. But then they committed to the Syndra anyways, because they're on blue side, right? So they kind of trapped themselves in terms of what they're looking to do in this draft. And I think the Syndra is a strong pick in a lot of scenarios, especially against something like an Azir or a Victor, which could have just been the evergreen way of playing Lucian. Got the Lucian tempo lead, late game scaling, we have Renekton, we see it all the time, right? So it felt safe in that way, but D plus Kia were absolutely ready for it. And this Elise can terrorize the Rift. Like I said, in all 3 lanes, there is power, there is opportunity. Electrocute here for Jace and the Elise. So much damage.
Yeah.
Ooh, it could be nasty, man. It's Canyon we're talking about. Yeah, and I'm fearing for Nongshim players right now.
Exactly, and you might be looking at this and you're like, oh, double AD solo lanes, oh, they're not going to have enough magic damage. I don't think that matters when it's Canyon's Elise, because this guy really likes to get farming, even on the Spider Lady, as Peter and Vital down to 50%. Somehow, as the first wave is dealt with.
By the way, we've seen so many different variations of Deft's summoner spells on the solution.
Yeah.
A lot of people will take Cleanse because of the Sejuani here, but if you just feel like you're going to dominate this game, having the teleport actually just gives you more power to potentially end the game sooner, because we've also seen him take Ignite.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an all-in choice as well. I kind of like it, just because D plus Kia are going to be playing around the early game almost exclusively. they take the teleport to guarantee good back timings for this Lucian and allow that snowball to begin early. I kind of like the idea. It's a bit of a dash there as Deft gets exhausted. Vital taken down very, very low as Deft is just going to walk it out. They'll take the Summoner Spell advantage, or at least the evening out of the Summoner Spells, given the fact that teleport isn't really going to help you in a battle. As now Sylvie is just going to walk towards Dundun.
This is what's going to happen to this Sejuani, you know, in this game, is just going to always have to shadow these lanes, but you can't shadow all three. You have to figure out where Canyon is, and you lose a lot of power with this, and you lose a lot of time. As you can see, Elise can check, okay, trade bottom side.
Yeah, heal is going to be used there as Vital down very, very low, 200 health.
Look at this gank here. Oh, this is...
oh, dear.
Disaster.
Okay, Showmaker just walking towards Fiesta, gets the flash out. And with the ward going into the brush, not able to put it over the wall, so not going to have to worry about it too much, as Showmaker was the last one to play the mid Jace. It was him and Chovy that have been the most likely to pick it up.
Yeah,
it was a loss last time, but that was his first loss on mid Jace, as now Sylvie going to have to deal with Canyon heading over.
This, you know, how Sejuani works in the early parts of the game in 1v1s. She can struggle against a lot of the junglers in the meta. We've seen Wukong, you know, threaten the same way on red side against this, as Sylvie has been tracked and seen this entire time. Look at how Kana backs away. And the invade there for Canyon is really just to get information. He knew where Sylvie was, how Sylvie had to shadow the top side for Dundun. So he knows, okay, look at where Syndra is and what her functionality is in the early part of this lane where she's trying to push and get prio. She's vulnerable. Grab a flash there, come over here, and track Sylvie again if you can.
Oh, this is so cute. Canyon's going to move on over. They know that there's no flash. Fiesta had to dodge that, does so. But Canyon sort of gave away that he was on the Rift Scuttle and decided, well, I'll just go for an opportunistic gank, see whether I can get it before I double scuttle my opposition.
That's a call from Showmaker as well. Fiesta dropped ward here, avoid it, clear it. So even though he doesn't get anything out of this because the dodge is good on the Cocoon, he still gets to clear that ward, get additional information here. He double scuttled Sylvie now in this game. And there's just so much more power in this Elise, obviously, in the early game here. It's going to be seen once again by a ward, but it's cleared, taken out. I mean, look at all the vision. There's a line down the river of 6 wards here, with the zombie ward going up here for Canyon. The control is real.
It absolutely is. And Sylvie now is just clearing through his bottom side jungle. The Krogs will go down. But like you say, it's extraordinarily dark. And even if Canyon isn't going to be ganking the bottom lane, this just means that Vital and Peter can never be aggressive. They can never really walk up, especially with the Summoner Spell disadvantage that they have right now, or at least the even Summoner Spells, I guess, with Teleport being picked up. Deft now teleporting back to lane.
It's hard to use
a pickaxe and double longsword.
It's hard to use that barrier spell here aggressively, as you mentioned, once it comes back up here, even though you know Deft doesn't have Ignite. Sylvie does have a control ward here. This is a bit risky.
Yeah, Canyon's already started the dragon, so he is in the area. That zombie ward will spot Sylvie if he decides to move around, but he is going to move away. And this Drake is just slowly but surely being taken down.
Oh, the scan as well. Wrong angle. Man, this is so greedy from D+ Kia. It is so greedy, but they're just right behind that curtain of vision, right? And they set it up, tracked it, knew what Sylvie didn't know, so Canyon knows he can make this play. He has double scuttle advantage, takes this Drake early while Deft and Kellen are pushing. And there's just there's no stopping this team right now, it feels like.
Well, Dominus has been popped here by Canna, as Dundun on the wrong side of this one. Cull the Meek working out quite nicely, but the Blade Surge will allow Dundun to get back to relative safety. So he's absolutely fine. Sylvie going to move on over here. Control ward would have been in position, so I think Canna would have been okay. But now without the ultimate, it's going to be a little bit harder for the Renekton. As Callan ebb and float, very nicely done. And Showmaker starting to do the Showmaker things on this Jace, which is farm everything all the time, a lot, throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and there's, you know, obviously some tankiness in the Sejuani here, but beyond that, any Shock Blast that hits accelerated in a team fight is going to be pretty high value. And, you know, Aurelia can become somewhat tanky and is going to be not the best target for this, but there's so much power in the burst of this Jace, and it synergizes well with the Elise, the early Renekton, and the Lucian for controlling objectives. Part of why I like this teleport so much for Deft is he constantly gets to have the wave push and be very aggressive, but he can also rotate early for objectives with that teleport and then get back to lane without losing anything. And I think it's a choice that's made here for D+K, like I said, to make sure they can end the game quickly, because there are some scaling problems in terms of long-term team fights, 5v5s for D+ later on.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, Canna is going to set this one up. Oh, the Cocoon will connect! The Q comes down as well as now Dundun going to be able to escape. They'll accept just the flash. Canyon could have gone aggressive there with the repel, but decides not to. And they'll settle just for collecting some plates from this turret.
Credit where credit is due. Dundun's position in the lane there, not too greedy. He will have to use his flash, but gets out. Plates going down, the proxy comes in. So it's still a huge win here for D+. They can start up this Herald uncontested. But at the same time, you know, they handled the pressure in both mid and top very well so far. I think a lot of teams, like Liv Sandbox, sadly, unfortunately, last week, have just fallen to this D+Kia pressure. But Nongshim so far haven't taken any permanent damage.
Really cute. Def just checking the Gromp there, making sure that Canyon's not getting counter juggled. Oh my goodness, he reads it! Def gonna get caught out. Hells have to flash, but there's the flash to follow up the culling to try and get this one. But first blood goes to Zeri. And man, Sylvie, that was so sick.
That was so sick. What an amazing ult there. The read was real. Takes him out. That's finally the first real punish that we've seen from Sylvie here with the attention the topside Canyon has taken. And Fiesta could come over here, steal his blue buff with the Force of Will and say, like, you can't take everything. You're going to try to cross-map the jungle, you can't have this.
Not this time. Top side a little bit on fire for Nongshim, but that bottom side victory is going to be absolutely huge for trying to get this game back in order. Def didn't die. The kill went on to Kellen, his first of the year, which is quite interesting. Def still deathless on the Lucian thus far as Kellen moving on over, looking for Fiesta here as the Elise will turn up as well. Immediately Canyon walks on in as, man, that was very close.
That was on the edge of being a max range Cocoon.
Yeah.
Fiesta knows too, he holds his flash, calm, cool, and collected. Again, losing plates here, but handling the pressure by not dying very well.
Yeah, Fiesta sidestepping quite nicely here. A couple of those shock blasts have landed, then Fiesta is kind of out of lane. And then it would have been even more plates going down, but not to be the case. Showmaker going to go back home. D+Kia going to try and get a little bit more here, as they do have a slight lead after that first blood. But speaking of which, let's have a look at it one more time.
I mean, this is just so beautifully read here from Sylvie. Exhaust comes down, he reads it perfectly with the ult there, and they are just both in so much trouble. Kellen will go down, Deft escapes, luckily, because he can catch this CS here, and we'll be able to get back to lane, but Sylvie, man, this guy has just been so impressive, and he's been under so much pressure this game. This is like his third attempt of finding something bottom side. Finally has that control ward vision set up and the ultimate, and punishes what has been a very greedy D+Kia, and they've gotten away with it until that final moment there.
They have. Deft as well, recently laned with Peter. Kind of knows his tendencies.
Yeah.
As in the Faker versus Deft show match, he was his chosen lane partner as Canna. Dashing towards Dundun here, and well, we can't really beat around the bush, right? The Aurelia matchup into the Renekton at the beginning isn't very good at all. So Dundun, the fact that he is, or at least was, somewhat within touching distance of the farm is certainly a good sign. But it doesn't necessarily get that much better all that quickly, as that Shock Blast is going to connect. Sylvie might just be baiting here, though, as Showmaker going to have to boop him away, and does so. And now is able to turn it around once again. Shock Blast at the ready, and yeah, Showmaker needs to use absolutely nothing in order to make that one happen. And Anna, yeah.
You make this play here as Nongshim in the mid lane to try to threaten this Jace, who just casually dodges and bops you away with his hammer, while D+Kia gets raped. And there's no contest because you're running a Zeri lane. The lack of prio here and the threat of the Elise just really weakens any sort of contest here for Nongshim. Is nice little first strike proc there, going to also deny the back. Deft being very annoying, it's going to cost him some serious minions here. Vital, who loses Dragon and has no help whatsoever, and with the Elise so nearby, Sylvie's coming down here to try to catch this wave, but he's going to get zoned out here potentially too. Vision removed. D+Kia is such a well-oiled machine, and like I said, it's so crazy that they have this level of synergy and coordination this early on in the season.
Yeah, and this is also after being first blooded as well. This isn't like they've managed to outhands their opposition necessarily this game, pick up a bunch of kills. This has been purely macro sense being better, as Callan's going to get caught once again. Def doing his best to try and lock down the Sejuani, but he's so tanky. Vital throws through the ultimate. Kellen's very dead, and now Showmaker's making his way down. Def trying to fight back, but he's going low. Shock Blast comes in. Showmaker completely out of mana as Canyon flashes. Peter is going to soak it beautifully, but it might be his death, and it is going to be so. Canyon does make his way out. The minion wave there at exactly the right time, and they trade supports in the bottom lane.
So close to killing that Sejuani there too, and Kana, he's looking for a little bit of action up here top side as well. Dundun, the wave is pushed so far away from him. In order to farm, he has to trade a fourth of his health bar at least here. Kana doesn't even ult or anything like that. He goes down to half, and Kana's wave manipulation here has cost Dundun so much farm. He proxied the wave earlier too, denied him so much experience. He was 2 levels down at one point. As again, Sylvie comes down here, good pathing bottom side to avoid that ward that's in the tribe rush. You know, Damo and Kia set that up. The communication is good from the bottom side here to make sure, okay, this is the way you have to path to punish this Nami again, but still so much damage. The Gale Force almost takes Sylvie out alone, and then Canyon knows on this Elise he can repel away, so he can go super deep with a flash play there.
Yeah.
No chill for Damo and Kia, formerly Damo and Kia D+.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and they're not supposed to, right? Like, if things go too wrong, then, you know, Zeri Yumi things happen in the later stages of the game, and it becomes a lot more difficult. So I really like this playstyle from D+ here. It's kind of how they have to make it work. And when we did see Showmaker lose on his Jace, it was because the game was too slow, and the Jace didn't find that value that he needs in the early to mid game. To really make that mid lane pick work out, because they will get outscaled ultimately if this game goes on. And that's not a discussion about, you know, Lucian Nami versus Zeri Yumi,
but in all aspects,
it's about the rest of the map. Moreover,
yeah, when you consider the Irelia side laning problem, it's really important not only that D+ Kia get ahead, but this Irelia has been very muted by Kana's play here on the top side. In the matchup they opted into because of the potential flex of the Renekton. Again, I really believe that's the main reason why Dundun tried to draft this
Oh yeah,
way.
100%.
And it's awkward because you're like, okay, well, I have to have a flexing top now too because the Jace is an option, and they're very aware of it, but they still end up kind of half committing and going for the Syndra here, which has given really not a lot of control, unfortunately, to Fiesta this game because of the Elise pick.
Yeah, and oh my goodness. The Elise pick also working out as far as getting this crockery is concerned. A whole lot more plating being picked up for D+ Kia, and they'll grab Shirley as well to help knock down a few more of these turrets. Deft and Kellen here in this mid lane to help Showmaker out. And Imperial Mandate has just been completed. This is that timing that we talk about quite a lot. Kellen being able to rush towards it, meaning that D+ Kia now have a whole lot of power on this rift, especially when that Tidecaller's Blessing is given to Deft. So Fiesta here being able to clear out this bottom lane outer turret is definitely great news for Nongshim, but Showmaker is going to come down, so not actually going to be able to lock that one up, as Shock Blast will connect. Showmaker just saying, stop breaking my things.
Yeah, I think there's such a heavy burden on 80 carry players in this meta, Atlas, where so much of the game is in this kind of late versus early matchup, and even with 2 kills here for Vital, and he's been given all the resources, Sylvie is trying so hard to funnel money into him, punish Kellen twice there, is successful. The first 2 deaths of the season for him, right? You could see that so much commitment has been on Nongshim's side of getting this area ahead, but when the rest of the map falls apart and D+ Kia have gotten all 4 objectives at this stage in the game, it may just simply not be enough because Zeri alone cannot carry the game, and there's pressure on Vital here against Deft, and so many blue teams will pick the Lucian instead, and that's what I expected to see with Nongshim having that blue side selection here. But perhaps they were just like, we can't beat Deft, we cannot win the 2v2 or 3v3 lane, even if he opts into the Zeri matchup, so we're just going to try to scale here, and that's the draft they opted into. But D+ Kia, man, they are the kings of smashing drafts like this. I mean, even in the past, you know, when Zeri was meta, we saw Damo and Kia last year do the same thing.
No, absolutely. I do think that with these 2 kills being on Vital, as you can see, he's 500 gold ahead of Deft right now. It might mean that the Zeri hits critical mass at an earlier time in this particular game. So if you did want some Nongshim Copium, there it is. And it may not necessarily even be that if they're able to win a fight right here. As Dundun looking for that flank angle, Canna has already scoped him out.
TP advantage here. You normally don't get to do this as an AD carry, but he's going to grab rapid fire cannon and can actually come right back into this fight if they actually decide to contest. If they do not, he can keep the TP and get a free back here. Really tough time for Nongshim who have no vision or really no idea whether Deft is here or not.
Yeah, it's a really cute do-si-do that they're doing though, moving between mid and this dragon as Canna keeping his eye on Dundun. So much of this posturing really is important, and Nongshim are doing a decent job right now as Dundun sweeps out, notices that there's a crocodile there, and now Deft's going to move in. They're going to look to lock him down as, yep, W not going to be enough. That is Deft grabbing the kill.
Without Deft, without knowing whether Deft is there or not, it's so difficult for Dundun to actually move in, and with that vision control, they know he's there. The second Deft reappears, who, again, doesn't use his teleport, just slowly walks back here after picking up the RFC. They're like, okay, now we have enough damage to kill Aurelia. And the second he shows up, with a snap of their fingers, D plus Kia collapse, kill him, and take the Drake. There's no happy feeding, there is no thinking about it. It is just, I have all the vision, I have all the information, Def go grab RFC, come back to this fight, we kill the Aurelia, we take the objective, we grab mid-turret. This might even be a charge on inner.
Yeah, this is just pure confidence here for D plus Kia. They are going to sacrifice Shirley, not going to taxi her towards an inner turret or anything like that. So Vital's able to clear that one up, but still, the outer ring has been completely nullified, and that means that it's now its playground.
Look at how desperate Dundun has to flank. He's Aurelia. He's like, I have to kill somebody, I have to flank, I have to help my team do something here. I'm level 11, I'm a level behind this Renekton, tough matchup anyways. I have no vision. Like, his walk up and scan is just so tragic, and I think it really just shows the state of the game where he's like, I can't see anything, I can't do anything, I can't flank. And a lot of people might criticize him for that death there, but what his function is to try to find a flank, but even when that can't work out, you're left with no options, and that's the whole point to D+.
Yeah, and look, you might be shaking your head about what Nongshim were doing in that time, but this sort of coordination takes experience, right? This is a team fresh from Challenger. The entire squad was promoted, and yes, Peter has a little bit more experience. Vital has played overseas in multiple other regions, but never the LCK for an entire season. They haven't got that level of experience, so the coordination just not quite there for that particular play, but I did like the beginning of it. They had the right idea, and it was just D plus Kia sort of out-experiencing them in the end. As Sylvie's going to make his way over, looks to try and get Canyon off his lawn. Permafrost is decent. Canyon, of course, not going to die or anything like that, but they do give the red buff over to Vital. And that is good news.
He's got his Night Harvester in the Cloud Rift as well, giving some extra movement speed there, so doesn't need to expend any summoners. I don't know if his Repel was on cooldown or not there, but he doesn't have to use it. He's totally fine. Gets out.
Wow.
So nothing lost, and yeah.
Canner is quite large.
He is, and he is large in general, but he has also really hurt Dundun's ability to farm. So a lot of that is Kana's lead, but a lot of it is also how much has been denied on this Aurelia. You know, he's 40 CS up because of the proxy of the wave state he set up in the mid lane, or the middle of the lane, so that Dundun had to like lose half his health bar to get 2 minions kind of thing. It's just a disaster.
It really is. And look, there is that scaling thing that we can talk about, but at this point, 20 minutes into the game, this Renekton is absolutely massive. So that scaling thing is just not even real at this point in time. This is precisely according to D plus Kia's game plan. 4,000 gold is now their lead. They have that soul point in their back pocket as well. And if they can move towards an early Elder or something like that with the taking of this next dragon, then that is just going to mean that Nongshim just won't be able to find that opportunity to get that scaling going on.
I think the way you can look at this game when you look at the kill score here, right? Only 2 kills to the Zeri, but it has been, unfortunately, because of the lack of control anywhere else, not impactful yet, and probably won't be this game, period. But that's the hope, if you're a Nongshim fan, is that maybe this game does go 35 minutes plus. But the fact that this game feels like a brutal murder, and we're still looking at a 4-kill game here, just goes to show both how oppressive D plus Kia has been, but also how well Nongshim have handled that pressure without cracking. But it's still just a product of, you know, it's like a weaker team, maybe a Challengers team against D plus Kia. D plus Kia are like killing inhibitors right now, and they're like 12-0 kill score, right? And Nongshim have still handled this well, but I think it's, like I said, a product of their draft, really struggling against what D plus Kia have set up that, even if you play well, it's tough.
No, it absolutely is. And we've spent the last couple of days commentating some Challenger, and so it's sort of it's a brutal awakening, isn't it? Seeing a game like this where it's almost entirely one of macro decisions and positions on the map and strength of champions and power spikes you get during the game. It's almost like D plus Kia they read out the roadmap of what their composition is supposed to do, and Nongshim didn't actually know how to translate it just yet. So they didn't get word on when that power was going to be.
I also love that for the history of Damwon, right? It's Canyon who's been on aggressive junglers where he's looked at his most comfortable, whether that's a fast farming jungle where he's also threatening the other jungler at the same time, or it's early ganks, early dives, and stuff like that. And they just made this draft a Canyon draft by picking up the Elise and playing these lanes out with the Jace swap to mid so that he has power everywhere. He's 30 CS up on the enemy jungler who has no range of movement in this game because there's no vision. It's never safe. He's Sejuani and he's still not safe, you know. Just love it. Feels very Damwon, right? Even though it's D+ now, like it's a Canyon game.
Okay. Canna just, you know, he's stomping around the jungle and he just wants to break his watch. It's just, no, I don't like this watch.
Here's a handicap. It's actually such a Chad move. He's like, just to let you guys know I'm so ahead, I bought a stopwatch and I don't need it.
Yeah, I like how as well, like, obviously, I think he was like trying to control ward the brush or something like that, I guess.
Yeah.
But he didn't even do that. He's like, oh no, I don't need to do that anymore. I stopwatched the brush instead. I can just look for my watch in this grass and it'll be totally okay. As Deft clearing out this mid lane, all of the farm, and the Drake is, okay, well, it belongs to D plus Kia now. As Tidal Wave's going to come through, Sylvie in a bit of trouble, takes a few autos and doesn't have the passive for those extra resistances, and that's going to mean that D plus Kia have a moment where they can just wander in and take this if they'd like to. And look at this. They're playing out this poke/pick composition now that's sort of been formed. And yes, they don't have Tidal Wave, but Showmaker, as long as he keeps these health bars down, going to be really difficult to stop this dragon from going.
Baron attempted trade here where there's control ward vision is just not going to work, but this is the level of desperation that Nongshim have right now where they're like, we can't just give this up. The turret is at 3/4 health. We can't cross map or anything. It's going to force a TP, but they're not going to get much else.
Oh my goodness! He flashed in and the teleport is just completely destroyed.
I stand corrected.
Oh no, that is not what you want. He just completed an Infinity Edge. As now Canna is trying to get this one done. Colamite comes through. Would have loved to stopwatch at that point in time, but it's not going to work out. The Drake does go over to D plus Kia, but that was a big mistake.
Yeah, that was a greedy TP from Deft, and I was going to say they get a TP, but nothing else. I thought we're going to see Nongshim back away. Okay, Fiesta, bye.
He's dead. Showmaker just, yep, that's a boot for the kill.
One of these two tier stacking mid laners is more powerful than the other right now. Yeah, started at the same place in the game. You know, we're 10 CS lead up for Fiesta, but this Varus lethality variation is going to absolutely destroy. So both mid laners making a critical play here. But it's the TP. Fiesta's in the brush, and there's a control ward here, actually, that helps set this play up. And Deft's greed is punished. There's no other great TP ward to get into the fray quickly. He could have taken the safer one behind the Baron pit you could see there on the minimap instead. Just straight up greed. And then Kana's like, without an 80 carry, can we actually 3v5? And the answer is almost, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it was 2 for 2 in the end, although the turret does fall in favor of Nongshim. So it's just, sadly, Fiesta overstepping just a little bit. But D plus Kia now back in the driver's seat once again. They're moving real fast with their Cloud Soul, greatest soul of all time.
That was a really cool set play, though, from Fiesta with that control ward to punish the TP.
Yeah, really cool.
Like, they tried to take Baron, and I think a lot of weaker teams, again, might have actually kind of messed up dealing with both the Drake take while Baron. Like, D+ tried to do everything. They're like, we're going to take Drake and defend this Baron and also try to hold mid. It didn't work out. But at the end of the day, Nongshim keeping the kill score even with a sick play there with control ward, trying to force a fight that D+ Kia would be a little bit out of sorts in. Zeri now has 3 kills, right? 3 items.
Yeah.
But the problem is the Renekton is big. The Jace damage is real. But if they can somehow set up well for this Elder, I mean, maybe there's a way. I mean, it's not impossible.
Yeah, if you flip for the Elder, I mean, it's still anyone's game at that point in time. So somewhat dangerous that D plus Kia did actually lock down the Dragon. But it does mean that their ability to move around the map is absolutely unhindered right now with the Cloud Soul giving them all that extra movement speed. And for a composition with Elise and Jace that want to be in position first, that is a very scary prospect. Jackshow now completed here for Dundun. Couple of items now done. But Canna is pretty close to a GA.
Jackshow, absolutely the right move here in this game for the Aurelia, because you're hoping for that long fight, you're hoping for that drain on everybody and trying to have a little bit of extra survivability, last longer in that fight, get on top of the Jace or the Lucian. Even, I mean, hell, you get on top of Canyon, you could somehow kill him, turn that into a 5v4 fight. Canyon's impact is going to be much smaller in a longer fight, obviously, but any pick and then surviving long enough on the turn is what you're hoping for. It's your dream, you know, because again, it doesn't, we're not close to that reality. It's a pipe dream at this moment in time, but the builds are correct, right? The idea is good. And there's 3 more minutes of time that Nongshim have before that Elder spawns to try to get a little bit more itemization finished. Second item for Sylvie. It's going to be something that they could hope for.
Well, look at Canyon. He's just boosting towards them. His movement, like, you don't need to worry about a flash cocoon. You just walk cocoon. Or run cocoon, I guess, with how quickly they are able to move around as Canna. Just trying to avoid that, but the Dark Sphere will at least connect. Just a bit of a battle over this blue buff, and it looks like Nongshim will be able to secure it. And now D plus Kia are just going to move towards the Baron.
There's no vision here whatsoever. D plus Kia know it.
Nongshim?
A little bit late on the reaction, but they're side laning super hard with Dindin. He has TP.
Is it just dead? That was a tidal wave, just for fun, as they didn't have full vision. At least the Glacial Prison is going to come through, but now the turn might be upon them. Canna just moving his way around and decides just wants to get out. And D plus Kia, they'll just complete the heist. And now, with the Baron perfectly moving towards Elder timing, D plus can do pretty much
they can do no
whatever
wrong.
they want.
Yeah, and the tragedy of this is the late commitment means Dindin commits teleport and doesn't get that gold top side, or rather bottom side. Okay.
That Scat of the Week was very nice, but I just don't know whether it's going to matter. Okay,
the
never mind! Fiesta just flashes on top of him and presses the gameplay button!
The madman! Fiesta! He handled that super well.
Also had a stopwatch, I guess.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he was never really going to die.
Just a little bit of greed there from Deft, and Canyon wasn't nearby to actually assist, so
that was a bit of a shake of the head there from Deft as well in the player cam. So, all right, Nongshim's starting to come alive here.
I mean, if Nongshim win this game, I've probably given the POG to Fiesta because he's had 2 critical plays here that have actually kept them in this game. Knocks him back here. Kellen doesn't commit. I think Kellen and Deft on different thought processes here on what's going to happen next. Because I believe Kellen did have his tidal wave and wasn't going to commit it or anything like that. Def just gets left out to dry there, unfortunately.
Yep, Seraph's also working out very, very nicely for Fiesta to make sure that he does not fall down. So, a little bit of a miscalculation there for the Lucian. Got a little bit overexcited, but that is absolutely fine. These things happen.
30
Def
seconds.
goes back and gets a last whisper.
Yeah, he gets a last whisper. He has TP. The side lane here for Dindin is strong. They actually have the proper setup. It's a very early Elder, so this fight is actually difficult to take for Nongshim if they want to start it. Because, I mean, we're talking about 30-minute Elder. They don't usually happen that fast, but we had a 5 Drake take, or 4 Drake take early in this game. And the question is, can Nongshim force D plus Kia into an awkward fight here? Because there's so many squishy champions on the side of D plus. They're going to put the Renekton to match Dindin here on side. They need a longer fight, and somehow they have to deal with Kana and then deal with him a second time because he has had this GA for a long time now.
Voltar Spiderling just to spot out Fiesta here as Sylvie finds the Glacial Prison off to the side. Showmaker's going to go golden as now Canna just flashes in. They jump on top of Vital, who explodes with the ultimate, but explodes into the Death Chamber as well. Deft now running away from Dundun, but he's so incredibly fast. And he'll blast cone. He's out of there. He's absolutely fine. And the War Machine that is D plus Kia will mow down Nongshim. Triple kill for Canyon. That's the ace. And they might just run down mid lane.
Looks like they certainly will. So a inner turret standing in their way, but it is going to fade very quickly as Deft is setting up the side down here. Kind of a backup plan potentially, but guess what? He's got TP actually. The call is come mid actually. we're going to win the game now. There's no like, okay, what if we can't end? At least we have bottom pushing. Nope, just going to TP in, and the call is to end no matter what. Kana's like, I still have my GA, it didn't pop. There is no way we lose this game. It's 31 minutes. GG.
Yeah, that's it. And D plus Kia, it wasn't as clean as some of their other games, but that was just gorgeous setup and really nicely played. Shoutouts to Sylvie. I think that he was still a player to watch out for here in the LCK, but just not quite enough. And the level of coordination, not quite there.
And some real redemption for Fiesta, I think, in this game. You know, obviously both of his real big wins were actually punishing Deft's hubris a little bit. The TP bottom, or TP mid rather, he punishes with a scatter with the control ward setup. Topside, Deft tries to all in. It almost felt personal for Deft in that moment. He's then punished a second time. So big wins for Sylvie, I think, in terms of, you know, your mentality, right? You get crushed in a game like this, but you have 2 super plays after you had a rough week 1. That's the kind of thing that, as a new player coming to the LCK, is going to give you a little bit more energy going to a game 2 of a series like this, because this was a stomp. It was a slow, painful choke out by D plus Kia, which is what we saw from them so much in 2020, 2021, when they were at their most dominant. It feels like a really big return to form here for a team that picked up a world champion in Deft, and is just utilizing the solution so well. What I want to see from Nongshim, which is what I want to see in Game 1, was be brave enough to challenge Deft in the 2v2. Draft the Lucian yourself. Be willing to actually try to play that tempo-based game, because we're not seeing that from Nongshim at all, and I think it's time to try it out, because if you're trying to go toe-to-toe with the most snowbally team in a snowbally meta with a Zeri pick, I think you're doing it wrong.
No, I 100% agree, and I kind of understand where Nongshim are coming from, right? Because they're like, oh, but we're not going to be able to win the early game. Let's just try and play defensively, and then in the late game, our composition will carry us. Well, the late game just may not exist, unfortunately, and that is what D plus Kia kind of demonstrated here in this game, but still, has worked in the past for other teams. We'll see what Nongshim decide to do. But, ladies and gentlemen, a short break, then the space, and game number 2.
버프 있어.
나 이번에 너무
나
쉽다.
자주 나 추징 있어. 빨리 빨리 제리 봐줘. 제리
노플 잡았어.
신드라.
루시아 잡았어.
여기까지. 가자.
나 살긴 한다. 나 살긴 한다. 미드라인.
나 빠질게. 버프 줄게.
미드라인 끝낼만해.
나텔 있어. 나 텔 타갈게.
미드라인.
것 같아.
형
소식에 개뿔.
찍어줘 그냥.
Hello and welcome back to The Space. It's Valdez, that is I, and I am with Chronicler here. And that was game number 1 between Nongshim, Red Force, and D+ Kia. Pretty interesting, that game. You know, there were a lot of moments where Nongshim looked like they actually had a couple of chances, but one draft away, and I think, we could have had a different results here at the end of the day.
It was better than expected, and that our expectations were pretty low, so that doesn't say too much. But that, to me, was kind of the story of this game. Talking about a draft, obviously, very, very cool. After we see the points in the match about Sylvie wanting to be like Canyon, and then Canyon's team being like, we're gonna ban 3 junglers against you. And Sylvie still had an admirable performance, but I want to highlight that what this Yuumi Zeri really means, because the moment that Yuumi's locked in, that immediately raises the stocks of Elise as well, because if you get Lucianami into any Yuumi lane, again, if you look Zeri first, I think it's actually better, because then you can still go for Heimer, which takes away a lot of the value of Elise, but by locking Yuumi first, you put yourself in this position. Obviously, you don't want to give it over. And then the switcheroo, as the Vel analyst actually called out during the draft, but you should also be aware of, because this is D+ Kia, that trying to hard counter a Jace that is supposed to be going top can backfire. And oh boy, backfire it did.
Should have been very obvious, I think, especially it's Showmaker in the mid lane. He plays Jace, he's played it before. Hard countering with an Aurelia, not the answer. Let's take a look at replay number 1, and this is something you wanted to break down, Chronicler, the use of teleport here on this Lucian.
Because I love it when teams have really clean setups, and in this case, for the first 2 Drakes, Nongshim can never actually do anything. Because Nongshim, to me, plays this early laning phase actually pretty well. They put a lot of pressure, try to contest the level 1, and still, they don't ever get an opportunity, even though they don't get dove, even though the Elise thus far hasn't really been able to get anything done. And the reason for that is, because of these teleports, there is full prior for both lanes, right? Like both Showmaker and here, due to the item advantage, the Lucianami bot side, are under complete control. They get the shove, and because of that, you can just start at the Drake knowing that both my mid and my bot lane will move earlier. And it's moments like this where you really see, I think, the reason why we're so excited about D+ Kia is that even if their opponents don't present them with mistakes, you don't want to take any flippy dives, so you just say, okay, we play according to our power spikes, get that back in, extra pickaxe they can't contest, and the best thing to me is they do the exact same thing 5 minutes later.
Yeah, and you were talking about this. This is the spike of the Gale Force, and 5 minutes later, there's another Drake. So he picks up a Gale Force, he TP's back, and now what are you going to do against Gale Force Lucian? Well, you're not going to contest a Drake.
You can't. It really is impossible. Now, this highlight package was chosen before Deft made a very bad teleport, so we don't have that one included.
Yeah.
The first 2 teleports were great and really highlight how D+ Kia specifically is able to do what they do, which is really choke out teams.
Yeah, and it was a huge part of it. Lucian Nami, not only do they have priority in the lane, but also if you're taking teleport, well, you're never going to get away from them, right? So he will just be there forever. Let's take a look at the second replay, which is a little bit, and by a little bit, read very far after this, actually 20 minutes later, 31 minutes into the game.
And if Nongshim presses tab and don't throw all their hard engage into Showmaker with a stopwatch, and they don't go into a choke point only to get killed by a beautiful flank from Kana, this game was still winnable. In of itself, that to me is quite cool. I think that Nongshim showcased that in terms of matching, not too bad, but unfortunately those things didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who did get it here for game number 1. It will be Kana on this Renekton. Definitely was one of the big question marks of this roster coming into this season, but so far he has held his own.
Really a reconnaissance thus far for this player. I do think that Kana was, to many, a big problem for T1. The Nongshim roster, obviously, we can kind of ignore because that entire team had a lot of issues.
Doesn't count. Yeah.
Doesn't count. But Kana has historically just not been able to really hone in and actually cash in on the promise that he had. And in this game, he gets given a single gank. Obviously, he has a great counter matchup. The Aurelia can really struggle if you don't get early jungle attention, which Sylvie did do very well on the bot side of the map. Bit of a split there. I actually quite like it. I think there are a number of great choices here in terms of, it was very much a team effort from D plus Kia. And yeah, if you get a counter pick like that and you run away with the game and take away one of the possible win conditions, these are the
It wasn't Talia, but D plus, they can always flex pretty much anything. Next time, just play Sion. It was the right choice.
That was actually what we were waiting for.
It counters both. You'll be fine. You're dun-dun, right? Sorry, Chronicler, I'm going to have to cut you off there. We do not have time. We are getting ready for game number 2. Let's go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Valdez. Sorry, Chronicler. We'll get back to your thought as we head towards the space after this game number 2.
Valdez, man, such a good host, dude. He just... I would have never... I don't know if I could ever cut Chronicler off when he's wearing that sexy sweater he's got on.
I know.
I know. No way, like,
yeah, it's... Sometimes the level of handsomeness needs to be sliced through by some very, very pointed hosting work.
What the heck
Valdez
is that
definitely
team?
did it.
Nongshim choose red side, which is another indicator that I think we're going to see another vital Zeri game, but...
No salty runback available here, as of course they chose blue side in game number 1, and now they've just decided, nah, we don't really want to do that. We're going to go for some counter picks.
I think this is... It's a wise choice that you want to stick to the plan, and that's what Irene has decided here, moving into this game too. And, you know, if you practice a certain way and you prepare for a really tough series like this in one specific style of drafting, you know, maybe red side is actually stronger to protect this area more. You get a counter pick where you don't get trapped by that Jace flex. I think that's part of why this happens this way. Like, you and I called it out on the draft. Valdez was calling it, right? Like, everybody kind of saw this coming, and I think D+ trapped Nongshim away, and Nongshim could have played it differently. I think they also realized, but they kind of stumbled a little bit in the draft on that Aurelia pick. Part of why I voted for Canyon instead of the Renekton top for Kana was just, I was like, well, he was given a winning matchup. He was given resources a little bit. He just smashed it. There's the ban on Elise.
I think the Elise ban makes a heck of a lot of sense. Like you say, I'm actually surprised that there are only a couple of the Canyon votes there because, I mean, I probably would have voted for Canna as well, but mainly for the storyline of it, right? Like, he's up against Nongshim, the team that he struggled on so much last season, and has this pop-off performance. But as you say, it was in a counter matchup. It was in a situation that D+ Kia had sort of put them in. So it makes it more difficult. As Kassadin's banned, so D+ Kia were looking for the Ryze first pick, and instead, they can first pick kind of anything else. The Nami is going to be the pretty cookie-cutter choice that D+ Kia do very, very much like, because they just don't really care about Yuumi in the late game, because they don't get there. As Sejuani is going to be the choice. Really interesting stuff.
They know that Nongshim, because there's an Elise ban here, right, and Sylvie's a really good player, and Sejuani has been so strong right now at picking both Lucians and the Zeris, you know, and setting up for those team fights. So this is basically D+ Kia saying, I know you're not going to run Lucian. You didn't do it when you had the opportunity to last time. You're not doing it at all this season. You're just not going to do it. I'm going to take Sejuani, and I'm still going to get Lucian. This is just D+ Kia taking quote-unquote a risk, but they know Nongshim's playstyle. This is actually reading a team very well. So they will get both the Lucian and the Sejuani Prio pick here. Very well done for D plus Kia, just having a great read.
Yeah. I think it's interesting as well because given D plus Kia showed Sejuani, Nongshim decide, well, we don't need to priority pick our jungler because they're not going to be able to pick it away. And after a brief little look at what Hansama was talking about earlier on in the Draven, the Lucian Nami will be the choice. And D plus Kia get to find some redemption because it was a rough laning phase for the squad. They got bopped a little bit. That predictive ultimate out of Sylvie, just beautiful. And that caused Def to go back to 2015 and teleport a little bit poorly in that mid lane.
Yeah, Def did seem a little shaken at times in that game. Like I said, at the top side where he tries to kill Fiesta almost felt personal.
Yep.
And he was punished for it. But
speaking of things that happened in the past, as Vi is being considered here for Sylvie, the last time Canyon played the Jace in that loss that we saw, that was actually the game I lost my hair.
That's true.
That was it.
That's a throwback, man.
Dude messaged me on Twitter about it and was like, how did you forget? And I'm like, well, there's a very good reason why I may have pushed that out of my memory. All right, so we've got the bottom lanes and the jungles locked in here.
Yeah, we didn't analyze this draft too deeply outside of the Sejuani first pick because you guys knew what it was going to be. We knew what it was going to be. Now, I think there was a big regret on the Nongshim side for banning the Gnar last time around. This time they will do it a second time here, back-to-back. The ban is somewhat protected by the fact that they could still ban Renekton if they'd like to because D plus Kia banned Kassadin themselves. They're also on red side, so that's actually the onus is on D plus Kia in this case to ban that champion away if it were available. So Nongshim choosing red side here have a little bit more flexibility, banning the Jace away now too, preventing that flexibility.
Ooh, and now it kind of looks like Nongshim might be able to get themselves the Renekton pick, which I really like. It gives them some priority towards that top side, might force Canyon to head up there and try and help out, which will mean that this Zeri Yuumi will have a lot of that pressure alleviated, which certainly would be a good thing. The Ahri ban, I really like it, with the Vi being picked up. That combo, very strong, but the Renekton, as we mentioned, that's going to be the decision here for D plus Kia, and that doesn't feel fantastic to have to ban that one away, as now we're going to have a different look up there towards the top side.
I think Jax or the Fiora is good here, even blind, because you are going to have, you want to buy some time. Cassante also good blind here, protected by the Gnar ban. And then you could just get that flex pick later. As Kana hovers the Fiora here, we don't normally see it, but we have seen it, but it's not as common to see the Fiora with the Lucian because their win conditions and timings are very different in terms of where they spike, but it can be more of an insurance policy, I think, a lot of the time in these Lucian drafts if the game goes late. If you can play the lane well, you have a great jungle player to assist you and get you ahead, and that is what D plus Kia is going to lock in here. So a bold choice, a very common matchup when both of these champions are available, but usually kind of reversed here in terms of how the draft looks. We'll find out what Showmaker's going to play midwise right now. Could just be something like a Nazir, Sylas.
I really like the Sylas. You get so much permafrost value with the Sejuani, and so we'll lock that one away. And now Fiesta, I mean, the obvious choice is Talia, but we'll see where Fiesta does decide to go as
Syndra, Azir are other options, but yeah. He's also like has this sheepish grin here, Atlas, where he's like, I don't want to do this necessarily, but it may be the option here for the scaling aspects of it.
Yeah, picking for the team fight, not necessarily picking for the Sylas in particular. Of course, you do have a fair bit of control in the early game, but Sylas can sort of run away with it as the game goes on, and we'll see whether Showmaker can do that, because D plus Kia have once again set themselves up with a really nice draft, this time angling more towards that 1-3-1 or the 1-4 that they can play out in the later stages. And for a team like D plus Kia with so much experience, you'd have to imagine that they'd be able to play it out.
I'm mostly concerned about Nongshim's Vi pick here because it doesn't have a lot of power in this game, I think. With the side laning Fiora, it's really easy to just riposte and get away there. So the Azir is going to struggle potentially in side lanes here big time. The Sylas is going to build Rod of Ages and get ahead, and so Showmaker has a lot more power, and the 1-3-1 in this comp becomes very strong as a result. And if you're trying to get to a late game win condition with your Zeri, but then you have other problems you have to deal with in the late game,
What is Showmaker there?
I don't
in the
know.
little picture. It was very cute. I like that Kellen's like a little bird as well. Obviously, Canyon is the polar bear, and the alpaca is Deft.
Very cute vital sign here as well.
Yeah, it's really cute. Wow, if your heartbeat looked like that, you might need to go to the doctor.
That's how vital makes her graph go.
Aha, there it is.
That's what caused it for her. But you know,
We've got we don't have the diagnosis, but we at least have the symptom, I guess. As here we are.
I think
this
Sylvie-
is the draft, so we're going to see.
Sylvie really needs to shut Kana down in this game, and he's going to have to play around topside here, but it's so difficult into a Fiora. Fiora feels very safe, actually, in this game, and if Kana just goes 0-0-0 and we hit 25 minutes, he's going to be a big problem for Nongshim later on in this game.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see what happens here as we hop onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, Nongshim fans trying to raise their voices against the cacophony that D Plus Kia did put forward. Of course, a lot of fans here for this squad, especially now that Deft has joined the team. He's a man that has had just a pretty ridiculous amount of fandom. Of course, a lot of fans coming over even to watch Deft after he got a lot of notoriety in EDG over in the LPL, myself included. Really did kind of make his mark there. Now a lot of people really like to watch him play, even from China. So really cool stuff. Similar to be said for Viper, who has now made his way back from the same team. Crazy stuff.
It's crazy to it's so difficult to compare the legacies of AD carries, which is why, you know, there's always a lot of debate about, you know, Uzi's legacy versus players like Bang, right, and Def.
Yeah.
But I think Bang, you know, Bang's legacy obviously is the titles he picked up and the way he did it so cleanly, but people will always remember Def because of the storyline more than anything else. He's been around for so long, right, and some of the players that have faded away and retired, players who joined and left during the time Deft has been a player, just makes it all the more impressive, right? What he's accomplished and what he's accomplished this late in his career.
Yeah.
Why it's just so hard to even forget him, even though he hasn't accomplished as much as some other AD carries in terms of Worlds and LCK. The guy is, the way he did it is what people will never forget.
Yeah, and also his attitude and how a lot of players have spoken about playing with Deft as well. You know, Carrier's been pretty outspoken. The two of them have remained pretty good friends after laning together on DRX and on... you know, just throughout the time, as Dundun taking a fair bit of damage. It does put his back towards the wall, but that lunge able to grab the weak point in the end. And
it's rough, man. He's level 2, and Dundun's like, I want to stay on this wall so my vital's not open, but I have to back up, and so it then becomes open. It's just really nasty there. Oh.
Okay, Deft is just going to dash right into Vital. There's the exhaust like we saw earlier. Barrier comes through from Vital as well, as the Ignite was used. This time, Deft not teleporting, we're killing. I think he took the early laning phase a little bit personally from game number 1.
Putting himself in a fairly vulnerable spot here with no vision set up for Sylvie right now. Canyon Shadows, though.
Yeah, Sylvie going to get over the wall with the Vault Breaker. They have information here of Canyon's whereabouts. A little bit cute there because, of course, now Canyon will spot him out as he gets over the wall with his own Q dash. As Showmaker now could be in trouble. Fiesta coming on in. We'll need to get a few of these auto attacks down as the minions do some work, but not enough. And Fiesta gets a solo kill first blood
on Showmaker.
In mid lane.
On Showmaker. This is a huge turnaround for this player. This is the type of thing I'm talking about. You get those 2 kills on Deft, you're feeling yourself a little bit because you had a very rough week 1. They were criticizing your play significantly. Look at that smirk on his face. Like you see that? Like, and you know, I just solo killed Showmaker. You know, you're doing it into the matchup of Silas as well. A very risky matchup to make a play like that with all the minions. He does it just the same.
Oh, Canna almost took 2 turret shots there, as we are going to have a look at this replay once again.
Yeah, we don't respect top lane trades. We talk about this replay here. As Showmaker actually dashes through, takes a few extra autos here, and Fiesta sees the opportunity. He's level 3, a level down. And Showmaker using his cooldowns means he just can't trade back. Has to flash away. Fiesta still takes him down.
심장이 너무 빨리 뛰어.
And it's going to be hard for him to wipe that smirk off his face.
Yeah. Oh, man. Really nicely done there from Fiesta. And he said afterwards, my heart is beating so fast. I wonder what the graph looks like. Might look similar to the one of the lady in the audience.
There's a few more jagged lines in it, you know.
Yeah. Well, Canyon going to be taking the Gromp here, and we'll see whether Showmaker can pull this lane back, because as you can see, it's not necessarily end of the world when it comes to farm and stuff like that.
There it is.
All right.
We are the best production studio in
Absolutely.
the world.
And I think that also gives away that perhaps the Korean broadcast is also talking about it.
Yep.
Beautiful. I love that. Love the coordination. Kasujun is on the mic here today, so if I'm ever to be compared to anyone, him would be definitely up there. So psyched about it. Nice work, Wolf. We nailed it. We're almost at Korean commentator level.
Yeah. It's just a great day to be a League of Legends caster.
It really is.
I think this game is going a lot better, obviously, for Nongshim this time around, in terms of what the state of the game is as first Drake spawns. Because remember, last time we saw Canyon with the vision control he had in the threat.
Oh,
never mind.
Oh dear, Bubble is going to connect there onto Vital. He has to flash, and Deft immediately flashes after, and there's the revenge from game number 1, as now Peter is able to float away. But that is a very different look here in game number 2 than what we saw previously.
I don't even know if the barrier just came back up. I don't think it saves him, though, in that case, too. He's just too far forward, gets punished really hard. And this may lead to that early Drake take for D+ Kia. It's like, yeah, it's looking much better for Nongshim this time around until this happens. He loses control of the lane. He's going to lose a few minions down there. Bottom side, Def taking a 20 CS lead or so here. And that's not what you wanted.
No, this is pretty brutal.
By the way, we still see this dematerializer build for Showmaker. We'll talk about that in a second as we watch this replay one more time. Def just looking for an opportunity, and Vital caught in Q animation is hit by the bubble. Kellen sees his opportunity. No barrier.
Just a bit greedy there for Vital to step up, but still fantastically executed, especially from Kellen, who was also a person having a rough game in game number 1. Died for the first time in 2023 in the first game of this series. So, you know, something that he wants to get some revenge for as well, as Canyon takes down the Rift Scuttler, and Vital and Peter are going to have to exit.
Showmaker, I was going to talk about Showmaker's build for a second here.
Yeah, go.
He, well, might talk about him for a different reason.
Well, Emperor's being divided right now, as there's another one. Fiesta has slightly a better one, as the arrow points towards Showmaker that was built on the ground. It was actually kind of cute. But ultimately, nothing needing to be used.
Yeah, that was a really nice reaction there from Fiesta. Holds it until the Sejuani comes in, knowing that Canyon doesn't have 6, so he's not going to be able to stun him after the wall goes up. It's well played. But we see the Dark Seal come out for Showmaker with this Dematerializer build. We usually see with Dematerializer and First Strike that the Silas is rushing out the Rod of Aegis, but might not be the case this time. We do have that early Crystal coming through as well after Showmaker lost that first death early on in the game, isn't successful at this kill. We'll see what he builds, but might be a different variation this time around.
Yeah, could potentially be. I do really like the Rod of Ages, so I kind of hope that it is just a slightly delayed catalyst this time around.
Yeah.
But still, we'll see where he does decide to go, because now he is going to be backing as Kellen just walks towards the bottom lane of Nongshim here, sweeping out some vision where he can.
We'll find out right now, and it is.
There we go, beautiful.
So not a shocker here, but slightly delayed, as you say, and you know the point of this build and the rune setup here for Showmaker is to rush it out as soon as possible. Definitely stifled by that solo kill from Fiesta.
All right. Oh, Dundun just put that ward down. Is going to reap the reward there. Won't die to Canyon. As control ward goes down as well. Wow. Canyon just being delivered all of the little goodies.
Yeah.
Hiding around Summoner's Rift here.
Thank you for the cash.
Mm-hmm.
As this lane is rough now. Deft sitting on 3 long swords and a pickaxe. He has his autos hit hard.
It's pretty nuts that this went from in the last game being such an even matchup. So now Def takes Ignite and is 25 CS up. Like, it is just not even a little bit close.
Yeah, and we've seen Canyon, you know, obviously not have a huge impact in this early game compared to the last, but Deft has essentially done this alone, right? We did see the attempt there earlier, but he's just got that 2v2 kill by himself. And Showmaker here in this lane, recovering very well. It's a very late first Drake take. Sylvie's going to start up by himself here in a bit of a low state. and it will looks like he's going to just get away with it. No check here, no vision whatsoever. And this game, because of the late Drake take and the fact that it's going to Nongshim, really does favor the speed at which Nongshim are going to play this game at, because they're going to have this late game Zeri condition, they're going to have some Azir power later on in this game too. So this is actually pretty huge that this goes away for free.
And it's not going to be another Cloud Soul Wolf, which I'm a little bit sad about, but could be something else. Of course, Mountain Drake probably the most powerful option. Then it would also be Earth, Wind, and Fire, which we also very much like here at the LCK. As Kellen clearing out some vision, and the bottom side vision for Nongshim has been a lot better this time, which is a little bit sad, as Tidal Wave is going to come through, catches Vital, and that means that it's another very dead Zeri.
No flash, just for a few more seconds. Last time Def got the 2v2 kill, there's no barrier. This time there's no flash, tracking Summoner as well. Good angle on the Tidal Wave from Kellen, and the wave just, in order to get those minions, he has to be too far out. There's no vision down there on the bottom side. I want to see exactly when we get the replay, to see how Canyon pathed over there, because I wasn't tracking it, but there is some vision up the river. It looks like Canyon just pathed down towards the bottom side there and wasn't seen, so they just fortunately get a little bit caught out.
Yep, chains are going to come through here as Canyon going to deliver some much-needed money over to Showmaker. As Emperor's Divide is going to push Shelly back. Okay, let's see whether Fiesta can actually stop this charge from happening. There we go. There's the cease and desist. Emperor's Divide coming through from Showmaker, though, means that Sylvie takes so much damage. However, it's Canyon that goes down. And yes, they get the charge, but none of the money goes to Showmaker, and they'll pick up a kill. So nice work for Nongshim.
This is actually a huge turnaround for Nongshim here. This was beautifully played, and the boldness at which they actually send the Zeri mid to shut down a Herald play is so rare, actually, in pro play. We just don't normally see this. Not sure what happened to Kana here topside either, but he's having a tough time for just a second here.
Gets flashed on by Dundun, I guess.
Yeah.
We're going to have a look at this one more time.
This is just really unfortunate. You see the lack of vision here, the vision toggle, of course, Nongshim's. They have no idea he passed the bottom side there. The two wards in the river do not see him, and they get punished. Fiesta just uses his ult here early, and Showmaker doesn't instantly steal and actually take the same. He steals and then waits here because he realizes, uh-oh, we're actually getting collapsed on. And this looked like it was going to be a disaster for Sylvie because of his ultimate pulling so close to turret. But even though the Emperor's Divide locks him down physically, he doesn't get hit by it, so actually gets out.
Peter just having a really nice time. He said denied the head bump. Nice.
Yeah. Was pretty well played.
Yeah, really cute stuff. And Dundun might be in a little bit of trouble here. But he's close enough to his turret that he should be okay. Currently down a couple of waves, which is certainly not good news, especially when it's a Fiora getting a free lane. Like, sometimes you talk about, you know, oh, wow, he's only up by a few CS, blah, blah, blah. But when it's a Fiora, that feels a little bit worse. We might be heading towards back-to-back POG territory for Canna if this keeps up, because the Fiora can potentially just run away with the game. As we've seen, you know, players like Morgan get POGs on this champion from just killing a Nexus. That is the one play that they make, but it's POG worthy.
It's POG worthy.
It absolutely is. Culling going to come through. Vital, he's going to need a lot of help, and Peter is going to soak the rest of it, and now both of them are going to have to go home.
When you hit the Gale Force spike here, there's no Mortal Shield Bow. It doesn't matter with Flash and Barrier up. As Def, you have kill pressure in this lane, and you can use it, and he does. He wields it very, very well, and it forces Peter to detach, and there's no actual kill going over, but you've chunked down this area so hard that when your Gale Force comes up a second time, if he's here, Faker help him, because it's not going to be a good time. At least he doesn't have to use his summoners. That's the big win in the end, or the smaller loss, whichever way you want to look at it.
Yeah, I think smaller loss is probably where I would go as well.
Kana, you know, like I said before, if he's 0-0 on the Fiora, when we reach the 25-minute mark, that means something is going to happen to Nongshim's side lanes. They're going to disappear very quickly. Yeah. And now he's starting to take these aggressive trades. Maybe he could Q. He doesn't have flash. He could have looked for the Q3 and the charge and ult, but with no flasher, he's not going to play with it. Too low on health.
Well, Canna is going to look for a Demolish proc here as Dindon pushes him back. Turret shot there for the moment, as now Grand Challenge has been issued. And now Canna going to break that turret aggro and force Dundun to go home. I actually feel like Canna possibly could have taken that kill there, but decides to play it safe.
And has Ghost.
Yeah. As Showmaker looks for the chains, finds him on a Fiesta here, who does have his crown broken, but otherwise will just be able to get out of there with the shifting sands. Now, D plus Kia looking for their first Drake of the game. That one's up in 8 seconds time, and they have full control of the bottom side river.
Now, this is a very different game than the one we saw last time, but it's crazy how many similarities there are. You know, the 2-2 scoreline we're at again here. This time it's Deft who is ahead, however, on the bottom side of the map. It was Fiesta who had the kill there in the mid lane. Picks up some plate gold here, as mentioned. Actually going for the crown build this time around, which I do like, considering the amount of threats that can basically delete him from the game.
Yep.
Safety first.
Showmaker is just dancing around here. Emperor's Divide will mean that he's quite safe, and so therefore able to just clear out these minions very comfortably. Drake gets taken here by Canyon. Ocean Soul, so a very pretty rift, but not exactly the most valuable soul, as Showmaker going to have to abduct his way out. He is going to be able to do so as Shirley up and available, and has been started here by Nongshim. Showmaker and the rest of D plus Kia looking to try and stop it. Let's see whether the Emperor's Divide is going to be most powerful on the Nongshim side or on the D plus Kia side. As in the meantime, Canna is taking down a turret towards that top side, does so very comfortably as Canyon off to the side is going to make this a 50-50. Dangerous times as there's the ultimate. It is going to be hit onto Dundun. There is Sylvie. Has to flash his way out. Decent little tidal wave, but now Emperor's Divide has to be used, and Showmaker has to flash away. Vital wants to get over the wall, but may have overstepped there just a little bit as the chains are going to slow him down for the moment. Extendo Beam isn't going to land.
Missing the ult really hurts there for Vital. Kana is going to try to turn this into a 2-turret play. He won't be successful. But this is such a good macro read from D+. They know that Dundun's bottom side will have to TP in, so you get a teleport minimum with this contest. They also got Drake and Canyon.
Well, Canyon just going to get out of there. He's a very happy gentleman.
Yeah, it's really sad that Sylvie doesn't have ult. Like, Canyon's just like, yeah, I will just leave, cash.
See, man.
But they have to TP Dundun into this fight, and he is just completely shut down. He is, like, CC'd for 5 seconds straight. Can't do anything here. Can't collapse on the Showmaker. And then when this play happens from Vital and he flashes and misses the ult, it's just like the heist is complete. It's done. It's over at that moment in time. You commit your flash. Now you're flashless Zeri, which really hurts into a comp like this.
Yeah, back is going to come through here as Canna went to every single lane and started hitting the turret. Top side he managed to take, bottom side he managed to take. Mid lane,
gonna demolish proc, I think, mid.
Yeah.
You'll take it.
It's just, it's pretty nutty. He still has CS advantage heading towards his Hydra as that item number 2. Divine Sundra already complete. Dundun at least has a Bramble Vest, but he has no shoes yet.
It's wild, too, that Kana is able to do all of this without expending a teleport. And his team gets both Herald and Dragon while he does it. Like, D plus Kia are really trying to figure out how many objectives they can get at once.
Yeah.
It really reminds me of 2022 Spring T1. You know, they were always getting turret value somewhere. They're always cross-mapping. But the difference here in this case is T1 would always trade up, whereas D plus Kia are like, I'm getting my cake. I'm going to have my cake and eat it too. You know, there's no trade-off. There's no punish.
They're having their cake, eating it too, cloning the cake, and then having another cake and eating that cake also, you know? Like, all of the things. As they'll take this out of turret in the mid lane. And Fiesta, not a whole lot he can do, but he does still have his crown available. I have shocked Teemo. I agree. Drake going to be up in 2 minutes' time. Canna continues the split towards that bottom side, and now is the time where D plus Kia can demonstrate this 1-3-1. Nongshim show themselves towards that bottom side. Deft sets up in the mid lane, and they put Showmaker in that top lane to just have pressure absolutely everywhere.
And when the normal timing for this to really start to come online is actually usually a little bit later in the game, where objectives start to come up and you can use the objectives to get power with Fiora as she becomes stronger. And as Silas in drafts like this gets his Rod of Ages online, he's halfway there, but doesn't need it. And now they're actually going to have the Lucian gank.
Yeah. Here's the Lucian gank. And the ult's going to be stolen there to create as much space as possible. Dundun trying to fight it out, but he's just not going to be able to do it here. 1v1 with the Lucian. Might actually be successful. He flashes, and there's the culling just to confirm it. But Dundun made it a little bit closer than it would have otherwise been. Nongshim, on the other side of the map, will be able to push down this outer turret in the bottom lane. So there's at least that for the squad as they set up for a potential Drake, their second of the game.
Yeah, it's not, no summoners blown for death in this fight. Like, doesn't lose his flash or anything like that. So, could have been worse. You know, he handled it very calmly, still gets the kill there despite Dindin making it tougher. But it could be worse. But yeah, you feel good about getting a little bit of split turret gold on your Zeri, but we need to see Nongshim somehow set up for fights better. As the tidal wave is actually used to, in the expectation that Dundun is going to not actually stick around and fight, and it's very, it goes very wide as a result, and I think Dundun realizes, okay, I can maybe get on depth here if I push him through the long wall here because there's no tidal wave to defend him, but he just barely isn't able to get that last bit of damage done. You see Deft is so calm though, doesn't ignite, doesn't flash, just pops his ult there for the extra damage at the end.
Yep, and able to use his Gale Force nicely, creates enough space to get out of the way of Dundun. However, still admirably played by Dundun here as we check in on the gold, and Deft has a lot more than his opposition. Surprise, surprise. Outside of that though, we do have Fiesta with a slight lead from this mid lane as well. Chains will connect. There's the Emperor's Divide onto Fiesta, who does shift some sands and moves a long way. Sylvie is here lying in wait, and that's why Fiesta's standing his ground. The D plus Kia, they are taking the Drake in the meantime, and so therefore not going to go all in or anything like that onto the Azir with Flash.
The classic, like, kind of Chovy side lane Azir build where you go Crown for safety and then you go for the Nashor's Tooth, and you're hoping that, you know, that extra attack speed from the Nashor's Tooth and that speed that you can side lane is going to help deal with the 1-3-1 pressure that's in this D plus Kia draft. But you can see in moments like this you are fairly vulnerable because your jungler can't really shadow you the whole time. This is what we were talking about, or what I was mentioning about the Vi. When we get to later parts of this game, I think the value of Vi is so much more heavily, you have to commit so hard to get something out of it. It's always a risk, whereas Sejuani as non-committal CC can help the 1-3-1 so much better without actually, with any risk to herself, right? It's very tanky and difficult to punish. So Sylvie, I think at this stage of the game, is really going to struggle to shut down the Fiora, but also struggle to help the Azir in these kind of skirmishes on the side lane.
Yep, it does feel a little bit hit or miss. Of course, you do have that single target lockdown that can work very well when you have a lot more of these sort of pick options, but it does feel like with this composition, it's somewhat off theme with being so aggressively single target. But Sylvie has been able to make things happen in the early game under this very turret right here, being able to take down his opposite number. So certainly has been able to achieve some things, but right now it's feeling like not able to offer the level of frontline that Canyon does. And it is tough when the map is just getting split and torn apart by D plus Kia here. As you can see, 1-3-1 upon us once again, 22 minutes into this game, 3.5 on the next Dragon. That'll be Soul Point available for D plus Kia, but this time not going to be quite as fast to the Soul as it was in game one.
Rod very late here for Showmaker, and because he is significantly behind in terms of what he's been able to accomplish side laning, his Rod completion is actually going to catch him up with Fiesta in terms of the levels. He's not rushing 16 super fast or anything like that, so the spike is kind of awkward here because he bought this Dark Seal, which he does have one stack on, but hasn't otherwise really been able to get much out of it. Good cost-efficient stats and can be very snowbally, but this hasn't been that kind of game for Showmaker, and this is not the lead that D plus Kia had in the previous game, and with different teams, we might be starting to have the conversation about, has the hourglass begun to turn here in terms of what the 5v5s can look like. But the side laning problem is still something that Nongshim will have to solve, and the fact that Silas is significantly behind is a good start in that regard, but it's not in its own, or not alone enough to say, okay, Nongshim can handle that, and we get to a late game where Zeri gets 3 items, and the Nexus is still protected by turrets.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the tug-of-war battle here, because Deft is also super fed. He's about to get his 3rd item here very shortly.
That's the biggest difference, is that instead of Vital being the one with the big advantage, he's the one that's been put really far behind. And so Nongshim aren't as capable as they were in game number 1 of sitting back and saying, we can go for the Zeri win condition, because that Zeri win condition is like 7 minutes later this time around than it was in game number 1. And yes, Fiesta has played a great game, but Showmaker being ahead or not, really like not that valuable. It's about Canner and it's about Deft being so strong in this game. And the Silas, he'll be Silas as this game goes on. Very close to that level 16 like you were talking about. Zhonya's is now complete as well.
He's just going for this tanky build with the Zhonya's, like you say, and he's just going to play a little bit more utility. Like, he's like, I am a tanky Azir because I can steal Fiesta's ult and then be impossible to kill and set it up whichever way I want. And this game is about depth now. It's not about me. It's not about the 1-3-1 as much in this game state. It's about Fiora and a 1-4.
Well, he is going to dive on in here, looks for the Emperor's Divide, finds it onto 2. Sylvie, cease and desist into the backline, but I have a feeling he might need to take his own advice here as Deft is going to help lock down that kill. Vital getting some autos in, but that is just a dead jungler, and there is just no way out here for Sylvie once he presses that button.
Exactly what I was talking about earlier. With this Vi, it's so awkward into this composition because there's so much lockdown, so much CC, and such a tanky front line that even if you ult the right target, they could just walk back with the insane speed that Deft has with his Gale Force and the dash, and then turn on you. We saw that attempt in the mid lane where he was actually successful just barely and was able to escape with his life. But beyond that, you know, this has really been, unfortunately, a Vi that has little options in terms of picks and power, and it's really easy for Canyon to do the opposite from far away and set this up. And you see an opportunity here. If you're Sylvie, you're like, okay, I'm on top of Deft. Look at how close he is to me. You're never going to get another chance. Like, you're never going to have another chance when you're that close to Deft in this comp, and I think it's not the right call, but you're thinking, what is my role in this comp? What is my job? Is to kill Deft. That is my only job. And you're like, I'm in ult range of Deft. I will press the ult button.
Yeah.
But it's not the right call.
Well, Vital is also going to have to Jet Set Radio Future his way out of here. Does so beautifully. And just everything. Almost got excited that he might be taken down. Wasn't to be the case. As Dundun just soaking damage over and over again here towards this bottom side. Is, oh, if at first you don't succeed, ebb and flow.
Ebb and
flow. Going to pick up the kill. Oh dear. We thought that he'd escaped, but then Deft flashed on it.
Deft goes in, Deft goes out. You can't explain that. Oh boy. Well, see if he can pick up that third item. I think he's sitting on a ton of gold right now. He hasn't backed for a while. 600 gold bounty. Then they could just take Drake here with no AD carry to contest. This is the D plus key away, by the way. It's like control vision around Baron. What if we just side laned and took Drake and took Baron? Let's see if we can do it. This is the D plus key away.
Yeah, and I also really like that what they do is they set up vision around the Baron pit, and then they're like, all right, let's leave that because the vision's there now. Let's go take the thing with slightly less vision on it, and they are going to be able to do so. So the Drake going to be secured here by Canyon. Back is now being completed. Infinity Edge done for Deft. And so now fighting around this Baron is going to be a whole lot more comfortable, plus they're going to be aware of everything. This time, Nongshim will be able to at least take down the vision on the Baron, but they're going to start it up. Canyon over here. It's going to be 100% face up 50-50. But Fiesta has the ability to Emperor's Divide. Can he get the piggy out of the pit? Is going to be the question. The Glacial Prison comes forward. In goes Showmaker to find it. Emperor's Divide into 4 members. The secure of the Baron as well. Emperor's Divide from Fiesta is okay, but it's just nowhere near enough. And Showmaker sacrifices himself for the good of the colony. Fiesta's going to be taken down. Deft doesn't even need the double tap to make that one happen. And it's a triple kill for Canna in the end.
Yeah, this is basically game over now. There's not much you can do. Even a kill on a Canyon here is fairly insignificant. Removing a Baron buff would be nice.
Well, Deft is just going to come on forward and help Canyon take down Dundun.
Would have been
nice.
nice.
It's going to happen. Is Canna, yeah, back on his solo mission here. Look at this damage.
He's got
the hull breaker, yeah.
He's got a hull breaker now.
I didn't know that turrets were just upended boats, because apparently he's breaking the hulls of turrets, and I didn't know they had hulls.
Yeah, it's also just Fiora being one of the most strong side laning champions in the game, and right now in the meta, absolutely the strongest, is kind of hilarious considering she's got a rapier, and she's just slapping turrets and, and like destroying them with it. It just doesn't make sense.
It's like, on guard, gentlemen turret.
This fight was a valiant attempt, I will say, for the side of Nongshim here. The sacrifice from Showmaker after
100 health on the Baron after Sylvie's smite too, which is a bit sad.
It's just desperation and a panic, and the tidal wave from Kellen to allow Showmaker to get into position so easily like that. It's just, we talk about this team and how they're just always on the same page. So rare for spring season, new rosters. But, I mean, it's easy when Nongshim are grouped up in a Baron pit like that to make the combos happen because they're just so desperate for anything, and they're a fish in a barrel.
They absolutely are. Essence Reaver is now completed, as Deft is just going to build as many things as he can to do more damage. Doesn't need anything that's going to offer him any survivability if he's going to be playing the way that he is right now. Nongshim circling the drain is kind of how it feels at this point in time. Is this turret going to be under fire? Fiesta, crown going to be broken. And Showmaker lying in wait, looking for that opportunity to hijack whatever he wants as he dives on forward. There's Fiesta dead, as Peter finds himself without anyone to attach to. Vital's going to come on over, so he does at least find a host, but it's just not going to quite be enough here as Canna fighting against Dundun and the rest of Nongshim. And Showmaker tries to hit Canna with a Chain Lash. An interesting maneuver that you could make, as Inhibitor going to be ignored here as D+ Kia look to just win the game by the looks of things.
Yep, just letting these minions come through now to be the front line. And I mean, every time Kana touches these turrets, they the red part disappears. Watch this.
Oh my goodness, just lunging them down over and over. Canyon standing in that front line. Vital does throw down the ultimate. Let's see whether they can get themselves a kill as Canna going down very, very low and is going to be secured. But D+ Kia, they can just shoot the Nexus if they would like to. They instead decide to back away. Kellen could be in trouble. Prowling projectile is good. Double kill for the Zeri. We may need some certification here, Wolf, as Showmaker is going to have to give himself up. He goes golden in the nick of time as Fiesta doesn't quite find the angle that he was looking for. That's another kill for Vital. And so they have a naked Nexus, but they may have a small amount of hope.
It's a naked Nexus against a Fiora who has TP coming back online. I think this game might end soon.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide is going to come through. The stopwatch going to come down as well. So that's not going to do anything. So Deft blocks up the kill onto the Azir. Thought the Emperor's Divide might have been enough to keep him alive, but it wasn't.
Kana has TP, and even with like the numbers advantage going to Nongshim right now, they will never be able to leave their base if Kana is alive for the rest of this game.
Yeah.
He is alive now, so he has respawned.
How many autos would be required to kill that Nexus? Maybe 2?
Yeah, it feels like that. Realistically here, this is a valiant attempt by Nongshim to defend, and they're successful in that. Looking for a pick here, and the very awkward decision to go this deep from Kana is what really does them in, because Deft is like, I have a lot of damage, but, you know, I don't have the space to actually auto this Nexus. I'm the only one who really can in this fight, and then Vital is just like, well, thank you guys for this. Feels really bad as Fiesta here, because you're like hoping you're going to get the scoop and maybe actually get the full ace, and then you're actually just barely not able to pull it off. Doesn't commit his ultimate, then just greeds here and dies.
Yeah, this was a little bit of a shame, as I believe that's Ocean Soul in the picture-in-picture, that the culling, like Deft, sort of put into a cage of Sand Soldiers for a moment, but it's not going to stop him from grabbing that kill. Now has a Last Whisper on top of his otherwise completed build.
4,000 gold nearly, the advantage here in terms of items for Kana. It is.
And Deft as well, very similar story. And that's largely, I mean, if we're going to bring this back to the overarching point, it's that D+ here, they can rely on a lot of different people to carry. Last time around, it was, you know, Showmaker and Canyon doing a heck of a lot of work, right? Like Canna there as well having a great performance, but the bottom lane lags behind. This time around, it's Showmaker that's having a rough time, right? He was focused by Nongshim, but that doesn't matter either, because that allows Deft and Kellen to find those advantages, and they're the ones that now have almost an insurmountable lead.
The Silas in this game has just been, like I said, utility. He's an Azir ult, and he's a body.
Yeah.
It almost feels like D+ Kiev won a 4v5 game, and all Vital.
Oh dear, Vital going to get caught out of position. He does manage to dash, so doesn't get caught by the Emperor's Divide as Canna looking for that flank angle. He's dashing towards the Nexus, and they have to stop him because he can just win the game by himself. Showmaker going to go golden. Emperor's Divide doesn't find the value that they're looking for here. As Deft, I don't know what that was, but the game's over and D+ Kia win.
Another 2-0 here for D+ Kia. We saw in game one a nice flex draft where they were able to put the Jace mid to great success, one of Showmaker's old favorites. They won't let him play the Kassadin that he loves to play so much, but he could play the Jace in this series, and I think Nongshim a little bit of redemption in this.
No, I agree.
Especially Fiesta, right? Fiesta had some nice moments, and when you see a Challengers player promoted into a tough schedule too, and having a rough week 1, it makes you feel for him, right? You're watching these players and you're like, oh yeah, you're in the LCK now. It is going to be harder. It is not going to be a walkover. It is going to be hard every day, and you will play against legends. And he solo kills Showmaker in game 2, and he's got that smile on his face, and that is why I love esports, right? That's the moment where you're like, no matter what, he's going to call his mom, basically, and tell all of his friends, they lost 2-0, but I solo killed Showmaker today.
Yeah, and honestly, if you compare this series to that of Live Sandbox that we saw in D+ Kia's first series, we didn't have a lot of good things to say after that one. This time around, Nongshim, they don't have the same tidy macro. They don't have the ability to play the map like this team does, but there are 3 world champions on this roster, right? Like, Kana got pretty dang close as well. Kellen also only 1 match away, or 2, something like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's just ridiculous, like, the level of experience difference between these 2 squads. And this did not look like, I mean, it did look like a walkover, but it didn't look like as much of a walkover as what we saw there in sort of the microclasm of 1v1s, 2v2s, and Sylvie in the jungle as well, who did have a pretty fantastic performance as well.
Part of losing in the LCK, especially with the insane high-level league that we're in here, is just losing honorably and what you gain from each loss, right? And I think this is an honorable defeat, so to speak, and it's one where, like you said, last time with Live Sandbox we had nothing nice to say, and we basically didn't want to say anything at all. Live Sandbox also redeemed themselves a little bit at the end of that week, but this is the moment that everybody is going to be talking about if you're a Nongshim fan. It's like that's what you got out of this. Like, that was one of the big things, but otherwise I think there were some good macro decisions. They were quick to make choices. Like, there were Baron calls in both games, although they didn't work out and they were unrealistic. They almost caught Damwon Kia a little bit behind. Like, they almost outsped them. They almost out-tempoed them in some small ways here when D+ got greedy. It wasn't enough, but there's a lot of good things to say here. This was unfortunately not one of them, but I mean, you see Def, like I said, in ult range, you press R. Not the right call, though.
No, I mean, Vi struggles to find a lot of the value here, and speaking of value, I mean, Showmaker really found it with his Emperor's Divide. The smite a bit early there from Sylvie as well, down to 220 health. I thought I saw 120 when we saw the replay last time. This time around shows that it was slightly earlier. But that just shows as well that Nongshim were really feeling the pressure, right? Like, when you're going to go for Barons like this, straight on top of Vision, it feels like absolutely the Hail Mary play.
These teams that we have that are on the bottom side of the LCK, the east side of the bracket, are just being forced right now in spring season.
Oh, yeah.
Live Sandbox, Kwangdong Freaks, Nongshim, these teams are going to look totally different after the hyperbolic time change that they're in right now in spring season.
Absolutely hope so, right? Because, you know, especially this Nongshim team really lacking on the experience side of things. So hopefully they can use the experience that they have very, very well over the course of this season. As that was an all-out from Def, so it wasn't that he just went way too deep. It's just K'Sante things. Special delivery of the Lucian. But he did do, still, a heck of a lot of damage. Who did you give POG to?
I gave it to Def. The Boom Boom was real. I think there was an argument for Kana in this game because his side laning was good. His laning was incredible as well. Weirdly enough, I think there's an angle for Showmaker too, but
the ultimates were definitely pretty good. Yeah. I think that Deft is the easy answer.
It's the Kellen even. Vote. Yeah, Kellen had some fantastic moments. His bubble, which is part of why Deft got that far ahead, was also great. It's a stacked team, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. And we'll have to see, because I have a feeling that this might be the Kellen angle on the desk. But you know what? We can actually hear that from them now. So let's throw it over to the space with Valdez and Chronicler to break down the series.
Thank you, casters, for reading the future. I am Valdez. With me is Chronicler. And yes, that was a bit of a blowout. We did have D+ taking the 2-0 here tonight against Nongshim. Great play from Kellen, I would have to say.
Am I really that predictable?
Yes.
Is that... that's
yes.
the reality of the situation. Yeah, I did vote for Kellen. I'm calling it out now. I thought it was a great choice. He did really well. So, looking at the drafts here, we are slowly, collectively wondering, why do we keep seeing the same thing and expect the result to be the same? Because I don't want to get into this too much. It's Seryumi, again, into Lucianami. And the only thing that at this point makes sense, the only teams that we see do this consistently are the teams that are weaker, right? Like the only teams that are doing this is Liv Sandbox, which was the previous example, which was the worst. It's now Nongshim. I'm sure Kwangdong, from the top of my head, did it a couple of times as well. And to me, the read is these teams, no, they can't match. I think Lucianami actually does have an execution floor that you need to hit. So instead, they're like, let's default to teamfight, because that's what Nongshim did here. The fact that D+ was able to out-teamfight them just says a lot more about how good D+ is.
Yeah.
Because they should not. That's a 1-3-1. It's a really good 1-3-1 comp. I think it's a very solid composition.
And then they just team fought them and won anyway because
they're better.
They're better. They got ahead. You know who always defaults to Lucian and Nami is Henna and Effort, one of our best bot lanes.
No.
Let's go into replay number 1 as we see Kellen going to bubble.
Very good Kellen POG angle right here as sets up the kill. And in the previous game, we saw that Peter and Vital actually were able to match quite nicely. This time around, though, a lot more focused. Interestingly enough, Kellen again. Interestingly enough, the Sejuani actually getting a lot more done. To me, what was a really big shift was that this time around, Canyon actually did divert a lot more attention towards bot lane, whereas in the previous game, a lot of the attention was towards that top to make sure that the Aurelia was out of the game. So it really tilted the bot lane very heavily in D+ Kia's favor.
Yeah, and to be honest, after that, there wasn't really too much action. You know, DK were pretty far ahead. They didn't push the envelope, I guess, partially because of their comp. They didn't really have to. But we did see Nongshim go for the classic Challengers Baron flip, in which case DK said, no, you're not going to get away with that.
Hey,
this is LCK.
Turn the nameplates up, and up until the point where they die, this could be T1. But it's not. It's Nongshim, so unsurprisingly, they lose half their health bars before the Baron is actually there. And Canyon says, yeah, I've stolen a million of these. Actually really like the CC that they found here. Panic steal from Sylvie, unfortunately. Because the one out you have, there is Nongshim, is Fiesta ulting away the Sejuani. And that didn't happen. And they tried to flip because they need to 5v5. There's no other way to win the game. In general, I kind of agree with the cast that this is the type of game where Nongshim, you saw they were having fun. They're never expecting to win this. And the coolest moment of this game to me wasn't really anything that happened in game because the game itself was not great. I didn't love it. But when Sylvie or when Fiesta got that kill, and we were saying to each other, like, these kids have grown up watching these players. And then you get the solo bolo. That's awesome. I think that's enough of a win.
Has been a big fan of Showmaker for a long time.
You're a mid laner.
He's watching the mid laners win the World Cup. I mean, the World Championship. Like,
of course.
Feels pretty good. Let's see who does pick up POG for this one, as it will be Deft. So Chronicler gets boomed 8, 1, and 4. 300 POG points, has received it 3 times, but I'm on the same page with you, Chronicler.
Yeah. I knew what I was getting myself into. I do wonder if there are other Kellen enjoyers out there, or whether it's going to be more of a Deft field. Definitely a game that was better than the previous one as well. Previous one, obviously, his laning and his positioning around the map was great, but he did also have the one big mistake in that game, which was vintage Deft teleport coming through.
Yeah.
And unlike game number 1, where there were some really cool moments, this one felt very straightforward. Nongshim never really had an angle. They were just getting outplayed across the map. Laning phase for Dundun, like starting at level 1, was really rough.
Ellen got that kill, by the way.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I'm trying to rub it in. Let's see.
Right.
Let's see what we get.
Let's see. Okay, there you go. That's nice. You're close. Media. All right, guys, we have the interview ready. Let's hop over to G-Sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, joined by the D plus Kia POGs, Kana and Def, the newcomers of 2023. Kana, this is your first POG of the split, and you beat your former team. How do you feel? We played 3 matches so far, and it was all 2-0 wins, so I'm so happy about that. And yeah, it was so clean. It makes it even better, and we will keep working hard for the remaining matches of the season. And Deft, for the first time ever for D plus Kia, since their foundation, they got 3 wins in a row to start off the split. How do you feel? I'm so happy that we won, but in game 1, I made too many blunders, so it's a bummer, but I think I was able to step up for game 2. Let's get back to game number 1 a little bit later, but for now, Kana, how was playing up against Nongsin Red Force with a brand new lineup on your side of the D plus Kia? Nothing special, to be honest, because this is just one of the LCK matches, so I just wanted to win. Well, Nongsin Red Force this split, they have been showing a great performance so far. They showed great potential, so how do you rate their form right now? I mean, it's actually impressive that they were able to put up a great performance with 5 rookie players, because it doesn't really happen a lot, you know. But after facing them today and also watching them perform, I think they are doing great, especially Dindin. Even though he's a rookie, he's been doing a great job, so yeah, props to them. Deft, how was Nongsin's bottom duo? I think, like, performance-wise, like, despite being a rookie, they were doing a great job. Especially Peter, I got to play with him in the season kickoff event, and I know he's a great player. And D plus Kia actually selected red side in game number 1. We were really curious to find out what kind of strategy you guys brought, and we saw Jace mid for Showmaker. Tell us about it. Well, in fact, we were not actually like planning for a Jace mid, you know, just depending on the comp we had and they had, we decided to just flex that into the mid lane. I was like, I can play Jace top too, and then Sejuani and Aurelia, you know, were able to have more kind of agency, so we decided to put the Jace on the mid lane instead. However, you were able to just dominate the lane up against Aurelia with their Renekton. Well, I mean, I was not able to like top get this hard, but Kenyon did a great job. He helped me out a lot on the top lane, so I was able to, you know, get some easy going early on. And Deft, I think Kellen was also able to step up so much after playing with you. Did you give him any kind of advice in terms of the laning phase? Not like a specific advice, but you know, whenever we just, you know, run into a different matchup, we try to just like have a lot of communication, what is really tricky to deal with and stuff like that. I have a question about your teleport on Lucian in game 1. When you're playing Lucian, Nami, and Yumi Zeri matchup, if you take teleport early, you can actually like extend your gap, you know, you can accelerate your lead. However, I think I should have been a lot more cautious, so it was a bummer that I made too many mistakes. Speaking of being cautious, I think you are talking about your TP into a ward and getting caught right after, right? Yeah, so we knew that they were going for a Baron, and we knew that they were really slow because they don't have enough damage, and I was like, I don't know why I did that, but I just like TP'd onto a random ward, and after that I was like, oh, why did I do that? However, game 2 decided to go for Ignite. Well, if you go into the details, you know, I have a lot of like reasons why sometimes I want to go for teleport and sometimes why I want to go Ignite, but to put it simple, I just wanted to go a little bit more aggressively during the laning phase.
알겠습니다. 칸나 선수 제가 시즌 시작 전에 하신 인터뷰
Kana, and I saw your interview before the season started, and you said you have a very, very big desire to win this season.
너무 만족하고 있습니다.
Are you happy with your situation over in D plus Kia?
네, 워낙 잘하는
Very
선수들만
much.
다
I mean, like this
꾸려져 있다
lineup,
보니까
we have a golden lineup here. They are
어렵게 있는 것
all
같습니다.
so great. So like nothing to
그러면
mention.
이제 남겨진 다음 경기는 T1전입니다.
And your next match will be up against T1, the Saturday showdown. Everyone is having their eyes on that series. How are we going to prepare for that one?
잘하는 팀이어서
T1 is a very strong team. You know, it's gonna be pretty tough, but I think we're gonna have a lot of fun there.
저희 한번
So we're gonna put up a great fight and showcase a very entertaining series for the show.
데프트 선수도
What about you, Deft?
부탁드립니다. T1 로고가 나오고 있네요.
네, 일단 T1 자체가
T1, the org itself, you know, the team itself at the LCK, they are so strong, they're doing great. So if you get to take T1 down, it's gonna be a huge momentum boost for us. So we will do our best to get the best outcome possible. And this will be the end of the interview from Deft Kana from D plus Kia. Back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings now. As D plus Kia, they have defeated DRX, Live Sandbox, and now they have taken down Nongshim. But their biggest test will be on this Saturday showdown against T1.
That's going to be super exciting. I can't wait for that one. But that's a little bit further away, Valdez, as next. Sandbox versus KT. And I don't really know. It should be KT favored, but there's some weird things happening last week.
On paper, it should be. The Live Sandbox may have some more surprises up their sleeve. We'll have to see, guys. We'll be back in about 45 minutes is my guess. So make sure you don't miss the second match of today's LCK. We'll see you then.
tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, still joined by Wolf here for our second match of the night. Liv Sandbox taking on KT Rolster, and for both of these teams, you need to see some tidied-up play, am I right?
This series makes me nervous, Atlas. There's a lot on the line, I think, for both of these teams, and it's a matchup that KT, if they want to make that playoff run, are expected to win. They come in as favorites tonight, but they have looked at some times strong, but at others shaky. And we saw Honda Life Esports have a similar problem. They fell to Liv Sandbox in that previous series. Reverse sweep coming through for Liv Sandbox. Very surprising result. However, you know, tonight, anything could happen. I think if you're a KT fan, you're very nervous that Liv Sandbox might upset again.
Yeah, you definitely are. And of course, the Liv Sandbox that played against Honda Life Esports, very different to the one we saw playing against D+ Kia. But let's get into the points of the match here to start this one off. 2 1-1 teams. Of course, KT absolutely equal. 2-1 in one series, 1-2 in the other. Point +0 as far as that point score is concerned. Liv Sandbox a little bit lower than that, as they did suffer the 0-2 defeat to D+ Kia.
I think there's a lot more to lose for KT Rolster going into this series in terms of what happens to you in the standings, how it affects your run through the first round robin. And it's the romance storyline again. It feels like it's coming up. Different team, different roster, it doesn't matter. The romance storyline continues. Liv Sandbox just look like they play as if there's no fear, and they will make a decision, and they will stick with it, even if it doesn't end up being the right one. As Closer versus BDD is such an interesting matchup here because they've only played against each other 10 times. As Closer, you know, the sub for Faker for a little bit, but has otherwise recently joined the LCK very recently as a mainstay here. BDD, with his rough time on Nongshim, just slightly edging him out 6-4.
Yeah, and I think those 4 victories would have been in more recent times, as BDD definitely struggled on Nongshim last year. We were talking about that with Canna playing earlier. BDD, another one to, feel the wrath of that particular roster, which was not happy for anyone. The Lucian Nami priority for both of these sides. We'll have a look at how this one's going to go. Aiming's Lucian has been decent at times, but also not necessarily one of the players that has standout performances on the pick.
Yeah, and like we were talking about not yesterday, but in the previous series about teams being known for one side of the coin or the other, we have not seen a single game of Envy's Lucian this season. In both series he played Zeri, he played Ezreal, and then he was willing to play the Varus, which actually worked very well for him as one of his better picks historically. Yeah. But just knowing your opponent and being able to prepare for this, KT may actually leave the Lucian open and play around the fact that they know it's very unlikely, at least so far from what we've seen, the Liv Sandbox will play it.
Yeah, and in fact, both of these 80 carries being the ones to bring out that Ezreal like you were talking about. We were kind of calling for it with how the drafts were going for both of these teams, and it's interesting that it's only really cropped up for these two, as we will invite Liv Sandbox to come out to LoL Park first off. They will be the home team this time around. They have chosen the blue side to begin things as well. Of course, has been that blue side stuck out a little bit more than the others, at least in recent times when red was being picked all last week.
It's interesting because most teams, blue side gives you the Rise pick, right? You know, you obviously have that opportunity to get it if they don't ban it, so you get a free ban in that way. But it feels like blue side is choosing Lucian and red side is choosing Zeri. There are some exceptions, right? But that has kind of been the standard way this is going. And because Zeri is struggling so much right now in this matchup on the current patch, we might see that kind of continue to mirror itself until we hit the 13.1B patch later on.
And someone wanting more of those money guns to come out.
Yeah.
We'll see whether Liv Sandbox are going to bring those out yet again, as now it's time to welcome KT to the stage. And we were having a bit of a conversation about this in the POG State, which was released yesterday. Very, very cool to have a POG State come out with no games played in between for the first time ever. That was very cool. But we were discussing KT and whether or not this team should be branded a super team. I personally think absolutely not. After the year some of these players had last year, with Keen on Kwandong not having a great time there, and BDD on KT, self-explanatory. Sorry, BDD on Nongshim, self-explanatory. Also his time on KT prior to this was also difficult.
Alice, if you could take each player on this roster, besides Lehens and aiming, right? If you could take the top half of the map and turn a dial for what year it is.
Oh, yeah.
Then I think this team is a super team, right? You can
absolutely. If you go like 2018 Keen, 2017 Cuz.
Yeah.
and like 2021 Worlds BDD.
Yeah.
You'd probably just take all 3 of those players and you'd win Worlds, I think.
Exactly, but we don't get to choose that time. Form, is temporary, and right now BDD is going to have to prove his class right against Closer here in this
Beautiful adaptation
matchup.
of that quote as well. Wolf loved it a lot.
It's a matchup where you expect BDD to be the veteran player who wins this one out, but it's a closer matchup than you might expect. We saw it earlier, 6-4. And Closer really came up big for his team in that Honor Life Esports series. Yeah. Getting the solo POG, both of these players in their respective series. The Rise pick from BDD, I do not think he will be allowed to play going into this draft. He's so good at it.
Yeah, no, he won't be allowed to play it. I think the Azir is going to be a really interesting one because it's only Closer that's played it. BDD was, of course, known for it throughout his career, but hasn't actually played it just yet. It's been open for him. He has been able to pick it if he's wanted to, but has decided to step away. And I loved the Yone from BDD. That felt like a return to form for BDD that we were used to seeing in far more subdued roles, much like the Karma, I believe, that he played in one of the games, which wasn't exactly the most fun, but he definitely had a good game on the champion, despite the result. I believe they actually lost that game. Let me double check. Yeah, they did. However, his performance was not the reason why that happened. So I'm cautiously optimistic for KT, but also Liv Sandbox have a lot of proving to do because I think that coming back from their first series last week, at least for me, that one hit me pretty hard. It was really messy and wasn't a whole lot of fun. And so didn't leave me with a lot of confidence even after their win over Harmon Life Esports.
There's a lot higher expectations when you look at the names of the players on the KT Rolster roster versus the Liv Sandbox roster. And really, Kyle being a player I think most don't think about when they think about the fact that Liv Sandbox feels like it's a rookie roster in terms of what the players haven't yet accomplished. But Willer's been to Worlds. Birdall played behind Nuggery, had an amazing season, was one of the most hyped trainees when Genji picked him up, then of course gave him over. It's really Envy in this roster who hasn't impressed us yet. And he struggled in that series against D plus Kia, as you mentioned, in the early game in the 2v2, and then the 3v3 down there on the bottom side, got caught and punished. And he's said, I'm trying to change my reputation this season. That's what I'm looking for. I think the later parts, his Ezreal win, his Varus we did see, he looked a lot better. He looked a lot more comfortable than when he was playing this Eri.
Yep, no, I 100% agree. And I think that it is starting to look better for Envy, but we'll see whether he can step up to aiming here. Really cool side note, of course, Ryu, formerly a KT player all the way back in the day. You might remember a certain Game 5 with a couple of Zeds involved.
Any zoom-ins, any zoom-in rememberers?
Oh, no! But of course, this is Ryu trying to get some revenge against his former organization, this time sitting in the coach's booth. So a little bit of history there, dating back about 10 years.
Yeah, with Rapid Star also joining KT as a coach this season. Very cool to see.
Yeah, definitely some of the older names poking their heads through. So Yuumi going to be banned away first up here, though, and a couple of junglers in Sejuani and the Maokai. Liv Sandbox, they're the first ones to take a swing at picking up a champion. And whether or not the Lucian or the Nami are going to go see some bans is going to be a big question mark.
Yeah, we'll see what Envy wants to do here with the blue side priority on the Lucian potentially, as Closer's Silas going to be removed here. Love to see the respect.
Yep, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was a third ban Akali. Just because his Silas and Akali looked absolutely incredible in their series against Harmon Life Esports, and it was that sort of trifecta of champions, or the trinity of champions, sorry, in that plus the Azir, that really did sort of run the mid lane in that series, as the Rise is going to be banned away.
So Envy, I think, will probably be playing the Lucian here. That's what this Rise ban really says, is I'm not going to allow KT to handshake this one away.
Yeah, the Ashe factor is dangerous, as well as the Caitlyn sneaking through the drop.
And the Akali, as you called it. Oh. And so now there's a lot open here. And Ashe is going to be prioritized over the Caitlyn.
One of the cool things here is that KT can respond with Varus Heimerdinger.
Yeah. We're not seeing Zeri this game.
Deny the Ashe Heimer combo, or the Caitlyn.
We're not going to see Zeri this game. That's the most exciting part about this for me.
Unless it's Zeri Ashe bottom lane?
No, no Zeri this game. It's not happening. She is not going to be a factor. She's not going to be involved in this game. And
this is crazy though, Wolf, because this is the first time that we've seen Caitlyn even hovered.
Yeah.
As she's going to be locked in. So our first Caitlyn game of 2023 here in the LCK.
I think you grab a jungler with this and wait to see what the Ashe variation is. It's going to be the Wukong in this particular scenario, which is great to, of course, I mean, it's one of Cuz's best, and it's a great champion for mid-game picks and stuff like that. Can protect Caitlyn a lot, but
you can also avoid the Enchanted Crystal Arrow unless you're extraordinarily unlucky and it disappears, much like Carrier's Ashe was able to pinpoint. But you can use that to get out of the way.
Well,
Elise,
I think it's a Varus game.
Yeah, this is a lot of pick potential, and there it is, the Varus Ashe lane like you were talking about.
Because there's so many different things you could do with this Ashe lane. The Ashe Varus has been the strongest one that we've seen so far, but now as KT, you're like, do I go Karma Caitlyn with this to try to mitigate that damage? Do I want to go for the Heimerdinger to try to help deal? Because this is, of course, pre-nerf. That's going to happen on 13.1b.
Karma is also a flex pick as well, because Vidity has already shown that he's happy to play it in the mid lane. I don't know whether that's exactly what they want to do, because Karma Caitlyn is so powerful in the shove bottom side, and you need that into the Ashe Varus.
I would not have... you don't have the same amount of wave clear and push, but I would not have hated Lux in this draft either. Because it's going to really hurt Elise's potential with those ganks, but I like the Karma more. We'll see the Kassadin banned away from BDD. It looks like Live Sandbox reading that this is not going to be a flex pick Karma. I think it is unlikely, but it is still possible, so we have to consider that. As we see the ban on the Renekton with this Varus Ashe draft, I think that's a very safe and smart choice. And as much as I'm happy we're not going to get Zeri this game, I think we may be getting a little bit of Gnar Cassante action from this one.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty likely.
It's looking a little bit likely. We'll see where Keen decides to go as far as which part of the matchup he wants to be on, as the Jace is going to be banned away here on KT's side. Now, the Sandbox, what do you pick up? Because now with so many champions banned, Akali and Sylas and Kassadin, Azir feels pretty blind pickable to me, as KT can just grab that for BDD if they'd like to, put him on some comfort, and that'll be the first time that he'd play it this year as well. Just feels weird having him go a whole week without playing Azir.
Oh, okay, so I said they read it.
I love this.
They said, I said earlier, like, the Lux is really strong with this one. They're reading the potential flicks of the Karma. I said they weren't, but actually, in fact, they were. And they will ban the Lux here. So covering a lot of bases here with this Kassadin and the Lux. And, you know, as I mentioned, it is going to be the Cassante Gnar game, but that's okay. Because we have an exciting draft, and Caitlyn is there, and there's no Zeri. The Azir is going to come through because they didn't pick that one up blind here on KT's side. And this does mean that there's going to be kind of an awkward void here for BDD. Could still flex the Karma into this mid lane, but I think with the Lux ban now, you feel a little bit less comfortable doing so, unless you're trying to run Heimerdinger, but then this draft, I think, doesn't work. So
yeah,
Victor might just be the boring response that we get here, or Syndra, which I think is also a great answer.
Syndra could be okay, Ahri could be okay, at least then you can Spirit Rush out of range of Emperor's Divides and things like that. 9 seconds to go as BDD considers his options. You want a team fighter and you want to add some ranges. Never mind! All right, Lehens. We're just going all in. So this means the bottom lane is either, it's like a ride or die. You know, either we hit that hook and we kill someone, or it's over.
Yeah, this turns the bottom lane, as you say, instead of a poke war and a war of attrition, a wave clear fight, into a all-in lane for Caitlyn. Wukong has to be hovering bottom side. I think this may come back to bite KT, because you lose a ton of damage in your composition later on. You're reliant on Caitlyn. There is going to be a huge window where Live Sandbox hit their spikes. Varus has 2 items, Azir has 2 items, Caitlyn's in a bit of a power trough, doesn't have much protection, and she's not the type of AD carry who's going to get the same value out of that Karma shielding as something like a Zeri, right? The hyper carry style game. So she's very vulnerable in this game, and if you lose out on the bottom side even one time, you fail that all-in or you don't actually win bottom side early, then you are going to be pushed by this Ashe Varus. You're going to have a terrible time, and things can get really off the rails very quickly. I'm not saying that is going to happen, but the risk of taking this Nautilus, I think, is so high here for KT Rolster, and you're not even playing against a Zeri. It's just straight up a Nautilus.
No, absolutely. This is also, like, KT have barely any damage, right? Like, something needs to go right in the early game, otherwise those spikes that you're talking about, where's the answer? It's like aiming at 50 minutes with 6 items sold boots, you know? Like, That's where you really get it, and it's going to be really difficult to make it there without just falling over. There's Ashe, Varus, Azir. Even Na does a lot of damage, and that's not even mentioning the Elise. Oh my goodness.
There was so many other options for BDD here. The Syndra, I think, works so well, and I think the possibility of a Victor, you know, as boring as it may be for a lot of people, I think does very well in this draft because of a lot of setup to keep the Victor alive, but risky choice here could still work out for KT Rolster.
Yep, and we'll see how BDD is going to build as well. As let's just do it. Let's hop onto the Rift for game 1. All right. Well, already Lehens is flashing. What the heck is going on? Kane's diving into everyone, and they're all grouped up. Kane's almost dead, but he survives. Okay. All right. Well, that's an early game that could have happened.
Well, there's no heal on Varus anymore. They're going to delay the back.
Oh, God, the value.
That was a huge monster queue.
All right. Are they going to go for more? Yeah, I mean, BDD can just do it again.
Yeah, actually, regular Q, he didn't mantra that one. I don't believe that first one. But anyway.
No, he did.
He did? Okay.
You just got it back again.
Yeah. That threw me for a loop for a second there. Going back to your question earlier, or the thought that you had about what BDD is going to build, it really does become quite complex in this situation because it's not a Moonstone game, I don't think.
I really want Leandri's. I want him to just just go ham for the damage because they need it. They need to find it from somewhere.
I think that might be the way, and he might actually play it that way because it seems like the best item is this is the all-in we're talking about with this Nautilus where you're just trying to hide in the brush, play forward. That's why they 5-manned bottom side there to look for the advantage. They have ward coverage down here too after that initial exchange, and Lehens is just hoping and praying. And also trying to hook.
And he's got the Chandelure skin as well, which I really like. Of course, Pokemon introduced, I believe, in like 8th gen or something like that. But this Nautilus skin looks exactly the same. Big fan.
I know the Pokemon you're talking about.
Yep, it just looks like Chandelier.
Well, I mean, we could say whatever we want about the new Pokemon games, and I know they're controversial and all, but sometimes they have really put some inanimate objects into the game as Pokemon. I mean, the keys that they added, they
have a cup, like a chipped cup, you know, like straight out of, what is it, Beauty and the Beast.
Game Freak is just sitting around in their house being like, they just look at a piece of paper on the table next time, like, it could be a paper Pokemon now.
There we go. We haven't done that yet. Where's the stapler? All right, aiming in the hands, trying to pick up the minion wave here, as they haven't got the shove, which we expected. It's Ashe Varus.
Yeah, this is...
Caitlyn gets shove in most lanes, not this one.
This is where things normalize, you know, a little bit here. As KT, we were like, ooh, we didn't get the level 1 kill like we wanted to. That backfired a little bit. We have not been able to find a level 2 or anything like that. They sat in the brush at level 1, were pushed out very promptly. And now the lane looks like this. And it will probably continue to look like this. Cuz can come over, obviously, and put some pressure on if they're going to be pushing all the way up to turret. But beyond that, I mean, he doesn't have his ultimate yet, and if Envy has this ward up, it's really easy for them to just be respectful here and not get punished and continue this push. So bottom prio kind of permanent here for Live Sandbox.
Yeah, and they're also making sure that they get the wards down where they need them as well, just in case.
The deep ward is
going to come over.
Yeah, the deep ward, even without Scuttle here, is just like, I want to know with as much advance notice as possible so we have time to just walk it out. So this ward basically allows you to put real pressure on turret and then back away from such a safe distance where you could see the Wukong coming so far away that you have information. It also prevents Cuz from doing a lot. Okay, hold that thought.
Yep, Repel going to come on over as Willa does find the Cocoon, but they didn't have a ward in the brush. BDD might have to flash, but instead he mantras the W. Now he's going to have to flash to get out. Willa just needs a Q, but an auto attack will do, and he manages to pick that up. But Cuz is now looking for Willa off to the side. Good Cocoon is going to connect again. As Willa's getting chased down. No red buffs to worry about, though, as now Closer just offers a Sand Soldier. So no answer here, and KT find themselves 1,000 gold behind.
That is really massive here for the side of Live Sandbox. Closer gets out. Of course, Flash is expended for both junglers here, or sorry, for both mid laners here. And both junglers, actually, as it turns out. But the more impactful one here being that the mid laners are flashless now and very gankable, especially once level 6 is up here for Cuz. And I mean, this lane, they're just trying to zone him out of XP. You can pick Caitlyn, but part of why Caitlyn is so strong in this meta is because she's good specifically against Zeri lanes. She is not very strong into Varus and Ashe when there is no Enchanter support.
Well, Bertle is going to take a few auto attacks from the turret. Auto attacks? Just turret shots. That looked more exciting than it actually was. I got a bit baited there, but that's fine. I'll get better in future.
Health bars going down, we'll take it.
Yeah.
You know, regardless of the swords.
Well, Willer is now going to start up the Drake, and Kyle and Envy can come on over and help auto attack it down. It's feeling pretty elementary here in the early game, as Kuz, I believe, avoided that Hawk shot. Lehens is going to walk on down. Dredge line at the ready. We'll see whether they can actually win this fight. There it is, going to connect onto Kyle, but does have a Cocoon available, and this is the point in the game where BDD is still very strong. Does a lot of damage. Level 5 has access to an R button. That feels good. Envy going to take a bit of damage there. As you can see, they're juggling the Drake as well, but still taking a fair bit of damage themselves. BDD going to lock down closer. One more auto is going to do it. The Drake is going to be taken. And Willer's just going to look to get out of there. Cuz dashing on forward. Envy in the back of the pit wants to get the kill onto the monkey. As BDD was snared up, and Envy eventually has to flash to get over that wall.
Oh, look at the spiders to block.
Yeah,
oh, that was slick. Well, man, that was a very close call there for Liv Sandbox. They do get out. Flash has to be expended here for Envy. We got a little bit greedy there in the end. This is, of course, the gank onto BDD. This is a very long exchange, so I don't know if we'll watch the whole replay. But Cuz is just a little bit too late here to respond. BDD really aggressive there. I think if he flashes earlier, he might just get out alive, but decides to go for the W anyways. Then over here on this side, Closer does so much damage that I actually like the way Liv Sandbox have set this up, because they have both a lot of poke and range damage here, as well as good positioning, but you know that you're going to have to expend some summers to get out of here with this setup. And they do have to, as Envy wants so desperately to get that kill. Look at how low Lehens is, too.
It was actually really well played by Envy as well, making sure that he waits as long as possible before flashing, gets as much damage out as he possibly can. So, really well played. You mentioned his Varus being pretty strong, and it's continuing to be so this stage, and has close to a 10 CS advantage as well. And into a Caitlyn, you're feeling very good about that.
Does feel nice. Lehens had a nice start to the fight. You know, the attempt was good. Doesn't have level 6 yet, so that's, you know, he's very binary as Nautilus. He has a hook, and he's going to use it. He's got a root. It's going to impact people, but he couldn't make the impact he wanted at the beginning of the fight to actually lock it down and take the Drake away. So grabbing this early mountain is pretty amazing here for Liv Sandbox already.
Oh, yeah. And also being able to drag out the game as well. I mean, there's no way that KT can stack any of these up or anything like that. And so getting towards these earlier spikes are going to feel real good, especially if they can get the Hextech Drake. Oh, man. That's real dangerous. High-value dragons on the Rift at this point in time is, all right, that's a hook that's going to connect, though, as Envy going to get locked down. Another turret shot would have done it, but it's not going to happen. One more auto from Amy. He doesn't get there. Now the autos from Kyle are coming in. Willa wants to try and find it. The volatile Spiderling, it picks it up. Lehens tried to flash in front, but the AoE, it was big enough.
That was big enough. Lehens actually with a really heroic defense there. Attempt, of course, unsuccessful. But man, that was so well baited, I think, for Liv Sandbox. You see the opportunity there. You have your, faster rotating jungler coming down. You have control vision in the river, so you know, okay, this is not a 3v3. We can force this hard. And then as KT turn, the Spiderling show up and at least comes over there and helps pick up the kill. 2 kills early here for Willer. And KT will grab this Herald. Very difficult to find a good lane to put this in, though, with the Karma mid. Your Cassante lane topside doesn't feel ideal to get money there, and Varus Ashe is making your life a living hell down here on the bottom side. Is just a really nice ult here from Envy, and he tanks a lot of turret shots here, and they kind of bait this one. And it's very risky, right? Because aiming flashes in, but that using his flash there and losing it is why he cannot survive.
Yeah, this volatile Spiderling, the pathing, just beautiful. Lehens, if he wanted to flash, he needed to do it a little bit earlier.
Stuck in the root.
A little bit of a shame. As Bertle, the dash is pretty nice there from Keen, but honestly, this matchup, it feels like it matters so little in the early stages.
Yeah, we just don't look at it. We don't talk about it.
I did. I made the mistake. I'm sorry.
Told you guys on the draft, looks like it's going to be one of those games. We're just not, peeking at it too much. Let it occur naturally. And when they come to the team fight later, it'll be exciting. Oh yeah, those champions.
Well, that turret, is going to give some plate gold over to Cuz. BDD not going to pick it up. And Cuz getting more money is actually really useful because he does damage. The rest of the team struggles to do damage, especially in the mid game, aiming included in that one.
But you can see, you can see what I mean though about how the Herald doesn't feel super high value. It is useful, yes, that Cuz picks up gold here, and it is very important for him to get as much as possible because he is going to be a large percentage of this damage. As Arrow.
Arrow is going to connect there onto Lehens. Chains of Corruption comes through as well, and Cuz is now fighting with Willa. There's the Cyclone. Envy gonna get knocked up, and they manage to get the kill. Now Cuz flashing away, wanting to get out of this one as the volley comes in. The flash forward, and Willa is gonna be able to pick that one up. Now BDD's making his way down. Closer, hot pursuit. And now aiming, can he actually find it is the question. Closer has the ultimate available as Willa is going to die to the Karma, but the Caitlyn falls down immediately afterwards. Now it's a 2v2, but the Q misses from BDD. He has the blue buff as the dredge line gets Lehens to relative safety. Kyle trying to escape as well as BDD. He may have been baited, the Q doesn't land.
Both of those flashes for Envy and Kyle just now coming up. If they had those in the fight, I think it's a much cleaner one for Live Sandbox, but Closer comes down here, and it's essentially two supports against two supports, or rather two supports against a mid and a support, but it's support Ashe, who does a lot of damage, and Azir that they fight. Another
arrow will connect, but the Titan's Wrath did come up. There's the flash forward from Envy, and he picks up the kill, and that's going to mean blue buff as well for the Varus. If you thought aiming's life was hard, well, it's much worse now.
Yeah, Lehens, by the way, is such a bro, man. He's trying so hard to protect his AD carry, but it is just not working out. This time trying to protect the mid Karma, who's stuck under turret here and does end up going down. Radiant Virtue will be the item of choice here for BDD this time around, so going for more supportive, doesn't actually go for the Leandri, so big damage problem here. And the extra stats in the actual active of the Radiant Virtue is going to be good, but not amazing for this team comp anyways, so...
Yeah, it will work if Keen gets involved in some of these fights, like the Wukong benefits quite a lot, but yeah, it doesn't really matter if you're just not doing enough damage. And that is going to be the big KT problem, as Lehens going to move on over and look to clear out this ward. The Hex Splash was seen as this ward in the back of the pit, just barely out of range of that control ward.
Yeah, that's actually wild. That's super lucky for that ward. We'll live a little bit longer, get some extra information here, but I love how they're playing around this river while pushing the Varus, and aiming has to rotate over. He's being pulled by these minions down here, which means Live Sandbox just naturally will get control of this choke point with an Elise that is pretty far ahead, let's just say. She's got Hextech Alternator, so the damage is coming through.
Yep, whole lot of Spiderling value there as BDD picks up all of the money from all three of them. Very nicely done. Now going to move back to this mid lane, and things are just going to chill. Not a whole lot that we need to worry about here. And honestly, for Closer, doesn't matter. He's very happy with how the game state is looking right now, as BDD will just clear out minions over and over again, but where is the win condition from KT?
I think it's going to have to be Lehens being a hero somehow in a comp where it's hard to be.
Well, Closer is now going to find the Emperor's Divide, and BDD is really going to struggle here. No flash available, no real hope. He's pretty tanky, as the arrow going to be narrowly avoided. He does, now have Bertle to deal with as well. So Closer picks up the kill. Doesn't even break his crown.
That should be the Drake, and Varus can just sit bottom for free, push these minions in. It almost feels like, in a weird way, Atlas, like everybody knows you had that friend who just wants to do things the cool way, even though there's a proper way. And it feels like in this draft, KT was like, we can flex a Karma, and then the Lux ban came through, and they didn't have to flex a Karma, but they could have. But they didn't stop to wonder if they should have in this draft, and it's just really not working out.
Yeah, I don't think they should have. Personally, Cloud Soul, so that's great news, but let's have a look at this again.
Because doesn't actually get the chance to come over here and assist, right? Because I believe Ashe is set up to lock him down there, slow him, and so he's not going to be able to ult. The Ashe arrow is available too, so Cuz is just like, sorry man, you're dead. If I come over there and try to Cyclone to save you, then I'll get Ashe arrowed and also die. And you might survive, but I'm not willing to make that sacrifice right now. And We just left him out to dry because it was the right play. It's just really unfortunate for BDD there.
Yeah, and they weren't even able to capitalize by, you know, collapsing on the less members that were then left in the river after everyone ran after BDD. You saw that it was aiming backing, trying to get some sort of damage put together for himself, as now KT once again hanging around this Rift Herald, aiming, going to see that the blast cone just exploded. Probably not going to walk in that area, and that is indeed what he's going to decide to do. Bertle with a great Nabar right now for a potential fight. As they move forward.
Yeah, looks like KT just going to let this one leash, try to look for a Nautilus play here. Regular flash back up for Lehens here. So has a quick reaction or a quick engage he can pull off here. Over the wall, or of course just in the front lines. And Liv Sandbox are going to respect it.
Another arrow at the ready here for Kyle. His aim has been pretty good. BDD having to sidestep the last one. It's all right. Yep, BDD walking at him over and over again. The Karma certainly capable of doing that. Fiendish Codex now at the ready. Fair bit of ability haste available.
Night Harvester here for the Elise is a pretty big moment right now with the Sork Shoes. Stewie does so much damage to anybody he encounters. So if you're aiming here, you have to manage these waves as best as you can, but you have to remember if you don't know where the Elise is, you're not really safe. May lose your flash. He's holding on to both summoners right now, so that's one thing he could be thankful for. As Liv Sandbox are just not going to let this one go. They're like, yep, well, you guys thought you were going to contest, but we're actually better set up for this one.
And now I'm just wondering, how do KT do anything for the rest of the game?
I don't know if there's an answer to that, you know?
Yeah.
When we saw that Nautilus lock in, I think a lot of people were hyped. I was worried.
Well, arrow connects onto Lehens, but he walks away. I believe Merc Treads were available. Yes, they were. Not going to get stunned up for too long, especially when it's a bit point blank like that. As Keen having to dash about 1 trillion times to get out of the way of Bertle here, who's just chasing after him. All right, let's see whether this is going to work out as the all-in does come forward. Bertle's in trouble, one more, but it's not enough, and Bertle turns it around.
You know what's so interesting about this series in particular is it all goes back to... Okay, hold on. I don't want to get on...
Oh, dear. He's dead. All right. And Bertle immediately hands off keyboard. I think he got a little bit frightened, and I think a lot of us would have as well if a monkey just came out of nowhere.
The cyclone from nowhere. But you know, with everything we had a big overreaction, I think, after Liv Sandbox got utterly destroyed by D+ Kia, right? Like, yep, completely dismantled. Worst series that we can remember in recent memory. And then everyone instantly was already... Everyone before that, by the way, was slightly low on Liv Sandbox in this roster, but after that, everyone was like, oh, this could be... Like, everyone was writing the obituaries, you know? And then they had that upset win over Hanwha Life, and... Nice dodge.
Very nice.
And I think, in a weird way, this actually makes D+ Kia look like a stronger team, right? Because this team is clearly doing a lot better than what our expectations were, and to be dismantled by D+ Kia is more of a good thing by D+ Kia rather than a bad one for Liv Sandbox. And in this game, the draft here for KT is just going to struggle. Yeah, this is just one extra auto. Very close there.
I think Keen thought he'd just kill him with that auto. Yeah. Because that click wasn't to try and kill him again. As, at least Cuz is able to tidy it up.
Very bizarre there, but Cuz does clean it. Nice. And then? Oh, I thought we were going to get the...
Yeah, I thought we'd get the reaction to the death, but I guess it's fine. 3,000 gold is the lead here for Liv Sandbox. That is only going to extend as Bertle just has some free time with this turret. He's going to get rid of it now.
This is a draft that for KT, if you take away the enemy team comp, you're like, okay, this could be good. You know, it's not perfect, it's missing some damage. When you look at Liv Sandbox's team comp, you're like, ooh, this could have a lot of problems if it doesn't win the all-in and the 2v2 bottom side. They don't get a really nice pick. Now that we know that they haven't, and you look at the game state from behind for this comp, you look at KT's comp and you're like, this is abysmal. This is worst case scenario. There is very little you could do. You have no agency. You have no damage on your mid laner. And it's time to start panicking. You know, we were worried going the series, but it's time to start panicking if you're a KT fan.
Well, the cool kids, they're definitely not panicking. That is not happening whatsoever. KT now setting up around the first Cloud Drake of the game. So far, they've been rather unsuccessful when it comes to collecting dragons.
Yeah, remember last time you mentioned it, the Karma was really strong at that point in the game. Not so much here.
Arrow will connect immediately. Cleanse comes through. Aiming won't have that for the potential team fight. Cuz gets over the wall, but that is away from anything that he wants to be doing right now, which is heading towards this Drake and trying to lock that one down.
There's just so many threats for this Caitlyn. Doesn't matter how long her range is if she just can't get into range, because if she does, she's going to die from so many sources.
Now you've got Bertle getting slowed down by the Q from Keen, but the rest of Liv Sandbox are now making their way down. It's a split team on the side of KT. As Closer, yeah, he'll have his crown broken, but that's all the ace in the hole is going to do. As once again, you know, there's a flank angle for Cuz, but what's he flanking?
Yeah, what's he flanking? Where's he going to go? He's actually maybe even going to make himself a liability here. At least he has the Warriors Trickster to get over here.
Yeah. Well, Keen grouped up with his team for the first time. Arrow is going to sail and connect to the Caitlyn, but Bertle doesn't have an R-bar anymore. No real option right now as the Chains of Corruption come through.
The Azir damage is real. You can really feel it. There's not a lot of trade back here for BDD, but they have to stick to this Drake now. They have to go for the smite.
It's going to be a 50-50, and it's the Elise that takes it. Cyclone now going to come through. A couple of knockups for Cuz, but can't really find too much more. A golden spider looms over the battlefield as KT. They'll find at least the Varus, and now the Caitlyn's getting some work done. BDD locks down the Azir as Bertle is running for the hills. KT somehow find a team fight.
Yep, Keen.
Okay, Kyle, I think you might be dead, sir. And there it is. Cuz gonna lock that one down. An even bigger win here for KT.
Yeah, greedy back there. But I mean, I think he's desperately just hoping he's going to get it off. His TP will commit, and he doesn't land on that Caitlyn trap somehow.
Yeah, that was an optimistic teleport, but Bertle not going to be punished for it just yet. Just wanted to take the turret and move out, and KT now keep it under 2,000 gold. The advantage here for Liv Sandbox.
The spaghetti trap there, maybe.
So I'm in two minds right now, Wolf.
Yeah.
As we check out the replay. I'll come back to the thought. You take us through.
Well, yeah, this replay is really just KT pulling the Drake. The Caitlyn traps here are actually really problematic for Liv Sandbox's comp. They can't really close the gap here, so most of the damage, once the Azir is kind of pushed away, is really not there. And Bertle, once they go past the trap, Bertle's like, well, I also have this trap problem I have to deal with. I don't have an R-bar. And the rest of KT just is all as one, whereas Liv Sandbox are very split. Kyle just goes straight up your top to try to back as fast as possible, which I think is probably the best option for him in this case, but he still dies. And that's the end of that fight. But what were you going to say?
So I was thinking that if KT do manage to find the comeback, and it's like a really cool story, and you know they get their 3 items on the Caitlyn, aiming does all this damage, and it's a victory. If you're a KT fan, are you happy about that? Because then it kind of tells KT that this type of composition isn't terrible.
Yeah.
And I still think, regardless of outcome, this is not the greatest of drafts that we've seen. As now Cuz going to make his way in, but Envy does at least have his Ghost Blade, so uses that in order to get the movement speed.
No flash, so it would have been very scary if he did not have the Ghost Blade there. Yeah, I agree. I'm on the same kind of mindset as you. As yeah, it's hype. It's a comeback, but like it doesn't solve the problems, and it just makes it in some ways a very impressive story. That considering how the early game went, the KT still win this. Now, going back to that last fight, you know, not talking about the micro aspects of it, but the result is a bunch of gold split over KT's comp. Still no kills for the Caitlyn, even though she did a lot of work in that fight, so we're not going to be really speeding her up that much. Karma and Wukong really getting the most value out of this. Again, 2 champions that get value out of their money, but not as much as a Caitlyn would. And the Drake goes to Liv Sandbox with that second smite. So, you know, a lot of ways KT win, but how much did they really win? How much did they actually gain?
Kane gonna have to all out as Bertle's gonna get pushed back onto the turret. Now Kane is looking for the second one. Will is like, what the heck? What am I supposed to do? The arrow sails by magnificently, and now Kyle is gonna find Kane. I thought maybe it'd be the moment, but with the ghost, he gets out. Oh ho ho! That was that 2018 Kane we were
Yeah,
talking
there
about.
you go. You gotta be so careful about pushing around the edge of turrets like this, and when Keen has his ultimate and 2 items, you're gonna, I believe he had that Sunfire in that last fight, but you have 2 items, and he will actually go all out on you and kill you. So,
ooh, I like that. Very good name.
Yeah, very big overextension, let's say, there from Bertle, and he has the Ashe arrow to back him up in the side lane. So I guess in that case, he felt like, okay, I should be okay here, kind of no matter what. He's Meganar, but you end up getting this close, and he misses Q3. And Keen is looking for follow-up because he knows Willer's coming down. If the Ashe arrow connects and he has a better setup here, it's an amazing time. And like Bertle's decision kind of makes sense, but he gets pulled into the turret, the all-out comes through, the Q3 knocks him back. Arrow misses here, but he's still able to escape with the Ashe slows.
Yeah, it was really nicely done from Keen. And if Kyle wasn't there, then Willow was definitely dead. I think that was almost guaranteed. But this also means that Keen's going to have a little bit more of the, you know, the feeling of happiness in this side lane. Might be able to go more aggressive onto Bertol in the future as well. So the Cassante could become a problem. Although he's not going to kill anyone very quickly, he may still be able to win out in that 1v1. As that's a nice little Captain Jack there from aiming to absorb the arrow.
Really nicely played. I like your pessimistic optimism about the scenario. You're like, yeah, maybe he will do damage slowly eventually. It still seems pretty doomed, but like that was a kill that happened and they picked up money. But maybe it is
You
a
saw through me, Wolf! Oh no!
Yeah. Cosmic Drive for the Karma.
That's an item.
That's damage, and he's going for more AP here with a needlessly large rod.
I assume that's a Rabidance, because he's not going to be building a tier this late in the game.
I don't think he's building Shadow Flame.
Yeah, ooh, maybe. Who knows? Crazier things have happened.
All right, this is Soul, by the way, for Live Sandbox, so this fight is so important for KT, but they have a better setup here, and the traps are set once again for aiming. Very difficult to close the gap here, and they're going to make it into a Baron trade. This is a fantastic call for Live Sandbox. The rotational power here for KT, just not there. No TP angle for Keen. He's going to have to walk it out, and Gnar building bar the whole way back.
Yeah. Live Sandbox, though, aren't going to start this one up, and that ward sitting there in that brush, actually giving a lot of information to KT. Nope, not going to be any response. But, I mean, Live Sandbox can do this. Like, who cares? They've got Soul Point. KT can have some, like, throwaway Cloud Drakes. They don't mind about that. And the gold lead is, like, basically nothing, but Live Sandbox have so many more tools that they can use, like the pick potential with this composition, the damage potential. They can sneak Barons in an instant with this Azir. He doesn't have the Leandry, so it's not as fast as other Azirs would. Take it, but he's still Azir, right? So him alongside Envy would be able to get that one done relatively fast, not to mention Willa offering a fair bit of damage there. So I still feel like KT are somewhat on the ropes.
I mean, I definitely agree. I think that it's KT's handled what has been a disaster of a draft, you know, outside of the early game there, because it could have worked, right? If the 5-man actually works and aiming gets ahead and Caitlyn actually wins the lane, this game looks completely different, right? But and we're not talking about Soul Point the same way. But this game has been pretty good for KT, all things considered. I think a lot of this has been Cuz and Keen handling some of these skirmishes very well. The Wukong has been very valuable for KT. But I think when we go to a 5v5 fight where everyone is set up on Live Sandbox, or if they have objective setup, like the lead, it's very difficult for this fight, or the team fighting comp of KT to win 5v5 ever. And we're getting to the point where, yeah, Soul is online, Baron's online. These objectives will have to be contested. KT gave up the first 3 Drakes of the game and got that 4th one, but they can't walk away.
Oh, Lands is going to find closer. Emperor's Divide comes in, as all of the Cuzes and the Lehens do get pushed away. That is going to mean that's now on cooldown. So a possible Baron angle maybe, but probably not. Because it takes them about 45 years to lock that one down. They're going to need to kill closer. And this might be their opportunity. He's in the sky for about 3 years. And Cuz is eventually going to press Q and take down the Pigeon.
This is the Baron opportunity. You know, you take away the ult, maybe it's risky. Take away the Azir completely, and now it's a strong option. Even with the time it's going to take here, they can lock the door here with this Nautilus. Bertol has no Gnar bar. It's going to be an awkward fight here. Envy needs to hit that damage.
Well, Arrow is going to connect. Fair bit of splash lands onto KT, but they're otherwise absolutely fine. And Willa, he'll need to get in there. Cocoon is going to connect as Cassante happy to tank things up here. Hail of Arrows doing a fair bit of work. But Willa's nowhere near this pit. They're not going to be able to stop this as Keen playing frontline. Willa now over the wall. BDD trying to stop him. He steals it away! And it's a massive gnaw from Bertol into the wall as well, as Willa's going to be taken down, and now KT are looking for the team fight. Bertol finds a huge wallop, but he's still going to be able to walk it out. All right, a couple of kills do come through. Ace in the hole secures the double for aiming, but they lost the Baron.
They lost the Baron, and it's just straight up Willa wrapping around, casually jumping into the pit at the right timing there, and the smite is very early. Unfortunately here for Cuz, perhaps a panicked reaction there as the walls are closing in around them. Gonna go back to closer here after losing his ultimate. just has no vision here whatsoever. These types of set plays are why KT are still in this game, because now you get the opportunity to start up Baron. And you win the team fight here because there's no Azir, but you lose the Baron. As Willer just waits around the edge here. They have a control ward. And just waits for the first smite, smites it away. Like, the timing is so easy for him because the smite is so missed that he just goes, okay, and steals it. Now, the fight is lost, and KT win this one off of that Azir pick because they're finding these angles, set play, watching where the vision is. Take that Azir's ult away, take the Azir off the map, start a Baron. It almost feels like KT are cheating away. Like, you should not be winning this game, and they're still not ahead by any means. They're down on gold. This comp has big damage problems. But if they keep finding the right picks, if Keen keeps killing people, if his all-outs keep being big, he's got 3 items now. These Gargoyle Stone Plate makes him very hard to deal with. Maybe KT do win against all odds here.
The thing that's crazy is that they've lost the Baron, but I feel like KT look like they're playing with more confidence now.
Yeah.
After being able to actually win out in that team fight, is aiming by himself, is now looking to close in. Keen's going to join him. Closer off to the side now. Arrow going to sail through, splits the posts quite nicely. 6 points in Australia, if you don't mind.
It's only 3.
Oh, really?
In America. Only get 3 for that.
Yeah, well.
Or 1 if it's an extra point. But.
Yeah, it's 1 if you miss in Australia. We like
You still get a point if you miss?
Yeah, you still get a point if you miss. It's great.
Man.
If you miss by a lot, though, you don't get it.
Oh, okay.
And the enemy gets a enemy. The other team gets a free kick. As aiming takes so much damage from that volatile Spiderling.
Birdall wants to use this Narbar before it times out, but he doesn't have his team isn't close enough. They're just going to push mid instead and try to slow us down. It's only a solo Cloud Drake, so I like this call from Liv Sandbox actually to just say, not push mid, but you need to actually get value mid. They're collapsing late.
Oh, Willa, he just walked in and steals it. That's the soul, but he's going to have to give up his life for it. We'll see whether that's going to be worthwhile, as Depth Charge did stop Birdall from offering any sort of support. Because, man, he's got to find that smite button.
Yeah.
It's been a rough one so far here today, especially after what we saw from Cuz in the Deft versus Faker.
What's so weird about this, too, and what's so tragic about it is Liv Sandbox pushed mid and got that inner turret, and then they were like, should we go back? Should we... Birdall, careful.
Well, Dredgeline going to come through here. Concussive Blows is actually a Braum ability. Not, in fact, Nautilus, but he's going to stun him up with his passive.
I mean, they were concussive blows. The ability is not called that, but I mean, that's what they are.
Somewhat concussive.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, aiming. Gonna have to get out of the way of this one. Does so. Had a nice buffered net there. Doesn't have the cleanse back available just yet. Does have some items. So 3 items for the Caitlyn is certainly good news. He needs more. Like we mentioned, 6 soul boots is what he needs to do enough damage to fully carry this team. But
part of the reason why this smite steal happens, notice where Willer is standing here, they don't have vision of him. Okay, this one is much more forgivable. That was 60 damage off. But they don't know where the rest of Liv Sandbox are rotating back into, so he can kind of casually walk up to this because they're so scared that if they turn on him, the rest of the team is going to actually blow them up. But
do you know what the 5-head thing is, though? It was KT wanting to start the Drake so that Liv Sandbox stole it so that they can then win the flip on the Elder and win the game. That's what it was.
Wise.
All right, Arrow's going to get towards that back line as the Mantra does come through, so Radiant Virtue doing a lot of work here for BDD. Closer got into the back line. He landed a huge Emperor's Divide onto a Karma with 1 billion health. And he just didn't care.
He just didn't care? It's what's so rough about this is Closer had a tough series in the last one.
Oh.
Okay, hold on.
Who's he going to find here? Okay, no one just yet. Cocoon does come in. Teleport. And BDD's going to turn up. Like, hey man, how you doing?
Almost looks like BDD teleported to the Raptor.
Whoa.
They are just going to siege this as 5, and Liv Sandbox don't have great side laning, and they're just going to have to K-ram it for a second.
Well, Aiming cares a lot about that arrow, as you can see. Nar is going to do basically nothing, and yes, KT don't have a lot of damage, but they take infinite damage.
Wave clear too. Like, they have wave clear also. Like, they could just wave clear and let the minions kill the turret while they're unkillable. They just kind of win by having more health and shields. Should have built Serpent's Fang in V, but
yeah, where's that?
Yeah, where's that at? Remember when we used to have to talk about that a lot back in the other Karma mid days? Really?
Yeah.
Serpent Fang coming in.
Where's that Serpent Fang?
Closer had a really tough series, right? In the last time they played around, and he said in his post-game interview after that Hanwha game 1 that he said, Envy said to me, Closer, I would never blame you even if you were 0 and 10 in this game. And Closer said that comment from him kind of kept him motivated. Then he popped off and picked up solo POG in the next 2 games. He's had a bit of a rough one here. You know, he's been caught several times. I think part of the reason why KT are still in this game is because Closer has tried to have some ambitious setups or is going through the jungle without vision several times and getting caught here. And he's 2 and 4 on this Azir. Does have 3 items and a death cap to boot, but he needs to be the reason why KT are losing a war of attritional damage. He needs to survive long-term in these fights with the Varus to win. And if he's getting picked constantly trying to set up for these, then it doesn't matter if KT has less damage, they can just shield through the rest.
Yeah. And aiming's very close to 4 items as well. In fact, he did manage to get it. Just as we were putting that cool little graphic up, you saw that he was sitting on 2.2k. So finishes the Bloodthirster now. And so aiming's, he does real damages.
Yeah, he's big now.
He will need a Lord Doms. That will come through.
We've crossed the trough, though, you know?
Oh, we definitely have. And I did sort of jokingly say, like, 6 items is what you need, but I think 4 is probably still going to be pretty relevant, especially with no real tank as the arrow going to sail by. Mantra Q connects there, and B2D actually doing a fair bit of damage here. With that Rabbidan's now completed, and I feel weird saying it.
Looks like Birdle tried to wallop the the Caitlyn ult there.
Stop it!
Like Nar saw the laser pointer like a cat, and he was trying to grab it.
I tell you what, though, this is pretty exceptionally KT. Even if they win, as a KT fan, you're more nervous.
Yeah, it's you know that it's wrong, and you want to feel happy.
Yeah.
And it's like if KT cheated on a test, and like the guy, like KT's a kid that like actually usually doesn't do well on tests. Like he's getting like D's.
Yeah, but he's actually very good at the subject.
And the KT,
but he cheated on the test.
Yeah, and KT's mom is like, she's aware that that he cheated, but she's kind of like, well, you know, you do need that that score for your grade, and I'm just gonna let this one go, but don't do it again.
As Arrow connects onto aiming, he is once again going to use the cleanse, this time to avoid us. Okay, that is a very cute little cocoon. BDD goes golden though. And now Liv Sandbox gonna have to back away. Keen teleports in, so Liv Sandbox do get something out of this. As BDD also teleport at the ready. And he can immediately come back with a full health bar to fight for this Elder. 12 seconds on that one.
Because having GA for this fight is massive.
Oh yeah.
She needs to keep an eye on that health bar. A close eye.
No, they need to kill Willa. I'm done. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to say that we're going for a 50-50.
He's flashless, so, I mean, there are ways in which they could pull this off. Look at the Lehen's flank angle.
Yeah, Lehen's looking for that. Does have real flash as well, so at a moment's notice, he could be right behind them. Kyle spots him out. They have that information. BDD just walked over. Didn't even need to use the teleport as Emperor's Divide pushes Lehen's right on in there, cuz Cyclone now on cooldown. Dredgeline goes wide. It's a bit of a disaster as the arrow connects onto Lehen's, but he stays alive. Closer now golden and once again punished. Oh my goodness, Keen's going to find Willa and he's having a field day. This Cassante is having the best time ever. As KT, they'll move back to the Elder and there is no Azir to help in these team fights.
This Elder is, recent.
Oh, don't do it again, KT.
I think they're going to try to, and this could come back. Now, Bernal is losing his Narbar. This is very difficult for Liv Sandbox to win.
All right, KT, please turn. Please turn, please.
They're going to turn.
All right, well, they're back on. Willa's not dead. Willa, he's still in that brush. As you can see, so much damage for this Cassante, and I didn't know that I was going to say that. As Willa does show himself, they know that he's right over. Another arrow comes in. Chains of Corruption are going to connect as Lehen's getting taken down very, very low. Willa gets on in there, and they need to say stolen again! Are you kidding me, KT? Why? Why?
How did this happen again? Repel! He does it out of Repel! You can just hold the damage! He can't do anything while he's in Repel! How did that happen? Triple!
I'm baffled. I'm completely baffled, Wolf, as Emperor's Divide. Aiming does have a stopwatch, but guys, he's dead.
How did KT win a game that they couldn't win and then lose it? How did they do that? How did it happen? Oh man, I mean, that should never have occurred. Willer out of Repel gets the steal, and it's a wipe. And I'm speechless.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey,
What do we say?
3-4-2 Elise is getting the POG vote. That's all I can say, Atlas.
Yeah.
This game is not a happy one for either side.
Well, Lehens is gonna get some knockups. There you go. This was. Oh dear.
Nobody walks out of game one happy.
Nope.
Nobody walks out of game one happy, Atlas. Not a single player. Maybe Willer. Only Willer gets to walk out happy.
Yeah, he does. He has a bit of a grin on his face, as you can see right there. Oh my goodness. That was the most KT game I think we have ever commentated.
I think so. I think so. How do you force the Karma Flex to mid? You pick the Nollis.
I don't even think the draft matters anymore.
Anymore.
After all of those, the wacky, like, these smite decisions.
We gotta go this. We gotta go this like super slow mo. Okay, like Willer's going to repel, and at that moment, they should be able to hold the damage because they win this fight no matter what. But they still focus this down. Like during the repel.
Yeah, he gets in.
He gets in.
1500. Not. Oh wow, that was a beautiful smite from Willer. Just beautiful. The Nah also absolutely gorgeous.
And on second look, like they did kind of hold the damage during his repel, and was just really out. It was an outplay in terms of the 50-50. Good reaction time,
but they should also have never been in that position, Wolf.
You could just turn.
It was 4 versus 5. Just turn and kill the Elise. They saw him there.
I know.
I'm feeling very traumatized
because of, like, look at the, like, cover the damage with like a piece of paper at home, and look at all of the objectives that Willer stole, and the Baron.
Oh yeah.
By the way, the first Drake fight that Live Sandbox won, they lost the fight, and he still got the Drake.
How many of these objectives did he actually start?
I think like
1 or 2.
Yeah, two. I think in total they started.
Yeah, a Herald and 1 of the Drakes. Otherwise, it was
God.
Willer just stealing everything. And
the thief.
Yeah, and Elise does have that mechanic where you press Q and smite, and you generally do more damage than most others because it's an execute. Okay, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space and game number 2.
시작해봐. 그냥 대정연인데.
그렇죠. 일리스로는
야 천천히 타고 가지 형 그냥 천천히 하자. 와봐 빨리 와봐.
야 몸 대줄게 일단.
아 무조건 났다 무조건 났다.
그냥 지금 쳐볼래?
몸 대만해?
나라가 몸대 쳐.
나 이거 파나마한테 공 날릴게 웬만하면.
야, 피 갈리봐 이거 그냥. 야 앞으로 가면 돼 앞으로 가면 돼. 너 그냥 아무것도 못할 거야.
노대 잡아 나 장로 있어.
야 아지러 살짝. 잠시만.
죽여봐. 야 잡고 그냥 타워만 때려 타워 때려줘. 타워 때려주세요.
야 마지막에 나 개잘했어. 야 타워 쳐봐.
공 맞을게 걱정하지 마.
걱정하지 마. 아 근데
아니
내가
왜 이렇게
너무
굴 들어가 이거. 나이스. 이렇게 잘했다 이거. 나이스 잘했다. 괜찮아.
companion is here. They might know about this. They are going to face check and trying to bring him back is Kyle, but now all the summoners are gone. Envy stepping forward, trying to trade in here. The flash as well. A couple of Qs just going wide, and he cannot get the kill. And that is 2 in the bottom side already for D+ Kia.
Now trying to deny soul point here from D+ Kia, and it is going to be secured. Canna now does have a full Nalvar, gets everyone into the wall, dives on top. I thought he was just dead, but instead they're going to be able to take down DRX. Rascal is chasing.
Now on the hunt is coming out. He said, well, if Cuz was here, he would have come in already. As exhaust going to be used, and the trade is getting in there. Low is aiming, and he gets taken out. And Guma and Keria will pick up the double kill as they exert their dominance.
We gotta get out of there. I think Guma might not be able to. Oh!
Wow, double execute. And Cuz was not able to get there on time.
Here, Chovy gets punished instantly. And Pays, even with the low health bars, he just doesn't have a front line. And
oh, no! Faker just flashes in. The Everfrost is extraordinary, and neither of them can play the game. That was beautiful.
I mean, Faker just snapped Jinji over his knee. Yeah. Like a twig. He took them, goes in hard.
On that list, including Umpty, I believe.
Yeah, speaking of Umpty, I'm gonna go for the flash here.
This is the most Giga Chad move. I mean, what can you say? This is the way. I mean, Peanut kind of championed it. He's not even gonna bother flashing because he knows he's already done Umpty. Amazing gank, perfectly timed, very well read, right when the lane was in a perfect spot. Nicely done by him.
Really nicely done by Wheeler. This is what I was afraid of.
Now, once again, another chain is going to connect here as perfect execution, and he manages to get the 1-for-1.
Tried all of that also again. Hats off to him as fighting again.
Yeah, another ignite to go down here as Zeka. Perfect execution. Going to be used. Lands the chains beautifully and gets the solo kill. As Closer and Zeka potentially fighting once again. Closer taking a lot of damage this time. Zeka doing a bunch of work. The chains don't quite land there. Is now cleared. Not even needed. That is an actual solo kill that time around. And now the Baron's going to be very, very difficult for Liv Sandbox to take. Can you land? Chance of corruption. Start this one off.
Going
for the flank. Gets into that back line. Steals Emperor's Divide. Throws them all back in. Immediately, the Heimerdinger has been taken down as Viper is still alive. He's going to be a big difference maker, but not if he has no front line to stand behind. Clit is still going to be there. Zeka is still alive. Viper's there. But now Liv Sandbox have taken away Kingen in life.
Hey everyone, it's Chronicler here. I, after that game, need to tell you all something. We all laughed last year at Liv Sandbox shenanigans, but for me, it was real. I thought that this was going to be the team that would represent us at Worlds, and unfortunately, that didn't happen. And the moment they got knocked out, I vowed to myself, never again will I fall into the same trap. And when I saw the announcement, you know, Birdo was one of my favorite players, I personally felt, regardless, like, my love for Liv Sandbox was gone. But after that game, I am here to tell you, it's back. Let's go. Live Sandbox. You can't see my sing. You can't see it right now, but I'm telling you, there's a public declaration of love for a team that, after a crazy game like that, has won my heart again, Valdez, because wow. What can you even say? That's the most romantic League of Legends I've seen all year.
That's what I have to say about that game. You may have a different feeling, Chronicler. I'm glad you got your feelings out there. It all starts with the draft. As you can see, the Nautilus was picked here. We all collectively agreed that was a very bad decision from KT. Made things all the more interesting, though, didn't it, Chronicler?
It did, because even though I actually really like the compositions, as by the way, it's a big heart and it says Live Sandbox. There we go, we can see it. I actually was a big fan of their draft. One of the big issues that we've seen with some of our weaker teams is that they specifically seem to kind of roll over from the start and prioritize Zeri and Yuumi. Wasn't the case here. Live Sandbox banned Yuumi themselves, so they didn't have to deal with it, and then locked in the Ashe immediately, which gave them, one, a ton of priority, also meant that they could have gone for Ashe Heimerdinger, which I think would have been even more oppressive, but didn't end up going that way, so they're going for double archery. And also drives up the stock of Elise when you have a lane that will have perma prio, and unsurprisingly, KT's bot lane couldn't play the game.
They couldn't. Yeah, we were not surprised about that at all. Let's take a look at Bot Madness here to start us off. You know, it's kind of what we expected, right? And this is kind of where your love began, didn't it, Chronicler?
This is where I felt, despite telling me that I shouldn't, despite knowing it's a bad idea, to embrace the insanity again. Because these are exactly the type of messy, brawly shenanigans that last year we saw Live Sandbox really flourish in. And obviously, we still see a lot of the same issues with the team as they had previously. Because actually closing out the game has been really, really tough. Closer in particular having an incredibly difficult time.
Yes.
Because in this composition, I do actually think a lot of the onus is on him to make plays, but didn't really find the best angles consistently. But it didn't matter because of one man.
One man, and his name wasn't Closer. I was going to say, yeah, Closer really had a rough time closing that one out. His build was pretty interesting, going in for the dives, and oftentimes it didn't work. But either way, he did a lot of damage. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which is, again, the madness didn't really stop. Note that this is 37 minutes into the game.
Closer makes a big mistake here and tries to scoop over Lands, not doing the Veldis check. So Lands stopwatches buying crucial seconds, and a lot of damage and time has gone into trying to kill a Nautilus who doesn't end up going down. Now your main damage source is gone. And as the casters were exclaiming, you have been getting out-smoked the whole game. It makes sense, of course, Elise does have a smite, but in this case, Elise doesn't have flash. She should not be able to make it into this pit. How? How, I ask you, this keeps happening, and Bertle doesn't matter. He's not relevant at all.
Just leave him there.
One member that should never be allowed in this pit. Everyone else you don't care about. Not one bit. You get Elder. Can't lose with Elder. Can't be done.
And guess what? They all piled in the pit against the Meganar. Like, it could not have been handled worse, I think, Chronicler. Because they all, not only did they turn away from the Elise, they also went straight into the Meganar and all got boomed into the wall that had Elder buff. So, let's downbox one game 1. Let's see who got the POG. It will be the Smite Master himself, Willer. A very mischievous Elise this game. 3, 4, and 2 did not matter. Down 1,000 gold at the end of the game. Did not matter because he got 3 objectives.
3 steals. Also, decent early game on Elise, as is kind of customary for the champion. Really need to do that. But this is what got them the soul. And when none of the other things mattered, it would also got them the win. So we're going to roll some highlights. But I'm glad the main focus is this. Right here. Every single objective that this player was able to get against all odds, taking his team, mischievous as he is, to a victory against a clear favorite. And it's as KT as it gets. It's as Live Sandbox as it gets. We should have known right from the get-go.
We should have known. I mean, this series had insanity written all over it, okay? If that would be one word to describe this all. I'm glad we were all on the same page this time, 11 out of 11 for the man who did the smiting. And yeah, they did not have to finish the Elder that way. It did not have to be this way, but it also did because it's Live Sandbox against KT. The romance never ends, and once again, Chronicler has fallen in love with a certain team. We'll see how this romance ends this time around compared to the last time around, where they weren't able to get out of out of playoffs to make it a Worlds. But either way, guys, we are done here on the space. Hope you did enjoy. We're going to throw it back to the casters for game number 2.
Thanks, Valdez. I really liked what Valdez wrote down. The what, absolutely amazing. Twitch chat, I really enjoyed the XDDs as well.
I warned you guys. I told you guys before we go to the series, it's going to be a 3-gamer. It's going to be crazy. I told the viewers when we first joined, it's going to be a crazy. It's going to be a crazy one. I'm nervous about the series. And the saddest part about this, by the way, Atlas, is the Wild Rift team for KT Rolster is here to watch and support. And after that, they're probably like, oof. And I always wondered why KT...
I think that's them.
I always wondered why they named themselves differently from the main roster, but after seeing that game, I do understand. For those who don't know, the KT Rolster Wild Rift team is called KT Rolster Y.
Yeah.
And now I see the naming. It totally makes sense.
Yeah. No, believe me, I agree. When it comes to KT Rolster
KT Rolster Y.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I'm so scared of what's going to happen when we go into the next game, Wolf. I don't know what's around the corner. You know, I feel like I'm stuck in a horror movie and they've locked the doors of the cinema and I can't get out. And there's going to be something behind the door and I don't know what it is.
Well, here's the good news. Okay, I have good news as we jump into game 2 for draft. KT Rolster have chosen blue side. And
that's good. Why?
Because aiming is good at Lucian. And I think they should play it. I think that should be the win condition. And
you know what aiming's win rate is right now on the Lucian?
It is 0-2.
Yeah.
It is 0-2.
Okay, good. Just as long as you know.
Oh, I think he's very good at it. But I think Envy has struggled in the matchup. Just saying, you know. Oh, well, it's banned. So, never mind. Conversation over.
Yep. We sorted that one out.
But hey, it means maybe 2 more games of no Zeri. Ash is banned this time around, though.
Yeah, Ash. No Ash. There is Varus. Also found out that Willa was a basketball player in middle school.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. When he poses for his POG, did basketball-esque. Very cool stuff. Wow, that was a really nice respite from the game that we got to go on there, but now we're back. Varus going to be banned away as well, so KT wanting none of those shenanigans.
Well, they didn't ban the Zeri, and the Lucian is banned. If you go Caitlyn here as KT, this time it actually makes sense because there's no pushing.
It does.
And Live Sandbox can go Ezreal Karma. Like, that might be your best option here into the Caitlyn. I do not think you want to pick Zeri into this.
But what if you want B2D to play Karma again, so they have another composition with 0 damage?
Well, if they lock it in, you won't be able to...
Yeah, right?
Ooh. So Ezreal Karma, one of the best options here. Zeri Heimer is an okay option, but doesn't feel great into this.
Pretty mega outranged. I think I'd really like the Ezreal Karma like you were talking about.
I think that's what they're going to do. Right, Live Sandbox? Yeah, that's what you're going to do.
Yeah, there we go. Karma locked in.
And KT will not pick the Nautilus this time.
Right? But what if they did?
Let's hope not. You don't have to pick the Ezreal here. Obviously, you can get the jungle prio because your opponent has already chosen AD carry. So, with the Sejuani here, with Maokai ban, Wukong ban, the prio pick to pick up. There's the Lux. This is the right move, KT.
All right,
this is the correct choice.
Real composition is about to be employed.
Lock it in.
Now wait until 1 second and then switch over to Nautilus insta-lock. Let's go. And it's safe. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. Woo. We just, sometimes here on the casting desk, we get to be a stressed out KT watcher just like everybody else.
In fact, every time. That's what we get to do. Okay. Well, now Cuz is going to look for his pick.
Yeah, there's not a lot of great options here because the Vi face up like this is very risky, actually, for the same reasons we were talking about this in the previous series, where we did see kind of a big bunch of nothing for Sylvie on the Vi. So it didn't work out compositionally, just picked it because it was meta. Ezreal is the most likely case here for the Karma lane. We already knew that was going to be the pick, so thinking about what comes next in terms of the bans.
I really hope that KT picks more characters from Arcane.
That chest.
So far they've got 2, which is pretty cool. We just need Jace in the top lane. And then which mid laners?
Heimerdinger mid.
Heimerdinger mid. There we go.
Victor.
Swain?
Swain.
There we go.
There's the Ryze ban. It's actually crazy that Ryze went all the way through this whole exchange and is now banned. It's obviously a very strong pick. One of BDD's best. He's picked up POG on it already this season.
Oh, wow. Victor?
Yeah, I mentioned Victor.
Yeah. Okay.
I mentioned it very late, but
yeah.
I did mention it.
I was going to say, like, he's one of the main characters from my favorite hit TV show.
Yeah.
All right. Sylas going to be taken away, though. Sylas and Kali probably going to be the bands to come in here.
Azir could just end up being the choice for closer here.
I mean,
although
why not?
Kali is up now.
Oh, I like this, because now
Yeah.
they have to pick it. Otherwise, they pick Azir and they get a Kali.
A closer, by the way, had this Akali game when we talked about the previous series of Han Life. It was actually even in the highlights during the break.
Okay. We're Twisted Fading.
But he had a really tough game last game.
All right.
Now he's got the Akali comfort pick here. Blind, though, and now has the Twisted Fate response. Because KT have a lot of power with Vi, Twisted Fate. Caitlyn Lux, like the bottom side, is not a happy or safe place to be if you're Live Sandbox here. So a lot of pressure on Envy. And the Jax comes through blind.
Berto looks real excited as well
Yeah.
about his Cassante option. They're going to lock that one away.
I feel like he didn't have to play Cassante in this comp, but he seems to really like the champion right now. It's very strong, but could have looked for a stronger side lane option instead here, because Twisted Fate and the 1-3-1 setup here for KT is so good right now. Like, Cassante is going to kind of just be pushed out, and Twisted Fate can actually come over and even gank assist for the Jax. You've got a Vi. Cassante is very vulnerable in this draft here, so even though he's a strong pick and great for team fights here for Live Sandbox, I do worry about what happens when the game goes longer, how much pressure Berto will be under, how well he handles that.
No, it's a really good point. The 1-3-1, like you mentioned, certainly something that KT can employ. And in fact, in this game, it appears that KT have at least a win condition.
Yes.
Which is an upgrade of over 100% from the previous game. The previous game that they also almost won if they hadn't have lost every objective fight. And by fight, I mean they won the fight. They won a lot of the fights, but they just lost every objective. As you can tell, our brains have been slightly damaged by game number 1, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not they can be repaired as we head into game number 2.
Well, the last thing I'll say before we go into this game is when you're trying to explain a game, you're trying to analyze it, as we do here on the LCK desk, and everything that's supposed to happen, everything that is kind of preconceived by us to happen based on normalcies and our understanding of the game and like the way the comps were built is just turned on its head like that. It's hard to sit down and say, that people will believe me when I say what's supposed to happen. You know, it's hard. It is hard.
It's okay, Wolf. It's okay, Wolf. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Closer is on his Akali. That is the main thing to take away from this composition. Let's hop onto the Rift for game 2. KT fans still raising their voices for their favorite team, as Lucid Singularity will spot out that there is a few Live Sandbox members making their way down.
That was
from Envy, pretty cool.
Almost an insane false sense of security there with the with the E, and does get out. Nothing crazy does occur. Envy, hello.
Envy, hello. Okay, BDD.
You ever just walk up to a brush?
Yeah.
He opts to flash instead of locking in E.
He already.
Oh, he already locked Q.
Q.
Yeah, he locked in Q in that previous exchange. So.
But then, after locking in Q,
walked up to a bush.
He walked up to a bush, Wolf. That's exactly what he did.
And he popped a pot as well. He's not going to walk up to it again, so it's okay.
Well, not the same one, anyway. Well, Live Sandbox now hanging out pretty far up the lane. And be starting things off as now. Lehens and aiming.
Once that E...
Move on down.
Not going to get it.
Oh, that's a mantra cube.
That's
a
really,
lot of work here.
Yeah, really nicely done. Only Envy gets hit by Lehens, so...
Lehens has never lost on the Lux. That's a good stat.
Ignite, burning, aiming his health bar down, forcing him to pop some pots here.
Remember, you can take that with a slight grain of salt. I'm pretty sure he played the majority of those games with Ruler, while Ruler was playing Caitlyn, when Caitlyn Lux was extraordinarily broken last year.
So it's more surprising that he was allowed to play 8 games of it during that meta.
Although I think he may have also played it with Viper back in the day. So can't be 100% sure about where all of those stats came from.
But look, he's good at the champion, he's proficient.
He is indeed.
He's a very good player. And can trust in this composition here for KT because it makes sense and it has win conditions, and this lane is not going to be a perma push against them or anything like that, and they can actually try to functionally trade aggressively here with this Lux and put the pressure on, in fact, the enemy lane. Non-Anolis is just going to hope that hooks do connect, like a solo queue game, where people just pick what they like and it doesn't make sense. Okay!
Whoa. That's a flash as Closer is now in his shroud, trying his best to get out as BDD stacks the deck quite nicely.
If he has that stun, Closer might be flashing too. After that.
So now it's BDD without a flash as Twisted Fate in this lane. So, you know, it looked cool. It looked like the Twisted Fate was getting lots of cool damage, but as the dust settles, I'd say it's a bit of an advantage for good old Akali.
I think so too. In fact, BDD going to back here, take this early back timing. I don't think Closer interrupts. Although, as I say it, he does.
Ooh, okay.
Scary stuff here against the gold card. To be going for that kind of aggression, as here comes Willer.
Okay. Willer in position, knows that Cuz is here. He walked over a ward. As we're just waiting, biding our time. I feel like this game feels more like a nature documentary. Have you noticed this?
You and I we gave up on explaining the comps to a certain extent.
Willer.
Just so much pressure in this game.
Well, another gold card will connect. Nice buffering, though, of the Arctic Assault.
There's just, there's so much knife's edge action in this game already. It's a 0-0 kill score, but I mean, from the outset, we had Ezreal, you know, try to get that damage done, look for a surprise onto Lehens. He gets out without flash, and then Ezreal has to flash because walked into a bush, and it hasn't really slowed down since then in terms of the aggressive trades.
Oh, Closer also finding the Shuriken onto BDD. Now thinking he just wants to leave.
Yeah,
look at that wave state. It's not great.
It is really bad, in fact. Looks like he will finally complete the back this time and will be forced to TP back in when the wave pushes away from. Look at all the minions he is losing here. Closer playing this very well. Has a ward here too and can just come over and try to Q on the BDD.
Ooh, that Shuriken not going to connect as blue card locked. Closer immediately into the Shroud. Very nicely done. Able to wait that one out nicely. And aiming Lehens here towards his bottom side, actually winning out when it comes to farm. But you can see Live Sandbox, they've got a few minions that they are yet to clean up. As the backs are going to get started. And aiming back home now. Has the Berserker's Greaves.
The only thing that really stands out, obviously, besides these micro trades for the early game, is the pushing power that both bottom lanes have. And sometimes the kill pressure you can have a Twisted Fate with your gold card here, but Closer didn't TP yet, will be able to do so. I think this is a game where the compositions really are going to truly come online post-6, right? So this first 5 levels, there were some tense moments. Our observers didn't miss a single one of them, and notice they never looked up here. Or never any tense moments. But besides up here, there was some tense moments everywhere, but it was well handled.
Ooh, counter-strike. Bit of value as Leaf Strike comes in. There's the ult. There's the flash! You said there was no action. You need to say that more often.
Hey, I said until level 6.
Hey, there we go. Well.
And then level 6 is hit, and there's the action.
Well, Lehens taking a fair bit of damage here. He's not going to get snared, and in fact does the snaring himself. as Kyle not going to be able to follow up. Willa down here, Cuz matching. Breaking vaults.
Willer really hoping there's an overextension here. I mean, Cuz hopes he also believes that.
Have you ever wondered why the police officer in this particular skin is breaking vaults? I feel like it's off theme.
Yeah,
like the skin doesn't make sense.
No, yeah, I don't know. Never thought about it before. Well, now it's going to keep me up at night.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
It's one of those things, eh?
We'll have to get the official response from Riot on this one.
Yeah, I'm going to need the skins team to come back with a bit of a lore dump so I know what's going on.
The push bottom side here with Willer kind of lurking around and Closer's extra prio here is just going to lead to this first rate going up to Live Sandbox. So really nice to grab that extra the extra stats from this. We know it's not going to be an Ocean Drake, so already by default it's a higher chance of being a really good one. And also with Chemtech now, that's the second one.
We've got a lot of decent Drakes.
The stock of this first Drake was pretty high already, but now it's getting even higher because the chance of it being good solar, basically 2 out of 3.
And so I sort of want to go back to my knowledge of Twisted Fate. And it's been a while since we've had Twisted Fate here in the LCK. But I always thought that Akali fared pretty well into TF, outside of the fact that he can press R and make her, in vision.
Yeah, I mean, he could do that, and obviously he can stun her, and part of the point-click stun, which is part of the charm for Akali Rise, you usually can avoid a lot of things, dodge a lot of things very mobile. This is just Burtle taking an unfortunate trade, does waves in a bad spot, and gets ulted and killed. The Twisted Fate is very vulnerable into the Akali, but with help, the point-click stun makes it really easy to gank the Akali. Speaking of...
Yeah, Cuz is going to come on forward. There's the gold card to connect. Kill. Oh, perfect execution was pretty good as Cuz now trying to lock down this kill. The Jax is making his way in, but the Glacial Prison is there. Willa from the top side. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. True Shot Barrage sails by, does a bit of damage there to Cuz, and now isn't going to be employed towards this bottom side as Aiming takes a turret shot in celebration, and in fact takes a lot of damage.
Sometimes your range is so big on Caitlyn that you forget that you're in turret range.
Oh dear. Okay, yeah, Closer going to be able to make it back to his Shroud. Beautifully done by the Akali. Even up that kill score as now Willa's making his way in. Winter's Wrath, double value. You love to see it. Permafrost does come through now as Aiming's in trouble. Envy, the last auto is going to do it. Cleanse Flash gets himself out of there as now Lahen's trying to get more back. Envy's so incredibly low as the final spark comes in and the minions of all things are going to get the kill.
I want to watch that again because I think it's possible that because of the angle of the last spark, he actually couldn't go into the brush, so the minions got a few extra autos off and killed him. So the angle is kind of catch-22. You either get hit by the Lux ultimate, or
so technically he didn't miss, is what you're saying?
Yes, technically he zoned him into the minions.
All right.
As BDD's got this whole cannon wave here, and he agrees to stay for it. And he just gets punished here by Closer, who hides his positioning with the Shroud and just jumps on him, flash, Q, the end. Kind of greedy there, but you won't want to lose all those minions, obviously, and you don't have TP to come back. As this is just really well played here by Willer. Unfortunately, he does get rooted under the turret by Lahen's here. And then...
he hits Envy as well? Damn, Lahen's.
Look at this angle. Want to get in that brush to dodge the minion,
but he didn't. You are exactly right.
Want to go into the brush to dodge the minion, but there's a Lux ultimate in that push. I don't know what I'm going to do.
파이 누구냐 이거 보자.
He's like, nice Closer. Oh god, things are happening. I just kind of want to watch Willacam now from now on.
Willer is such a communicator. That's the first thing I noticed about him when he joined Live Sandbox. Is on Hano Life, he was a newer player, right, and was kind of playing behind some big legends like Deft and Chovy, who were on that roster at the time.
Yeah.
So he was very quiet, very new. But ever since he joined Live Sandbox, every time you see him on camera, he is just calming everything. He's a talker, and that's what you want to have on a roster like this of a bunch of players who haven't really proven themselves just yet, but you know there's a lot of talent. You do need to have a leader, and maybe that's not Closer all the time, even though he's been the most successful player on this roster. See if Willer's comms just continue to be like this all season long.
Well, Shelly is going to get her eye poked. Bertle going to at least dispatch her for now. As Teleport going to come through towards this bottom side, but 3 plates secured by Envy. There it is. True Shot Barrage, and he's just going to continue the onslaught. BDD still struggling to really find his place in this game. 30 CS behind almost 40 As Closer, I just think that KT's bans in the last game, great move. Stop him from playing Sylas and Akali.
Yeah. The Akali is just, I mean, it's one of Closer's best, right? And
oh, he's so good.
This is what Closer was famous for when he was basically a substitute for Faker when he was on T1. Everyone was like, okay, yeah, this guy can play some control mages, but you put him on an assassin, he pops off. His Aurelia was
so good.
Yeah, it was arguably his most famous, but then, he's played a lot of Akali. His Zoe, also a very good pick for him.
Absolutely.
And I think a lot of the meta that we had for Live Sandbox last season wasn't really to his strengths or his playstyle. Like, he's not a quirky player, His Azir is, as we saw in the last game, sometimes not his favorite, and he does sometimes struggle with it, but you give him the Akali, you gotta ban the Akali against this guy, even though it doesn't necessarily always make sense for the comp and you're doing it blind, but he'll take the opportunity to play it. It's comfort, and it's working once again. 100%. He's 30 CS up, 40 CS up.
He's having a brilliant time. Willa's going to come on over, and you best believe he's going to be smiting this Chemtech Drake. That is 100% what's going to happen. What's the soul, Wolf? Give it to me.
Infernal, I think.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Because, we're playing scaling 80 carry versus scaling 80 carry. It's one of those games. I think.
Cuz is going to steal the Chemtech Drake. Redemption. No. Take it all back.
Oh, Hex Tag. I'm also wrong. Wow.
Oh, that's a fun soul, though.
It is very good.
We haven't had Chemtech soul all that often. I believe maybe like once or twice here in the LCK, but, sometimes Challenger creeps into my memory when we're talking about 2023. But it certainly hasn't been the most popular soul, but is going to be extraordinarily relevant this game.
It's really strong for both comps. Twisted Fate, when he has his rapid fire cannon later, and has his gold card, and then his stun leads to a slow to the team nearby. Could, of course, be aiming. You can proc it from insanely far away. On the opposite side, there are so many other ways it works well, too. You have Sejuani in your comp. You've got the Akali that's going to love that slow to chase somebody down. Envy's poke is great. So, Live Sandbox having this two Drake start, like the two arguably least valuable Drakes in the meta, the first two, that's when you know, like, okay, well, it's good that we're stacking these bad Drakes because the good ones are coming, and we've got the advantage.
Well, Willer and Cuz going to battle it out for the smite. Surprisingly, it goes to Kyle.
The red buff Karma's the scariest.
It is, indeed. You can really get them slowed down so you can get them into your snare. Speaking of snares, Willer in a bit of trouble as Cuz redeems himself. That big Raptor, 100% hit.
The low value big smite.
Well, I mean, it was a one smite fight, so we're going to say that it's 3-1 in favor of Willer. Kyle has won in this particular smite battle, I guess.
Kyle is just the third-party candidate in the election who's definitely not going to win, just going to steal votes away.
Yeah. And then he'll choose who to delegate his votes to later.
Yeah.
Like, keep everyone on the fence.
But we need people like Kyle, to make the smite fights a little bit more dynamic.
Yeah, exactly. It's about the drama.
The two smite bipartisan is just.
Oh no!
All right, so back to League of Legends. Remember when Janna had smite top? We had a we got a little bit more interesting there for a little bit.
What about Mundo smite top? That was my favorite.
This game is these two comps don't have win conditions that are tempo based, but Live Sandbox has taken both of these Drakes early here, so have a really nice advantage in terms of how they can set up the tempo later on, which is good because the 1-3-1 is a big problem for them later on. But with the lead they have right now, in terms of objective control, it should be a little bit easier to handle that. But I think that despite the Drake lead here, things are going to get harder for Live Sandbox in the next few moments as Closer.
Yeah, teleport's going to come forward. Perfect execution immediately. Cease and desist comes in. The stun is going to come down, though, and now the perfect execution comes through. Closer trying to get out of there as, oh my goodness, Kane just gets obliterated. That is a decent snare, as Lucent Singularity actually slows a lot of people down, but Live Sandbox have already won this fight. Kane's down. And now they'll be able to move over towards this Drake pit. Wait, it's 2 minutes away.
Yeah, 2 minutes
why
away,
are we fighting?
So that's exactly how I was going to open my analysis.
Sorry.
Luckily, no, it's fine. Luckily for KT, there is nothing on the map to lose after this. Because we're still 16 minutes into the game. Plates have fallen, so there's not anything there. This is a little bit disjointed here. You have 3 ways to make sure the Akali dies no matter what, and yet she still slips out. Could have gold carded onto the Vi ultimate, and then Jax uses his counter strike to lock her down. Either way, The bigger problem is that they overextend here and get caught and trapped by Live Sandbox and rotate down very quickly and romantically here. But definitely think they should have been able to lock down closer, but he's just a little bit too fast. Gets out, so they gain nothing.
Birtle is dead.
Okay. There we go. They got that one. And they're going to grab a turret. So KT's gold lead continues.
It does. They're going to lose Shirley. Will go down in a pit over here. And as we take stock of where this game is, it's about, 2.4 thousand gold in KT's favor. They will be able to extend that lead just a little bit by taking this outer turret in the bottom lane. It's another one. However, these Drakes are definitely going Live Sandbox's way. 45 seconds on the next one. And I really do like the way they've been team fighting thus far.
Yeah, their team fighting has looked pretty good. Closer is not massively ahead in terms of like where his items are or anything like that. Twisted Fate is very behind, I would say, almost more so. But he's still quite online and is going to get stronger in the coming moments. So he can be a big threat in these fights too. And Live Sandbox needs those team fights to be theirs because, yeah.
Oh, wow. Birtle really just walked up to a minion wave that he wasn't allowed to.
Yeah. Lehens said, I'm sorry, man, that's illegal. Lehens was the minion wave police there.
Lehens is actually playing extraordinarily well.
He really is. He might be 9-0 after this, depending on how the next few fights go. KT can close out, use their win conditions. Speaking of which, KT need to use the side laning Jax here to set up for fights, and unfortunately he's behind the curve this time. Is trying to Hextech Drake his way, or Hextech Portal his way in to this fight. Doesn't have a flank angle either because they have no vision. KT might just give up another Drake.
Well, Liv Sandbox going to pull it out of the pit for the moment. I think there's going to be a team fight as Closer was spotted. All right, True Shot Barrage gets a heck of a lot of value. Everyone's just thrown away from this pit. I think Willard's going to be able to lock it down. Oh, okay. Well, if Cuz can't get the smite, you rely on Lehens to get it with the final spark. That's the way they were going to do it. Oh, KT.
What
Geniuses.
a hero. What a hero. Because if they don't get this Drake, Liv Sandbox have Soul Point early on in the game and so much more control. And KT handled that, the approach to the Drake, I don't want to say poorly necessarily, but just so slowly. They knew what they needed to do. They wanted to make sure they didn't get flanked by the Akali, but Keen isn't side laning or pushing to have a threat there. They have no vision or setup previously at all. Despite taking that turret just moments before. They don't have any pre-setup. Look at all the controllers for the Sandbox, in fact, on the opposite side. So the map is dark, and KT just kind of have to awkwardly come over here and be like, find the Akali, and maybe win this fight. True Shot Barrage gets some decent damage done, and they are completely zoned out. So luckily, the Miracle Steal Lehens takes this. But otherwise, you're not winning anything here. And this fight gives me a little bit of a fear that even though KT's comp can work in the late game, especially with the side laning 1-3-1 power, and they can team fight really well if they set up the CC well. That first one didn't give me a lot of confidence, let's just say, in terms of the first real grouped up fight.
No, I agree. However, I do want to say that Cuz' smite was actually very good there, timing it exactly with the final spark. Very, very cool stuff coming through from the KT jungler. So there is at least that. So securing the dragon. They're going to have to do that a few more times, though, if they want us to, breathe sighs of relief and things like that. And be taking a fair bit of damage here. Listen, Singularity comes on forward.
It's been a while since we commented, since this meta is so snowbally, and it's either the Lucian failed or the Lucian won so many of the times.
Yeah.
It's really interesting and refreshing to watch a game where KT is up, 3,500 gold, but it's not a sure thing. Like, they have to play this well. They're behind on Drakes. Like, this is a rare scenario.
Well, that is a fadeaway as Willa bringing out his basketball skills. Bit of a fadeaway jump shot there on the Sejuani ult.
Didn't hit the three-pointer, but it looked cool.
It did definitely look cool.
No forced flash or anything like that.
You miss every shot you don't take and stuff like that. It's going to be used as they dive on top of the Karma. He's just in there. Getting that kill. Willa now having to get away as BDD landing on top, utilizing the Destiny very nicely in this moment. As Baron has just spawned, maybe that's an opportunity, as now Closer is just going to get picked off. Lehens gets another one as Envy is fighting, aiming, but Lehens comes on over. The bodyguard locks. He is an absolute god as Keen. Leap Strike's going to pick up the Ezreal, and KT have come alive. Well, I think what you said before about a 3-gamer might just be exactly what we're looking at.
The inconsistencies of KT's play...
Or is it consistently? They are consistently inconsistent,
yes.
That
is why we predict this way, and that is why we were right to fear their performance in this series. but the highs are so high for some of these players, right? And Lehens once again does it here, because essentially 1v3 here, very greedy for the play initially, it looks like. Then you realize that Lehens is with them, Keen's got TP, and they're trying to trap and set up for this Baron. They should be able to put some serious damage on that inner turret after this play, if not outright kill it, and then can look for a Baron setup. This is such a viable, or not a viable, a valuable play here for the side of KT Rolster. They team fought it extremely well. Envy's super greedy here, and he's going to get taken out by Lehens.
Oh, man. What a god. Lehens has just been extraordinary on this Lux. He's
extraordinary.
He's an extraordinary guy. I'm losing it, man. This has been...
Wait till you guys see some Game 3.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know what... I'm not prepared. I'm not ready. However, I do like KT with a composition that does have win conditions.
Yeah.
It's working out so far. However, we're not writing home to anyone about the result of this right here, as Willa takes half of his health bar to Lehens, who is, you know, with his Everfrost completed, as well as his Soft Shoes, he's doing a fair bit of damage here.
Keen side laning, 1-3-1 is online. Like, this is the first time KT have actually had enough room to breathe with the objectives here to actually try to put that in as a win condition.
Yeah.
BDD up top side.
Closer taking a turret shot because he can. They will now move over and look to take this turret. They should be able to get there as Lehens lying in wait over to the side.
Gotta be so careful about moving this far up when you have a Twisted Fate Jax collapse and you don't have vision of Keen.
Yep, there is the Vault Breaker and the cease and desist as Willa gets over the wall. The Destiny has been popped, as now they're looking for Kyle. Ace in the hole comes forward as Keen locks down the kill, but now, Closer, he's going to get caught up one more time, straight into a Peacemaker! Oh dear, this Akali has been sorted out so far as the ulti to try and get Bertle out of there. But I just don't think it's going to be enough, and they've already lost this fight as a second Drake will go to KT.
I think KT should just focus the Baron down first. We're still at fairly low death timers here. We'll see what they decide to do. BDD has TP.
No Drake.
Yeah, they're going to go for the Baron because Baron is more valuable here than a solo Drake, and they know that Live Sandbox can't realistically contest this. Willer is not going to spawn, but if you started the Drake and then tried to do both, you'd probably end up running into those respawns coming through, right? So they go for Baron first.
Oh, Kyle's coming on over. I wouldn't normally be worried about a Karma steal, but I am right now. As Envy also here. True Shot Barrage not available, and Cuz locks it down. There we go.
That's my boy right there, yeah.
Gorgeous stuff. Love to see it.
Not scared for a second.
No.
By the way, we saw the damage dealt in this game, just briefly shown. Lehens number 2, just a few hundred behind Envy, and he went for Everfrost. This is not a Ludens build. He also has magic resistance built, rather than going for further damage on this, so...
He is
just put it out there.
He's just a monster. He is so incredibly good on this
so
Lux.
good.
It's been an absolute masterclass so far.
He's 3 levels up.
And I just find it absolutely hilarious that it's Lehens that's being the stability for this team right now. Because that is not the personality that I got used to over Lehens' career.
Yeah. This is just so much about Live Sandbox here trying to group up for this Drake spawn, while also not respecting the fact that they don't know the angle at which Jax is coming over. It's very likely he's coming from Surprise, where he was moments before on the bottom side, and he comes in. There's too much damage here. The Twisted Fate collapses there as well, so you didn't have to commit the teleport BDD, just can ult in. And that's the Baron going over to KT after the fight here. The Drake goes too as...
Well, this teleport is optimistic. They are going to be able to get there, though. As Glacial Prison comes in, Keen happy to soak it, as you can see. Closer now looking for Cuz on that flank angle. Sakali is still very important, but hasn't really been able to get much done. Second item, Void Staff as well, feeling the pressure of this game. It's the backflip, but Cuz not too worried about it.
Envy just hasn't had his moment yet in this game. He's done so much damage. He's been so consistent at chipping away. But we haven't had a longer fight here for Live Sandbox because there's just too many ways to get picked.
Yeah.
Between the Vi, the Twisted Fate, the aiming damage, Lehens' CC.
The Cupcake Minefield, as Kane's going to get pulled back. Leap Strike not going to be enough. And Live Sandbox, they get rid of the Jax. They lose an inhibitor, but they at least get some respite here in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just a defense of their base. Otherwise here, Baron buff going to fade away, but there's nothing they can take on the map. So just a little bit of gold, a little bit of breathing room, as you say, some respite here, but I want to see, just out of pure respect for Envy's Ezreal that we saw last time, a 5v5 team fight where he actually has some of that agency and he actually has some of that power. Because we're nearing 3 items for him. He does have the Essence Reaver online. The Mormon has been done for quite some time. And that's what this team comp is based around, is Ezreal kind of chipping away, poking away, and then Closer comes through and finishes people off. You have a great front line. You can pull targets with the Cassante. But the side laning here is good for KT. They've really taken firm control over this game. And I just don't know if Envy's ever going to get that team fight that this comp is based around, because they're just so far behind now.
Especially with a Twisted Fate. If there's ever a win more champion, Twisted Fate 100% epitomizes it. It's impossible to flank. The Destiny just too good at closing out games. I say that, but it's KT. So you don't really know how the game is going to go. Didn't get a zoom there as the cannon creep just gets missed. As once again, Lehens just finds Closer immediately. Aiming has to flash though as the rest of Live Sandbox were ready to turn. And BDD, he's in the mid lane. So of course, KT do need to be a bit careful of being engaged on. Another light binding will connect.
BDD is going to try to take this turret out by himself. At least Closer can push him off, but that light binding mid Akali dash.
He's so, like, I don't know. Lehens is just, he's putting the team on his back right now. Much like at the LCK Awards, you know?
Yeah. There is a Mikhails now for aiming. BDD. How does Sejuani even set up a fight, you know, with her ultimate here? It's already kind of rocky with how this comp works. It's not as pick-based, right, unless you have the Akali nearby. With Mikhails, it's very difficult to kill anybody with that. Trap some target. Punish Lehens for looking for one of these bindings. 90 seconds till Drake comes up here, and because they couldn't quite break the back of Live Sandbox, kill those Nexus turrets or get any more picks, and Keen did go down, Live Sandbox survive, and we will see them live to fight another day on this next Drake after this lull state. And that's where Live Sandbox need to have Envy and Closer pop off, and Envy needs to do so much damage, and we need to see all those graphs at the end where it's like, man, Envy did 6,000 damage in that team fight. He's the last one alive, and they're pushing down and grabbing some of that bounty gold on the map. Because if it doesn't go that way, KT win this fight, and you can't, I mean, you can give this up as Live Sandbox, but Baron is spawning. You need to fight now. 3 items Ezreal.
Yeah.
We're 30 minutes into the game. It's a 1-3-1 comp. It's the only fight you're going to get anytime soon, and you have to take it.
The thing that I'm a little bit worried about is KT going for a fight around an objective and Willa stealing it away. So
it's Soul Point though. It's Soul Point.
Yeah, Soul Point. So we're not too worried about the Drake right now, but there is a Baron that's going to be up in 40 seconds time. KT's setup is where my worries are, because you know we were talking about win more and the fact that you know Twisted Fate very, very good at closing out games and things like that. It's still KT that we're talking about.
Yeah, and unlike me, who forgot to bring my watch to work today, they got 2 stopwatches right before this fight, you know?
Did you know what time it is?
Yeah, I forgot my watch.
I never see Wolf without his watch.
I know, it's crazy.
Are you okay?
I charged it on a different charger in my house.
Oh, no.
But KT, they're up against 2 stopwatches here. They're actually just going to give Cuz the ability to take this Drake on the bottom side here while pushing up and trying to control vision around Baron. This is kind of greedy from KT, but the 1-3-1 they have allows it. And so the team fight the Live Sandbox wanted to desperately take, they have to juggle with no vision here between, we got a group on Baron, try to clear that, and are they on the Drake? You can realize they are because nobody's bottom with that inhibitor down to push, so you're like, oh, they're doing both, aren't they? Got to group up, don't get to take the fight you want. KT setting up very well, actually. Our fears allayed, at least initially here.
For now, as the Q does come through there. Slight reset, but actually no. So aiming just going to be able to take the Bramble back. Lehens takes a bit of damage. Oh, shields. Beautiful timing. In fact, everything that Lehens does this game, I'm just going to say, is probably the best possible thing that you can do at any given time.
I mean, he's been the most consistent player in this game. He has saved moments, and he has absolutely won them.
Yeah, that's the binding. It's going to connect onto the jungle at the opportune target, and aiming's going to lock down the kill.
Caster
Once again, yeah, 100%. Lehens cannot do wrong this game. He is just on a different level entirely.
I love aiming level 16 here, just looking for a target. He does Baron over the wall because he's Caitlyn, and that's just how it works, which is just so absurd. And with this buff, they should be able to try to push for the end. The inhibitor respawn bottom. They've got the group up top.
Yeah, they're not too worried about it. Ace in the hole comes in. Bertle's going to tank it up so the closer doesn't take too much damage. Life Binding connects once again. Fantastic stuff. As we said, Lehens just can't do any wrong.
Can't flank against this Twisted Fate.
Nope.
No way to punish this.
Cuz could be in trouble, but no. Gonna have Keen moving down. BDD's there as well. Gold card at the ready. Destiny's also up and available. In fact, every ultimate except for the bottom lanes are going to be there for KT. As Bertle not going to stop this inhibitor from going down. The middle lane going to be the same story. Bot side should follow immediately afterwards. KT with a flood of minions towards the Live Sandbox base. It is once again 9 games out of 9 that were possible so far for KT. If they kill this Nexus, they're getting the most practice in as the Glacial Prison comes down, and now the team fight is going to come forward. Keen trying to fight this one out. Is in the backline. The Cassante just evaporates. Keen goes golden as Closer will be taken out. And Keen still diving in. The double kill for the Jacks as these Nexus turrets not long. And KT gets some revenge. And you write it down right now.
I'm writing it down
You
right
put
now.
that tick
you know
in
I
the
am.
Lux
You know
column.
I am. I put it in.
Absolutely gorgeous stuff. That was probably one of the greatest Lux games I've ever seen. And now he goes up to 9-0 on the champion. And I made the statement before. I was like, but he played it alongside Ruler, you know, and blah, blah, blah. No, I think he's just a god.
Just remember that last game they put him on the Nautilus.
I think he put himself on the Nautilus. Come on, we know Lehens, okay? We know Lehens. And no one tells Lehens what to do. You know, he does the thing that he thinks is going to be best.
You know, they flex the Karma mid. That Caitlyn ban, or that Lux ban rather than the second ban phase feels pretty valuable this time around, looking back at it. As never want to see players touching each other's foreheads. That might be a sign of sickness. I hope not.
No, he's touching his forehead because, you know, now like he's taking
trying to pull his brain energy
back, and he was a bit warm and all this sort of stuff. So, okay, well, so far it's been an extraordinarily KT series. Envy did the most damage on his team. Aiming did definitely the most damage on his, and despite Live Sandbox having an early game that kind of looked like they were heading in the right direction, right? Like Closer had that 30 CS lead. That was amazing. But Keen obliterated Bertle, and Lehens owned the map.
BDD is Twisted Fate, so even behind, he's still going to do Twisted Fate things later. It's about his team being ahead, right? He had Rod of Ages, upgrades his ultimate fully. So much map control, and we're going to that game 3. Who knows how this wild ride is going to end?
Well, I think you do, Wolf, because you called it. You knew exactly what was going to happen in this series, so I'm just going to defer to you. For now, though, we are going to head back to the space, and then that deciding game 3.
맞아줘.
텔 탔을 수도 있어 이번에. 안 보인다.
아 괜찮아. 투명 있잖아. 투명 있잖아.
안 써도 돼.
하나만 이거 세주고 맞아줄게.
오케이. 너 크드한테 2타 조심해. 세주 오케이. 미카엘 이제 돌았다. 미카엘 이번에 걸러왔다.
오케이 오케이.
들어온 볼게.
세주고 맞았고.
크드한테. 아칼리 묶었어. 크드한테 잡았고. 궁켜 봐봐.
나 도냐?
갈게 앞으로 들어갈게. 앞에 아칼리 볼게. 세주.
내가 끝낼게.
네, 하라마 나 진짜 이 판 너무 잘한 것 같아. 잘했어. 나 럭스의 신이었어 이 판. 왜 캐리했어? 쏘리.
Hello and welcome back to The Space. I am Valdez. With me is Chronicler, our guy who's in love with Live Sandbox. After that game, though, looked a little bit more like we would have expected from one of our teams that's got some, pretty big names against Live Sandbox. It's still kind of developing. What was your take on that one, Chronicler?
Well, my whiplash was immediate, understandably. I knew exactly what I was getting myself into, so I don't get to complain about the heartbreak. But all jokes aside, I liked the direction and drafts from KT way more this time around. They don't really try to outsmart themselves. That karma rotation mid really felt like it was kind of all over the place. Didn't really end up working out. And this time it was extremely clear that they wanted the Akali to be picked. If you're playing against Closer and you're banning Silas and Ryzen and Gastelin are not there, you know he's going to R4 the Akali.
Yeah.
Basically a given, especially because Closer has still an absurd win rate on the champion. So seeing that, KT immediately smacks down, and between the Twisted Fate, who was kind of a wash, but mostly the Vi, Lux, and Jax, this entire composition was basically saying, Closer, you are not going to carry. And Willer didn't find any angles. Bertle got solo killed, and that was pretty much it. It was not a very, after the highs of the last game, and lows depending on who you ask, this one was a little bit more of a one-sided affair. Thanks to KT.
Yeah, they also didn't pick a melee champion support into Varus Ashe bottom lane as well. Let's take a look at highlight number 1. This came a little bit into the game. You'll notice we're like 20 minutes in around the Baron, and I think that KT handled this pretty well, to be honest. They got the pick onto Kyle, and then the second Closer goes in, the door is slammed in his face.
It's a really, really good trap that's being set up, and they have been doing this consistently up until this point, and it's really showcasing what you can do, because Sandbox is going to go in, right? Like, the moment that they try and walk forward towards Cuz, immediately teleport channeled, TFL channeled. So even though Sandbox in 5v5s, especially the first 20 minutes of the game, could get a little bit done, once you start using your cross-map advantage the way that KT did here, especially with picks like the Lux, Lahans was at a shooting gallery. He was just firing left, right, and center, and worked out really well.
It was really good to see, for sure. Let's take a look at highlight number 2 as well, which came not too far after that one, just about 4 minutes later, or I guess 2 minutes later. And once again, they have so much pick potential. They're able to set this up very nicely, even onto the Sejuani, who is quite tanky. And they're pretty far ahead at this point, but this just extended their lead.
The damage out of Keen there, somewhat surprising, of course, it's so bolstered by the rest of his team. But here you really see there is no angle. The moment you fall behind against Lux Caitlyn, they are extremely oppressive. There's a reason why the Caitlyn has been banned. And to me, both teams kind of ignoring the Heimerdinger is somewhat surprising. I think Heimerdinger is one of those picks where if you keep the Caitlyn and Lux locked underneath the turret, which Karma, it's a little bit more tough because Ezreal doesn't have that much power. But with a Heimerdinger, I think you can. And then they can't poke, and then they lose a lot of their lethality.
Yeah, absolutely, and definitely a little bit of an issue there. We'll have to see how the bottom lane meta in this series kind of develops, because we're seeing a lot of new stuff, right? We're seeing the Caitlyn coming in, we're seeing Heimer being ignored, we're seeing Varus Ashe go through, And, you know, who do you think's got a better grasp on the current situation right now? I mean, KT's game 1 was definitely kind of a big X mark, but I think they kind of turned it around in game 2.
To me, KT are trying to be too smart, and if they just draft a straight up team fight comp, they probably will win 100% of the time. But they're KT, so I know what they're going to try in game 3. It will probably either work or it won't, or it will work until it doesn't. You never know with this team.
You never know, and we'll take game 3 to figure it out. But guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who just pick it up. It will be the Lux player, Lehens. And it's not a big surprise here. He was basically part of everything, and he did not die a single time.
Showcasing the oppressiveness of this lane. Starts early on, picks up 2 kills, and never really lets that lead go, right? Picking up that double here, I think, really accelerated the Lux to a point where every time you get hit, you die. And that's something that Birdle gets to experience here as well. Everfrost at this point, again, accelerated, already done, so there's just no way out. And that's Cassante, a tank. As this is a little bit cheeky because this is actually Cuz, but very nicely timed, kind of a redemption moment after the previous game as well. But particularly in the team fights, the amount of utility that Lehens was able to provide, just really, really big. Very confident, clearly feeling very good about his play, and I think deservedly so. Unsurprisingly, 11 out of 11.
11 out of 11 does come through. The Lux, very powerful alongside of the Caitlyn, but also I feel into stuff like, you know, the Sejuani, the Akali that are charging straight forward you on a very defined path. Kind of makes your job a bit easier. Not to say that that was an easy job, what Lehens was able to pull off, but just a great draft and a great pick overall. But sorry, Chronicler, I know you want to add, but we are running out of time. And we do have a game 3 to get to, so let's jump back to the casters for that game number 3.
Thank you very much, Valdez. And yes, I hope that Chronicler deals with the whiplash effectively, as we might just be whipping right back the other direction, Wolf. This is a KT series after all, and we have absolutely no idea what to expect.
There are a lot of things in these drafts that have really stood out to us, and we've seen some strange things, right? We've seen some comfort picks, we've seen some weird priority, but the number one thing is that the Caitlyn has been left twice. And in game 1, I think KT outdrafted themselves with it, and the Caitlyn pick looked muted. As Liv Sandbox goes into game 3, on blue side here with pick priority, they, I think, should respect the Caitlyn or pick it up themselves if it's left open the way we've seen, because I think game number 1 might have given you some false security, like, oh, false sense of security of, oh yeah, I could deal with this Caitlyn. They didn't play it very well. It's like, well, I mean, that draft was kind of broken, right? The second game was very different feeling.
I think if KT put Karma in the bottom lane in game 1, things would have been fine. So once again, we are back into the draft, and here we are, looking at the bans from game number 1 so far. Things going exactly the same way. We'll be looking for a Rise Sejuani to be the last 2 for Liv Sandbox. Looks like Sejuani is going to be foregone, as the Ashe will be the substitute ban. It was Silas Akali taken off the board here on the red side for KT. This time, the Ashe will make it towards the ban list. And there's the
Caitlyn ban.
Finally.
Thank you for the adaptation, Liv Sandbox.
Guess what this means, Wolf?
Some Lucian, potentially, if it doesn't get banned here, to come through.
And do you know what they're going to be facing?
Some Zeri.
Oh yeah, here we go. The Nami first pick.
I'll take it because we had 2 games that were completely different, and now we're going back to the handshake with the Caitlyn ban. Liv Sandbox had a plan, they had an idea.
Zeri Wukong, again?
Yeah. I think that is going to be the option. I don't think you want to Sejuani here.
All right.
I do not want to see Vi here because I think it's very risky into the high damage type of composition that Liv Sandbox is going to set up. You'll take the Lulu, obviously, in 3rd rotation, so I'd rather see, of course, the Wukong here, but Sejuani, less common with this type of draft. They're definitely thinking about it because this is otherwise a no-brainer. Using the timer to talk about some of the future stuff in the draft as well.
They could just lock in the Lulu here, or go for the Vi. Okay.
I am not a big fan of this one. I mean, it's not bad. It is risky.
It feels like denial rather than actual pick priority.
Fastest lock-in of all time.
Willer is not wasting time. The Lulu, come on, boom. Let's go. Let's go, KT.
Use some of that time to think about second ban phase. You could do that, you know. They thought enough. They lock it in.
But
now we'll see if it's going to be casted in man, because I think that Live Sandbox does need to respect BDD's opportunity that he has in this game to play that additional level of scaling. So that's kind of one ban that we already know. Akali is gone. So is the Sylas. Closer getting thinned out a little bit here with this draft. I think with a casted man that has to come through here now. We do start to wonder, is it going to be something like a Victor? Will we see Closer on the Azir he struggled with in Game 1? It's definitely not the win condition, or it was the win condition they couldn't actually utilize. It was Willer's save the day.
It was indeed. It was almost like KT beat themselves in Game 1.
Yeah.
Okay, final ban could be the Azir if you want to just take away all of the options that they've shown, but it will be LeBlanc instead.
I think KT have a really good read on this. Like, yeah, Closer's Azir didn't look good in Game 1. Let's just take away everything else that's even mildly viable right now for some burst damage that he could play. His LeBlanc is amazing, right? So give him the LeBlanc, he could blow up the Lulu, threaten the Zeri. It could be very problematic, very difficult to gank with Vi. So take that one off the board.
Does the Azir get banned here, though?
I think...
The question is, Ahri is up, and Vi Ahri is still something that we've seen do some pretty amazing things. Also, Ahri doesn't have too many really bad matchups.
It's just going to be the Azir picked away here, and Closer might just be forced into playing the good old Victor. But, okay, well, now it's just going to be Azir versus Rip. But I was going to say, he's also amazing at Zoe, and I wouldn't hate it in this composition, but... Does lose a lot of consistent damage. But there's the Ahri you were talking about, this time, of course, with the Wukong. But it's one of Closer's other assassin picks he really likes. And doesn't work well damage profile-wise with how Ahri's damage works with the Lucian. If you're very far ahead, yes. If you are behind, it's just going to feel like you're coming up empty. You're going to have to be a really big carry this game around.
I don't know. I would have liked KT to just lock Renekton, right? And then give BDD the counter matchup if he wanted it into whatever Live Sandbox decide to go with. Bertel thinking about heading towards the Cassante once again, and he'll lock that one away. And so now Keen can just go towards the Croc if he would like to.
I think he might just want to play Gnar, as boring as it sounds, but just for some extra frontline and the fun and easy matchup. That's not Keen's style. Keen likes to play Renekton here and try to crush this matchup and get some resources from Cuz and try to get ahead and stave off some of that early game, or rather, you know, get some power topside in the early game so that you can then flex over the bottom.
Never mind!
The Fiora, the Fiora is how you buy time in a side lane, which he did in game 2 very well, so.
And also, this feels like the Keen choice, right? Like, this is Keen having a good time, wanting to just smash lane, and we've seen Fioras obliterate Cassantes. In the previous series, we saw that happen. Canna had a really, really good time into Dundun's Cassante on the Fiora.
The early game is really awkward for Cassante because before he gets tanky, he's very vulnerable to the stabs, you know, the actual lunges here from Fiora, and his vital spots are pretty exposed in general because his only real way to attack the Fiora and get his passive puts him in vulnerable range. It can be very awkward, and to get Q3, you have to Q twice before that happens to even try to get him on turret. It's very easy to riposte as well, so
yeah,
the early part of the game is really where Cassante is going to struggle. I think a lot of resources will have to be given over. Willer is going to have to help protect that top side of the map, which means bottom side gets a little bit more comfortable for the Zeri lane.
Well, we'll just have to see, because we are back to Zeri Lucian. We had a little bit of a brief respite from Zeri Lucian action, but now we're back there. Game number 3, the final game of the evening of day 1, week 2 of LCK Spring 2023. Having a look at some Sandbox fans here in the audience. KT fans as well, always getting their money's worth. And I think that if you are a fan of coming to LoL Park, watching League of Legends, and getting as much action for your money as possible, KT is the team you should support.
Full games all the way to 9 each and every time, just keeping the fans excited.
Wait,
that's not the right word. No.
None of the fans of that. None of the fans of that, Wolf.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, God. Okay, we need to just get straight onto the Rift so that we just ignore that. Okay, here we go. Onto the Rift. K3. All right.
Hear no evil, hear no evil.
Yep, exactly.
Speak no evil, hear no evil.
I have no idea what. Nothing was said before this, because if this was the VOD, this is where it'd start, right? No, it's the draft. Dang it. This is going to be immortalized.
If you're on Leaguepedia, you know, maybe you skipped right to game start. You didn't.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
There's
Hopefully,
a draft timestamp and a game timestamp.
yeah, and the game's the important part, right? Because you get to see the picks, right?
By the way, I do have a little PSA
yeah.
for everyone because a lot of people have been asking us about this over the last few days. Hold on, I'm gonna have to potentially. Okay, just a word.
Like why wasn't Faker playing yesterday?
That's we'll talk about that on Monday. But the YouTube VODs, by the way, for those looking for our games, are under the Live tab on YouTube. That's where you can find them where you want the full VOD. If you want just highlights, it's on the normal tab. But if you want to actually watch the full VOD, it's on the Live tab. Because a lot of people have been asking us about that the last few days. So they're there. Just click the Live tab. The whole thing's there.
Also, all of the VODs are on LoL Event VODs as well, I'm pretty sure. Although they do get there a little bit later. So if you want to see the VODs straight away, then that's exactly right. Live tab in the LCK Global YouTube channel. There we go. Checking out some bottom lane as we do go through the keystones. Nothing really of note, as we can see here. Looks like we are going to go for the
it's first
blades option.
Yeah, first
aiming.
Lucian too with sorry to cut across you there with the with the ignite. So the deft variation of how you want to win this lane.
Ooh, true. That is a fun part.
So finally we get to see Envy play this Lucian. It's his first time all season. Talked about it before this series even started. Is he going to be willing to play it? Will Live Sandbox actually bold enough on blue side to give him, rather than the Varus, a little bit of harder lane control? Well, they're coming over here at level 3. Seen this one before. Aiming, going to ward.
Oh, this is not where you want to be, as he has to flash immediately. Nimbus Strike going to be enough to get him out of there. I really like the ebb and flow timing there from Kyle as well, just to make sure that extra damage comes in. So now, no flash for the Zeri. Bad times to ensue.
Ghost lane up here on the top side for these two.
Oh, yeah.
Very common. It's very rare to see the flash Cassante in this matchup, as Willer's not done with the early game shenanigans.
Yeah, BDD, Force of Will is going to slow him down though, so doesn't have to flash just yet. Of course, if you do flash as the Syndra in this lane, you all of a sudden have a much worse time. So definitely a good thing for KT fans that BDD gets to hold on to that ability, as Lehen's going to move back down here.
Cuz pulling ahead in farm for a moment here because he's spent less time obviously ganking, so just has a little bit of a faster run through the jungle. All this significant, of course, with the changes to Scuttle Crept spawns and stuff like that, so not going to be like he's double sculling as a result of this. Will just be a trade of those.
Yep.
And he may actually just path quicker down here because of this move up. That's a very good ward there for Envy, nicely timed. Still vulnerable though, the long way around.
Cute. So Kaz is in position. See whether he wraps all the way around. Wants to hold on to the Vault Breaker.
No greed here for the turret damage. Aiming's at least going to be able to hold this wave here as best as he can.
Ooh, Kaz is still here.
Lehen's hiding here also, I think, kind of gives this away a little bit, but they're trying to bait into like, ooh, Lulu a little bit vulnerable on a ward.
And I think KT know that there is a ward there, as you could see.
Yeah.
Kaz actually... was that Lehen's that took the Rift Scuttle? I'm not entirely sure. I didn't see the money pop up over Kaz's head, but it was also slightly off screen, so perhaps I was just...
That's reportable, so I hope not. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. The Lulu took the money by accident.
I don't think that's what this pause is about, but it would be very funny.
It would definitely be.
The timing is very convenient.
I wonder whether it's been like a heat pack explosion situation.
No.
You get to explain to everyone once again. I believe that was a reason why we paused in Challenger on Monday.
It is. It looks like there might be a Wheeler issue. We'll get the update to you guys very shortly here.
Okay. Nothing really obviously just yet. However, it is Willa that is struggling with something. We will immediately tell you as soon as we know.
Yeah.
What I know so far that has been written down is Willa.
Yes.
That's what I know.
That's who this is.
That is indeed who is on the screen right now.
Well,
that is something you probably knew.
He's going to have to stop talking for a little bit during this pause, you know?
Yep. We're apparently making Ji-Sun nervous. She wrote that down. That might have made her more nervous, so I apologize for that.
Atlas is laser focused on getting you guys the update as soon as possible. He might get you like the letter-by-letter play-by-play.
It is going to be the letter-by-letter play-by-play. In fact, I would Ron Burgundy it if G-Sun's just writing things down that I'm not supposed to say on air.
Usually, just to speculate as a caster, usually when there's a pause like this, a player is zoomed in on, but there is no referee present, and it usually means it's not a hardware issue, and the referees are working on identifying whether the pause was legit or not.
Oh, no. So, in-game image bug.
Yeah. I had a feeling it's not hardware related.
So this is going to require a restart. Everyone just restarts, I believe.
Chrono break.
We just hop back in. I think it's pretty quick. By the way, do you like that? Look, we had like a bit of a jam going on in the background.
The new pause music makes pauses pretty sick.
This is actually dope, man.
Yeah.
So apparently Bertel couldn't see Fiora weak points.
That makes sense.
Which I think that sounds like a good thing to pause for.
Okay, so Willer initiated the pause, which is why the camera was on him, but it's actually a Bertel pause.
Yeah, so the camera guy is now switched over to the pause target, as we can see. So I like that Jisun is correcting herself on the teleprompter, but we got it. I think everyone got it. So it's okay.
It says, the last time I'll read it is it says stop, which is what you should do right now, Atlas.
Telling me to shut up. But it's part of the entertainment. We need to make Jisun part of this broadcast as well.
It's not a telegraph, Atlas. It means please don't read it anymore.
I think that's what it means. In fact, she's actually going to come back tomorrow, and there's going to be this big line, and so that it's only Wolf that can actually read the teleprompter from now on.
You can't read that. You can't read what she just wrote.
Oh, it says I love Jisun.
She said not to read it.
Oh, God. Oh,
but you couldn't stop yourself when you saw that, didn't you? Because you just have to tell the truth.
I couldn't.
You have to tell the truth.
In fact, that wasn't even written there. It was just me. The issue is Bertel can't see Fiora passive issue. We've had other issues that have more funny names. This is pretty standard, to be perfectly honest.
Vitals issue.
It's a vital issue. That was our previous game. And he played pretty well.
It actually wasn't his fault. It's like kind of messed up, Atlas.
No, I wasn't saying that, but you know.
Well, obviously, guys, we are going to be regaming, or not regaming, but calling making lobby.
KTY.
Okay. Well, I think she's asking about why it's negative 18 degrees.
That is true. It is negative 18.
But she's like, it's negative 18 outside, but here in Law Park it's 42 degrees, I think, because it's really hot and she's nervous. No, actually, I read the bottom. It says, because it's just like, why? Because it's the summer of KT Roaster.
Oh, but it's spring.
Yeah. She's like, it's KT's summer now. I'm like, well, we're getting closer. And it says, ooh, it's hot there over Keen's head. Ooh, it's hot.
Like how you got very into that fan sign. What about this one? What's happening here?
Hold on, getting into it.
Oh, it's a bit of ooh.
It's a Cuz fan.
Uh-huh.
I guess his name is Uchan. I actually don't know his real name, but he says like, it says let's be happy at the bottom there.
Hey. We might be able to be happy once we're back onto Summoner's Rift to enjoy some of this extraordinary series. As at the beginning of it, not too much has really happened thus far. We have had, some Lucian versus Zeri stuff going on, as we are going to be hopping back onto the Rift now. And Force of Will, not going to land onto closer here as let's take stock, Wolf, of what's going on. Keen, obliterating the lane in the top lane. You've got Envy, decent advantage in the bottom lane.
Flash.
Yeah, aiming, struggling. BDD also ahead by about 10 CS. So solo lane's doing well.
We never did get confirmation of whether Lehen's got the scuttle or not. That's the one thing we could have. I think he might have, just because the number seems pretty low there for Cuz.
As now we've got KT fighting back here. Will is going to walk over a ward, and KT going to have to bail. Do get out of the area, aiming. Just wishes he had a little bit more range on that Q.
I mean, I think Envy and Kyle have such a good read on where Cuz is, because they obviously played that large passive.
Gameplay button.
All right, just needed another Dark Sphere, but doesn't actually have the range in order to get it. Gets the flash out of closer, though.
They played so much more safely during the initial parts of the lane, right, where it looked like, okay, Cuz was actually pathed really well. He might actually be able to threaten them. Then they showed a lot of respect. Now they clearly have the sense, or at least maybe it was communicated to them, where Cuz is, because they pushed it up aggressively again.
Bertle, it's on the left.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just helping Bertle out.
There it is.
All right, Bertle, it was on the left. Okay. Well, it turns
I hope we can see it this time.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I think you can. Otherwise, I think we might have been back into a pause. As all right, we'll stand in the brush. And Cuz is going to be able to take that ward down. Everything's going to be fine. Sork Shoes completed here for BDD.
Yeah. And I grabbed those early. Some extra movement speed that he started tier. And we have seen this Rod of Ages build before on the Syndra. But it is kind of awkward. We'll see if it is in fact what he's going to build, but seems like there's a pretty good chance. But he rushes boots first, so he's definitely not going to have it at the fastest possible time, if that's what he wants to go with here.
Ooh, Envy getting a bit aggressive, as you can see, misses quite a few CS. However, the message was received. Aiming in a bit of trouble. Level 5 for our bottom lanes.
It looks like
Bertle making his way around.
Yeah, looks like we are going to have a group up for Drake potentially here after this wave is cleared. Willer taking red buff first. This cannon wave is going to get pushed through. Becoming nature commentators here again a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Little play-by-play, you know, just telling everyone what's going on.
Zeri unable to get the extender beam through the wall at that point in time. Currently by pathing towards the top side of the map.
Yes.
Aiming in Lehens will now struggle.
Now, speaking of top side, Atlas, a pretty significant CS lead to Keen, who's just trying to pull the wave into a nice spot under his turret here. We could have a little bit of action. There might be a time to look at the top lane here shortly, because if this Fiora gets ahead, the side laning win condition here becomes so much stronger for KT, so much faster.
Absolutely true.
But it's not happening yet.
Not so much. Willa now going to be starting off the Dragon.
There's that
Dragon Pit on the southern side of Summoner's Rift. I feel like we went from nature documentary to Weathermen, but I think it's working. As once again, some more fauna.
There's a Wukong moving to the southwest of the map.
It's a high-pressure system in the bottom lane.
We are forecasted for a Drake to spawn around 13 minutes 24 here. It will be a Hextech Drake.
Oh, well, the culling is going to come through here as Aqua Prison will connect onto the Lulu. Willa turning up over the ward.
6 is hit.
KT leaving the area as the Rift Herald taken on the other side. If a high-pressure system exists in the bottom lane, it does free up space on the top side of the map.
Well, this is going to be a plate, and we have so much power here on the bottom side of the map, just with Willer having level 6 and the Herald being taken, that back timing comes through here very awkwardly for aiming in the hands. This is so much money going over to Envy.
Yeah, this is massive.
He's played this lane so well that I'm actually kind of disappointed we've never seen him play this pick before.
Are we okay? Tidal Wave is going to come through. The flash comes out now. As there's a Wukong in the area, they can start this off 3 versus 2 anytime they want, as there's the Cyclone. Lehens gets the bad news, and he doesn't have flash. He's just dead. First blood goes to Willa.
So many minions being denied. We're talking about a 40 CS lead here in the bottom lane. Or sorry, excuse me, 30. Don't do math on stream. 30 CS lead here. I don't know why that happened to me. Casters just mess it up. And he's under a lot of pressure here now still, too. Vi has to come down to actually shadow the 80 carry just getting farm here, so it gives a nice back timing here. Gale Force up and ready here so early for Envy, and the action continues.
The gameplay button going to be pressed as, okay, Spirit Rush activated there by Closer, able to move out of the way of a few of these orbs. So, not going to get the flash, but gets the ult out, but in trade for his own flash. So Vidity unable to lock that one down, aiming, gets a bit of plate gold, but he's going to need so much more than that if he wants to be able to get anything done, as Cuz finally spending some time with his bottom lane.
It's, you know, the CS lead here is still pretty massive for Envy, and they really want to set up this dive. No 6 for Lehens. He's so close to it, but he doesn't have it.
Great Aqua Prison is going to come through there as Cuz dives towards that bottom side. They're looking to lock down Kyle. They'll grab that kill, but Cuz is definitely dead. BDD's here, and they tank up the turret for so long. Envy now just able to sit up and collect these minions as they head forward. Closer also gets some respite in the mid lane. Not the greatest dive for KT.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. Could have been cleaner, and let's watch it again. Oh, we're gonna watch this part first. Tidal Wave forces the flash. Willer is still here, so can channel this back to see if they stay. They do. Double knockup, very basic. No real further need to explain this. The kill does not go over to Envy there, unfortunately. But down here on the bottom side, the aggro is juggled poorly. Envy's angle on his culling is also somewhat missed here, but Cuz just mistimes the miscalculates the damage. Envy grabbing a bunch of extra gold there.
Yeah, also didn't have flash, so just wasn't going to be able to get out. Vi, very good at getting in, not so good at getting out. So Bertel also still struggling here towards this top side. Couple of waves down, as well as going to move in, clear out that control waters. Bertel does get an ulti on the Keen, who gets himself out and didn't have any turret aggro, as Lehens is dead again, and now Willer having to run away, but does so very calmly and securely.
Worlds Willer, the player who went to Worlds.
Absolutely it is. Worlds quarterfinalist Willer.
Morgan and Willer, man, they showed up big. We saw the Hanwha Life Esports org suddenly, quickly, very similarly to DRX last year, go to Worlds. Guy showing up big, he's communicating really well. He's even carrying his top laner and pausing for him.
Oh yeah.
2 kills
what
now on
this
Wukong. Yeah. We don't know yet, because we just keep seeing him do good things. And Lehens here just completely chain CC'd. Wild Growth not enough to save him. Willer holds the Cyclone, comes back in after the Wild Growth is procced. It's basic, but it's good. I mean, we're watching Envy crush lane. After watching the first series with D+ Kia, I never thought I'd see this. Then they never locked in the Lucian for him, so I thought maybe he's not capable of this. They trust him in this third game, and their trust is well placed. Don't know what else to say. I mean, he's playing well. He's got Willer's support, and the Zeri is falling behind.
Aiming will still be able to reach that carry potential later on in the game, of course, but right now it is looking a little bit dicey. The one thing that KT fans can be happy with is how Keen and BDD are doing, because so far, their lanes going very, very well. Keen up here, able to keep this shoved in, already taken a plate. Only 1 more minute on those plates and their availability. But here on the bottom side, this is where it all is.
I mean, it's
Sandbox.
a 2 Drake lead here potentially for Live Sandbox because of the setup they have, the prio they have around this bottom side of the map. 2 control wards set up here for Closer with his Ignite set here on Spellbook. So anyone tries to come in, namely BDD or the Vi, Cuz, who doesn't have flash still, they die. So there's just no contest here, unfortunately. Summoners being down really hurting here. And yes, Keen is laning very well, but with no kill pressure up here and only a little bit of plate gold, the lead isn't enough to make me feel good about KT's mid-game here. Now, later on, as you say, eventually Aiming will get the gold. That is going to happen no matter what in this game, I think. But the Fiora 2 will later on be useful. But at this moment in time, KT just really are getting a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah. And it's a real struggle. The dichotomy of Lehens is coming through as well after an extraordinary performance in Game 2. This game, he's just been targeted. Does have his Shurelias completed as the Charm is going to hit a minion, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So BDD's still going to have to flash, but not going to go down or anything like that. Even money.
Speaking of BDD, you know, he rushed the boots out earlier. We talked about how that made it less likely he was going for Rod. He's not, even with the tier build here. Very awkward spot right now for Live Sandbox to try to get out.
Ooh, nice little stun onto Kyle, but he is able to get himself reasonably far away. But Keen is going for the flank angle, finds the riposte onto Kyle. He's the first to go down as the Grand Challenge has been issued and gives him all that health back. There's the gameplay button that we wanted to see from BDD. Is going to finally get a kill with it. As Bertel here towards this top side is going to be able to get some damage, but I don't know whether he'll be able to take the turret. Actually, probably will. As Tiamat completed now for Keen.
I like
KT come alive.
KT is so willing to actually say, no, you can't actually take this bottom turret and dive Aiming again. We're going to group up to stop you. We have this choke point controlled with the Syndra. And this is Live Sandbox just greeting. You already got the Drake. Step away and hope that you can naturally push with the side laning you have here, or not the side laning, rather, with the 2v2 duo you have in an isolated matchup. You can take the turret down there. Do it passively, not greedily. They force this super hard. As you're on the wrong side of the map here, and escape is so difficult when there's a Syndra here. Keen is able to come down here for free, and there's just no saving this play, unfortunately. The Nami ultimate also not really going the way you want. as Kyle here to try to save the play. Yeah. Kind of a weird bad angle there because he's also stuck with them. Like if he was at a further back point, he might have been able to stop the rest of the team from collapsing in, but it just isn't going to happen.
The really good thing for KT to come out of that was 1-0-2 on aiming. So now able to even out the scoreline with Envy. Of course, he's a full item behind. However, any sort of route back into the game is absolutely a fantastic thing for this Zeri. Especially the Zeri that's just freely farming bottom side here. They have a lot of control vision set up. I mean, look at how many wards are on the bottom side of the map to shadow him, essentially. He doesn't need Cuz's help, actually. He's just doing this by himself. So he's going to take this whole turret down by himself. And yeah, it's a lot of standing gold on the map here for Liv Sandbox in that bottom side turret. They are able to push this mid. Yep, but that standing gold is a long way away from Liv Sandbox right now. So not able to get there just yet. Of course, no plates do go over to aiming in that push. Does get the turret gold though, and that is going to be first brick as well, so feels real good. He's going to go for a bit of a back, and we'll see exactly how much money he'll have to spend. I think that Liv Sandbox really botched the macro of this, because if you come down here and shut down aiming and you rotate faster, instead of kind of showing yourself there topside the whole time, he will get away, because he has all that control vision and the wards we talked about, but he won't be able to take the first blood turret, or first brick, and in the mid lane, what they were pushing for, they failed to get. Like, they only did, it looked like, because it was hidden on the minimap, it looked like maybe they had gotten more, but they really got almost nothing here, actually, on this turret. Bottom turret, as you mentioned, is so far away. You could look for the collapse onto this Zeri, and then take that turret down. Instead, you tried to hard force the mid turret, and Zeri gets a whole extra brick worth of money. No, exactly right. Feels like a bit of redemption for aiming. However, KT are going to still have to play it out well. And now Liv Sandbox looking for the angle. The hands so fast. That was Skippy if ever I've seen it. And I have, because I'm Australian, and that's an Australian TV show. As the culling flies forward, and Cuz going to be in position now to try and defend. So Shirley goes down. As you can see, KT should be able to deny the damage at least. Or at least stop it from killing the turret. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially all that matters for now. They're going to group up here to continue to try to push this, but there's a threat on the side from Keen. Good rotation from Closer to stop BDD from getting top turret too, as KT have so much control over the map, and now they could start to potentially look to fight for these Drakes with the side laning. They force Liv Sandbox to chase around the Fiora and the Syndra here. That means that even though their Zeri isn't strong enough to fight a normal 5v5, it might not be a fair fight because of that side laning advantage. Keen still has TP, BDD's TP online. Yeah. So 1-3-1 really strong for KT, and they have the advantage already positionally. Oh, the stun is beautiful onto Envy. Remember, he doesn't have cleanse because he took that ignite for that extra lane power. As Bertle here towards his bottom side, Keen happily laning. This point in time is now KT. It's their turn to go for a dragon, and it's a Chemtech Soul, so not exactly the most valuable. They'll take what they can get, and they should be able to lock this one down without a contest. Of course, Liv Sandbox not too worried about it. They'll just look for this gold, and they'll be able to collect it here. As BDD underneath the turret does get himself a little bit of a snare under Closer, who takes a lot of damage there. I believe those splinters have been built up here, at least for that first upgrade for BDD. Yep, last time I saw BDD on this Syndra, you went to a team fight without finishing the last part of it, but not happened this time, I don't think. As, yeah, he's on level 13 right now. He's got quite a few splinters in his pocket, you have to imagine, as Cuz goes in. Yeah, that is a cease and desist to come forward here as BDD looking for Kyle, immediately does get rid of him, but now he might just be entirely punished for it. That was a choice that was made, and there was not a lot of information about the choice that he made, so it was from our perspective a little bit more obvious that it was not the right choice than to the player who didn't have the same sort of information, because there's a control ward here set up. Don't know where Kyle is, obviously, right now, but you know there's a Lucian nearby, and there's tons of burst damage, and Tidal Wave just locks him down for the extra CC, and we've talked about this so much today, specifically for Vi, is when you go in, there is sometimes no way out. And he dies, that's 2 kills going over, and suddenly, Liv Sandbox back in this game. They are indeed. Ahead in kills, ahead in gold, and of course, the Drake, not all that relevant. 3-0-2 as well for the Lucian, so the kills are going in the right directions as well as Envy. Feeling very good, and I just can't believe that we're talking about this player in such a positive light at this stage, right? Because he did have such a difficult debut this year.
And that's why I keep saying, why did you put this guy in the Lucian before? You had so many chances to.
Yeah.
I think it might be his best champion this season so far. He looks really clean with it. And Kyle is the veteran support player that we loved with Prince all season long back last summer.
Well, cease and desist does come forward. There's Scat of the Week as Syndra once again throwing the orbs around, unleashing the power on Liv Sandbox. And we had some positivity. It's gone momentarily here as Bertel making his way towards the mid lane to help try and defend. Outer turret can be very, very important. Liv Sandbox have already taken that, gives them a bit of extra control, not wanting to give the same control over to KT.
Fiora in a side lane, such a big threat. Keen says, you guys can fight in the mid lane as long as you want, and you guys can keep trading. I'm going to push bottom hard. That's what he's doing.
All right, the culling doing a fair bit of work there onto aiming, but just a massage, not too much to worry about. Kyle and Envy kind of relegated standing right here because there's not a lot of vision that they have there on the top side.
I was going to say, if they're starting Baron, that's a bridge too far. Just clearing some vision. As Syndra's going to back here. No TP. Now we have the Hydra online for Keen, so that's going to be a lot of extra wave clear for him on the side. He could push faster and more efficiently now.
Yep.
And, you know, when he gets to a hull breaker, which we have seen Fiora's at 22 minutes have hull breakers almost done, if not done, if they're super far ahead and we're given a lot of resources. Keen has kind of been doing this on his own. As this time, the play from Cuz is the correct one. The team has vision set up and they have way more control over the area. Follow-up CC from BDD. Absolutely makes sense.
Yep. Aiming now, heading towards those quick blades to come through now. Runan's already completed, so in a few of these more brawly team fights, a lot of damage potential is now Willa looking for his opportunity onto aiming right now, and aiming didn't even have a chance to flash, as Wild Growth is going to stop the Nimbus Strike, sidestepping a little bit, but it does not matter. All of Liv Sandbox bearing down on the bottom lane of KT. They might be able to take this inner turret as well.
This is like a turn-based JRPG, man. We're taking turns on who's getting picks. And it was Willer's turn, and he did a lot of damage.
He did indeed.
Will take a lot of damage there as well in the mid lane, unless that wasn't Cologne. And we are going to back off. So inner turret goes down, lots of extra money, pushing the Zeri off the map, stopping her from farming. Even death timers actually could be quite impactful for the Zeri trying to rush to that second, third item, because the longer you spend dead, the less freedom you have on the map to farm. As Lehens just kind of leaves him out to dry a little bit, nothing he can do. But then he himself gets caught, waits to use the Wild Growth the last possible second, but there's just too much chase here with this Ahri who has ult and Everfrost available.
Yeah, it didn't really matter that a couple of those buttons went wide. Envy going to collect himself a red buff, and now we're asking questions about things like Baron. But first, this Chemtech Drake going to be coming up in 10 seconds time. Liv Sandbox, Soul Point available.
KT don't have Fiora pushing in the side. She backed, grabbed the pickaxe here, so has to walk back here or TPN when the fight happens, but I think she has enough time. But it means that KT here, oh, this is an interesting choice. I thought, okay, without the Fiora that she's showing mid, maybe you just actually try to 5v4 this, but instead they're going to try to slow it down with Birdalt and rush a Baron.
Well, see whether Liv Sandbox can do it. It's going down relatively quickly. They get the information. KT, the bad news is there. Liv Sandbox can back away, though, and the Drake has now been forgotten by KT.
Positioning
Sandbox will be able to find themselves some sort of fight. Scat of the Week now on cooldown. In goes Willa. Finds the knock-up onto BDD, but he has the Wild Growth to keep him alive. Cuz now trying to get out of there, but he's not going to be able to do so. As Amy's now trying to pop up, but he cannot make it happen. Keen getting into the fight, but he's being chased around. Does finally find Closer here, but now he needs to run to get himself out of the way, and Envy is going to say no. Bertel's the one that locks it down in the end, and it's a double kill as he gets rid of both of the solo lanes. Liv Sandbox, they may have just done it. They're going to break open the base.
I mean, those are some late kills here on BDD especially. He's 40 seconds away from spawning here. Ward goes up, they've got a minion, and they want to end this. They've got the cannon, Birdal's going to tank it. Here comes that cannon. They actually, I think, just barely might be able to pull this off.
Yep, first Nexus turret is going to get targeted down, but Liv Sandbox, they don't bite off more than they can chew. They will take one Nexus turret and the inhibitor in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Soul Point is open for them to take as well. Going to scan wards here on the way back, but there's so many threats here, and this Wild Growth onto BDD isn't going to stop Wheeler from collapsing over and killing Cuz, who's cut off on the top side. Wheeler has had an amazing game of League of Legends.
An amazing series, to be
He really
honest.
has. because he does basically all of this alone, threatening 3 players, getting that wild growth, getting that flash, and it makes the Cassante follow-up here so easy. Just a clean play overall here from the Wukong player, and Aiming actually going to start this one up with Crew because Liv Sandbox were too low on health, don't actually group back for the Drake themselves, want to get a back timing. No one cares about it that much because it's a Chemtech Soul, so not that important.
Liv Sandbox sort of saw the Chemtech Soul and they're like, well, I guess we don't care about dragons for the rest of the game.
Yeah, better not risk our advantage. Exactly, better not risk our advantage and just go home instead.
I think it sounds like a good idea. Close is going to grab this outer turret towards the top side. The bottom lane outer turret also extraordinarily low. And Liv Sandbox can focus on getting Baron control where they can. Really like the position that they've got themselves in. Keen tried to be that team fighting Fiora, of course. It's the version of Fiora that we like the least. As Aiming will turn up towards this top side and collect these minions.
Keen having a very good time here, pushing the bottom side, but it might not mean anything here because the top side of the map is under Liv Sandbox's control. They have the Baron vision set up. Birdall can join easily with the teleport. And this is how you want to play this one. You have the mid inhibitor. It's just so perfect for Liv Sandbox because the lane they want to threaten is the closest to Baron here, so they can just kite back with this vision. KT have to play this so slowly because, as I mentioned, there's so many threats. The Wukong in particular, you can't walk into that.
Yeah.
I think Liv Sandbox should be a little bit more willing to pull the trigger on this Baron, especially because they have control vision on it.
Oh, zoom. Yeah, that was a cannon minion going into the ether, but that's absolutely fine. We're 27 minutes into the game. The main thing is this Baron that's in complete darkness. Cuz spots it out now. He's going to get scryed.
The plant is so strong here.
They haven't pulled off it just yet. Lehen's thinking about coming on over, wants to put a control ward into the pit, but it is going to be stepped away from here by Liv Sandbox. Extendo Beam gets that information for them. Keen moving on over, of course. Riposte, very important in this particular matchup. At this point in time.
This is, I think both teams are so terrified. Like, this is the amazing part of Game 3s, right? And the fact that our league has regular season all season long with, you know, series, right? Is that you get to see the meta of this series evolve. We get to see the first time Envy plays Lucian. We saw the Caitlyn ban adaptation, and you can also feel the nerves here. I think a lot of teams pull the trigger on that Baron much faster and much quicker and actually take that one away, but it's so tense here. The winner of this series gains so much.
Yeah.
So KT need to group for this, Cuz.
Yeah, that's another Cyclone as Cuz going to try and turn it here. He just gets put into the Aqua Prison though. And Envy's going to grab himself another kill. 6-0-6 on the Lucian. I think Envy might be heading towards the POG as Liv Sandbox are heading towards the Baron.
It's a hard sell between him and Willer, but they have to win the game first as Keen can't actually break through any further in this side lane. Aiming's not there for the Baron contest, and KT are just going to simply give this one up.
Yeah, the quick blade's now completed for Aiming, but not going to stop this Baron from going down as Envy gets back towards the pit. They manage to lock up the Baron. Liv Sandbox in a brilliant position. Remember, they were also able to make that push, destroy that Nexus turret, so now with Baron minions, they can walk up a super minion wave and lock that one down. And Cuz, he's had a rough series, man.
We know that Fiora is bottom, Zeri showing top, Syndra showing mid. You have 3 players showing, and you are, as Liv Sandbox there, you are 100% pushing forward, and it's just not the right time to contest there, as Cuz, unfortunately, his mistake is trying to gain some more knowledge and try to find out what's going on, get some vision, because you're so desperately in a lack of control around that Baron pit. He dies for it. It's his 4th death of the game, and like you said, it hasn't been his greatest here on the Vi. I think part of it functionally is a draft problem, in fact, but he's just been cut off and punished by Willer another time here, and now they're going to group bottom side here. Get more turret damage done.
You already mentioned the fact that, okay, Aiming, I get cold for a moment. Envy is so incredibly strong right now. Last Whisper complete, does have his stopwatch as well, so he can go immune whenever he would like. Keen still side laning quite well, but as you can see, Liv Sandbox bearing down on this inhibitor. There's still the inhibitor in the mid lane that's exposed as BDD able to get out of the way there as the Cyclone from Willer gets the flash out of Cuz. Oh my goodness, the Whimsy shield, fantastic from Lehans to keep his jungler alive, but he can't stay in the area.
It's just, there's no tank for this comp for KT. Cuz is just taking all of the abuse. He's trying to be the frontliner, he's trying to catch this Lucian, but there's just too much damage. And without a Fiora here with you, what are you going to do? There's no flank angle.
Well, Closer is going to find himself the charm onto Aiming. Very nicely done. Bertle's losing in the side lane, but the inhibitors are going down, and KT, they only have one Nexus turret to work with. This 4v4, it doesn't even really matter, and Bertle's like, well, let's just all in. This Fiora cannot make anything happen. And the same teleport is going to come forward here as Aiming has an opportunity to find a team fight as now Cuz is diving in, Scatter the Weak. Fantastic as Aiming hasn't actually been taken out just yet. Bertle takes out Cuz, but he is not the main character of this team fight. It is Aiming, and they're looking to get on top of him as the stun is brilliant, and they lock down closer. But Aiming is going to get stunned up. The Q is too good, and the culling flies in. It's going to cull down BDD, and Lahens watches on in horror as they lose yet another series. Live Sandbox. I don't know what it is with this team, but they've won another series.
Every time the doubters come out for Live Sandbox, they perform. And after that D plus Kia series, I mean, I'm going to say it one more time. We've been talking about it all day. It was mentioned in that Hanwha series. People were like, oh, this could be our 10th place team. It just looked that bad. It looked that unrecoverable. And then 2 back-to-back upset wins against KT Rolster today, Hanwha Life Esports last week. And this team is suddenly moving up in the standings. And for KT Rolster, this is a disappointing loss. We talked about it before this series. They have so much more to lose in this best of 3 in terms of where expectations were for a pseudo-super team here. And Live Sandbox, they do it again. Decisive plays from Willer, the player who communicates so much in the comms, the player who calls the pause for his top laner. And I just cannot believe this series happened this way, and the draft just doesn't work out. Keen looked like he was on another page to the whole team when he was pushing the Cassante backs, which he allows and then teleports in, and Keen's hitting a turret while his Nexus is dying. It was almost like one of those games you're playing solo queue where you're so frustrated and tilted, you're pushing a side lane, and the camera pushes you to the Nexus and you realize you've lost the game. It wasn't that egregious, but he wasn't there for his team. He's trying to split push all game long, can't find really extreme value. Like, he's killing outside turrets, but can't threaten the inhibitors. There's the culling.
Envy. His first Lucian game, he's already bringing out the celebrations as Willer punching the camera there, as you could see, as Kyle, once again, with a bit of a thumbs up. As G-Sun's asking whether I want to fix my hair. I absolutely do not. This series has really done it.
I'm not gonna sit up straight. You know, I'm just leaning down, man. I'm in awe. I'm a crumpled human.
Yeah.
I'm crumpled. The series had me creasing.
I think Valdez said it best after game 1 when he just said what. I think that's all I've really managed to figure out when it comes to both of these teams, to be perfectly honest. I think most of the good news is on the side of Live Sandbox, though. Not a lot of us had any real expectations for this squad, especially with Prince leaving, right? So many of us were so hyped on Prince's performance last season that when Live Sandbox lost him this time around, it was like, oh no.
I mean, also, was he a perfect player? No. Was he a player who was really hype and exciting and gave Live Sandbox a lot of wins? Yes. Krako, right? He's not on this roster anymore either. But Willer was a hero. I mean, the Smite steals in game 1 are why they win the series, why the series goes 3 games in the first place. Because it looked doomed. And KT won an unwinnable game and then lost it, right? Was the phrase I said earlier. But this game was close until it wasn't. But one place it was absolutely in control for start to finish, I think it was the bottom lane, right? And Envy, I think, is probably going to pick up some POG votes here, if not the POG itself, because he played so consistently. It's his first Lucian game, and he also wasn't here, by the way, last season for summer during the last Lucian meta.
And he was there, but he had to sit behind Prince the whole time,
exactly.
Right? And that plays with your mental as well. So to see him come back with a vengeance, especially after the last game as well, Lahen's kind of schooling the entirety of Live Sandbox. This time, Live Sandbox just obliterated the Lulu. As we have a listen, it's Willa making a lot of those calls. Envy as well.
So patient, so safe. This fight was close too, and it was cleanly played out. Birdall had a huge hand in this. Almost nothing else in the game, but in this fight. And he stopped the Fiora pretty well.
He did.
But this fight in particular, where he actually re-engages, gets that Q3 on the aiming, that's huge, because without that knockup, aiming actually probably pushes them away, they live a little bit longer. Envy is so happy, man, and he deserves to be.
So is Willer as well. You can see in the play cams definitely relieved after the outcome of that one.
He said, quote, I did so well this game in that last moment. 26,000 damage on the Lucian. I'll be honest, I voted for Willer because I think so many of the reasons why this game went away from KT so quickly was because he just kept catching Cuz and kept punishing KT, rotating over, playing with vision extremely well in this Wukong, but I think Envy might win it. I think it's going to be a split vote.
I agree. Whoa.
That's a good look for you, man. Very Rockstar.
Thanks,
not gonna lie.
Thanks, dude. I feel like I'm a bit like School of Rock. A bit School of Rock right now. Something about getting straight A's. Something with the dumb days. Anyway, let's throw it over to the space to break down that series.
Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu. Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Yumi. Lucian, Nami, Zeri.
Fellas, are you okay? Fellas, calm the earbits. It's over. The game's done. You can calm down.
Is it over?
Put your jacket back on.
Okay.
Fix your hair.
Is it okay?
Everything's okay. I'll take over for a little bit. You can take a moment. Draft. So, in the draft, we have Lucian Nami versus Zeri Lulu, and guess what? Lucian Nami won. And as it turns out, Envy and Cal weren't bad at all. All they did was look in the wrong champions in Champ Select.
Wait, Chronicler, did the Lucian win again?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well, at least that's stable, unlike some of our mentals here on this desk and a lot of the viewers at home, I'm assuming, as well. Yeah, that was a very fun game that we had. Let's go into highlight number 1 around the mid lane, which, why don't you go ahead and take this one, Chronicler?
So what we really see here is one of the issues that the team fight from, or the composition from KT run into when they actually try to straight up 5v5. They don't have a front line. So the back line is wide open, and as a result, you really see how much space Envy gets. I really want you to pay attention to his kiting here. I voted for Willer as well, but I do think it should be a split vote because him weaving it out this team fight was really big, combined with the fact that Willer draws so much attention on this Wukong, right? Finding consistently these angles, and for a second it looked like they were going to win the game here. That didn't end up actually coming to fruition, as I'm going to just straighten this up a little bit, because we all got swept away in very different ways, because what we're seeing here is eventually, even I, who was a firm defender, I'm always willing to accept teams when they're a little bit stubborn in the LCK, but just don't go Lucian Nami. And if they do go Lucian Nami, take Heimerdinger with any of the other AD carries. Just don't go Zeri into it. Especially not Zeri Lulu.
I mean, we were talking a lot during the break, and all jokes aside, like, teams in the LCK are extremely stubborn. Like, this has been going on for a long time. I remember back when CV Max was forcing the Lucian funnel for Griffin multiple times in the mid lane. That was like 2018, and it would just never work, and he did it so many times, and then eventually it stopped. But like, I feel like we're also in this moment now where it's like, okay, no, Zeri's just too good. Like, we've won too many games and scrims with it. We just got to make it work. Like, Yumi's fantastic, Lulu's fantastic for the team, right? Zeri works so well with it. We can get through lanes, so we should do it. But at a certain point, something needs to change. And the first couple of games were pretty good in terms of seeing some of that change, but unfortunately we got back to Crazy Land again. Let's go to highlight number 2, which was about 30 minutes into the game. You can see that left sandbox. They nearly got Zeri'd, but they got through in the end.
At this point, fully in control. And my issue is that game states like this are basically impossible to come back from. Your Fiora isn't enough of a threat, right? Like, yes, Keen was ahead, but Brodel never was actually in threat of getting dove. It was never unable to slow down the inevitable, because of course Fiora eventually will be able to take down a turret, but if you have Baron buff, you don't have to care. And Closer, even though I don't think he had the best of days, missing a lot of skill shots for his standards on Ahri in particular, it didn't matter, right? In these last fights, you really see everything come together for Sandbox, as the overall power of their team fighting, the gold that they've earned throughout this game, because of the priority that they get with the Lucian Nami, in addition to the great team fighting instincts from Willer, really trying to follow up what I think was pretty big boosts. Like the Kroko-Kael combo to me was the core of this team. And Kael is still there. And I was really worried that Willer wasn't going to be able to do the same things that we saw last year. But as we see, this team still has the same killer instinct if they get a draft that allows for it. It's got a little scary here. Bertel, however, embraced his inner Cassante as he was like, the closer I am to death, the more scared they are.
Bertel was killing this game, man. He was just like sitting in the side lane, accepting the beating. You know, he's like, I'm really tanky. I just sit here. Fiora can't do anything. Really not fast enough. And then eventually he's like, yeah, I'll just dive in and I'm not going to die even if I do. We have Lucian and Nami. So yeah, that was an interesting game that we did have. Live Sandbox did take the win. None of us actually predicted that KT would take the loss here, I guess, in this case. And I don't think anyone on the Korean side did either, unless I'm wrong. So this is pretty interesting because Live Sandbox on a nice little meteoric rise. Do you think it's just a little bit of like early spring, or do you think they're kind of getting something going here and some of the other teams are a little bit weaker?
I don't expect Liv Sandbox to be a top tier team in the LCK, but I do think going up against D plus Kia as the first team really gave us a very wrong impression of what this team really could be. Especially what we've seen now more. Like, they're clearly not an impeccable team. Their macro is still a little bit shoddy. They sometimes are a little bit slow even in this game. If you give moments to that like T1 or D+, where they just kind of sit around Baron and like, should we go for it? Should we not? Those type of moments of hesitation really separate some of the okay teams from the great teams. But right now they just look like a decent middle of the pack team. And at this point, after beating both Hanwha Live and KT, I think we gotta have some faith in them.
Yeah, Pog State is coming out. Well, it already came out, but you guys can check it out, and we did our predictions there. Definitely safe to say that nobody really knows what the middle of the pack looks like, and I think games like this are going to make it even more difficult. Let's take a look at POG for game number 3. It will be Willer, who does pick it up once again.
Completely understandable. I loved his proactive play, and it has really been a day of very strong play from junglers that are less experienced. On Wukong, Sylvie is another example that I think has shown that he can have a lot of impact on the pick, even though obviously in Nongshim's case not nearly enough to actually get the win today. And the Wukong to me is not necessarily a champion that is unbeatable or that doesn't really have any counters, but in the hands of a team that plays well around the pressure that it creates, it can feel, even if he does end up dying, which in some of these cases happens, it doesn't matter because you buy space for your actual damage dealers. In this case, it was of course mostly as, yeah, that's about what you'd expect. Makes sense.
Yeah, the Observer team did go for the 80 carry. Jonas Strong is an 80 carry player. You know, they kind of, lean that way, but that's totally fine. I think Envy had a great game as well. And it also, I was talking about this once again, like, Henna and Effort are able to make Lucian Nami work over and over again. Envy looked the best he has so far after a horrific start to the series, the season I should say, against D plus Kia. And then he jumped on the Lucian, he looked amazing, right? So maybe we should just play more Lucian Nami, and it's just really strong, and it's kind of, just kind of do it.
It's not even just Lucian Nami. Even today on the Varus and Ashe lane, we saw that Sandbox looked so much better. And the more we see, the more it seems like bot priority is just too important. Gives you early control, allows you to set up so much. And I wish teams would lean into that a little bit more and give up the Zeri. Outside of Heimerdinger, if you pick Heimerdinger, we'll allow it. But that's the only thing. You gotta have a modicum of push and shove if you want to contest.
Yeah,
anything,
definitely pretty interesting as this meta is developing more and more on this patch. We'll have it for a while. But guys, the interview is here. Let's jump over to G-Sun right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is G-Sun for the solo POG interview, joined by Willer on the side of Live Sandbox. Congratulations! Solo POG and winning streak for Live Sandbox. How do you feel? I mean, like, my teammates are doing great, my coaching staff are great, they were working so hard for us, so everything kind of found the right synergy and we were able to get this win. I mean, your game 3 Wukong was good, but we want to talk about your game 1 Elise. That was one of the best games you ever played. Like, tell me about the objective stills. I mean, Elise, she's just so good at stealing objectives because her Q, So Q smite combo is the deal. You have to go for it and you'll be able to get the steal as well. So we have this highlight reel of you just stealing away all the objectives of KT Roaster. So we were playing a poke comp, so we actually had to group up earlier and do the damage, but we were in a really rough position, so we always had to go for the smite fight. But thanks to the fact that I was playing Elise, I was able to get those stills. Dragon Soul, Baron, and even the Elder. Tell me about that Elder still, You even didn't have your flash. I mean, as long as I'm concentrated, I knew I would be able to get it because Elise is having the edge in terms of the smite fight. What was the most lucky one then? The soul still. I didn't really find the right angle to actually go in, but I was able to reach the objective and land my smite in the end. And we have a fan sign saying Canyon, Cloud Templar, Peanut, and Wheeler, let's go. However, in game number 2, you got your objective stolen by the ult from Lihan's Lux. So after game 2, we didn't really go through the details. We just wanted to focus on what we're going to do in game 3, and we wanted to make sure that we are doing great, always trying to cheer up for the upcoming game, the decider one. And the legendary champion finally shown itself at the LCK, Caitlyn. Liv Sandbox decided to actually let it through. I think Caitlyn in competitive games has to be perfect, start to finish. She has to be always exerting pressure and going aggressive. So we knew that we would be able to actually just target those kind of a playstyle that she requires. I think Liv Sandbox has become even more aggressive and proactive compared to last week. So was winning up against Honda Life Esports become a huge turning point for you? Well, even in scrims, we were doing great. But in the first match of the season, we got a little bit nervous, so our play was not there. But starting from the second match, we decided to just believe in ourselves, believe in each other, and we got the best teamwork. So we were able to showcase the real power that we've got. And a lot of fans are actually saying, Wheeler, you have everything, You're so handsome. Your performance is so good. You got all the smites. How does it feel to be so perfect? I have never thought so, but well, thank you. I'm flattered. But you do like the comment, right? Amazing, I love it. Well, so Spring Split just got started, but Liv Sandbox, before the season started, not many people actually counted you guys as the strong teams, but I think you guys are slowly becoming to be recognized as the dark horses. I think our coaching staff is doing a great job. They always try to respect our own opinions and then find the best kind of a strategy for us, because that can actually boost our confidence. They are always trusting us as players. Then Wheeler, what is your mindset for this Spring Split? I just want to say I'm really grateful for all the support, and I hope I can just keep this form until the very end. And this will be the end of the interview from Wheeler. But before we go, any final words on your match up against Brion? I think Bro is also on a really good momentum. They are performing well. So I think we really have to prepare in order to get another win. And this will be the end of the interview from Ruler, and back to Valdez and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's go ahead and look at the standings now and see where we lie after this one. Liv Sandbox, 2-1.
I'm still baffled. I would definitely think it's possible for KT to drop a game because they are KT and that's what they do, but Liv Sandbox actually winning shows that, as mentioned previously, I don't expect them to stay very close to the top as the season progresses, as they face more teams of the caliber of D+. But overall, they are definitely not one of the worst teams that we saw in the league, and that was kind of my expectation coming in. So very surprised in a positive way by this team. For KT, give it a little bit of rest, but KT fans will be very familiar with this feeling.
Yeah, we'll just have to see where it goes from there. But for tomorrow, it will go into Genji up against Burrow, and then we have T1 up against Guangdong Freaks. Should be pretty interesting in the fact that on paper it looks like two favorites, but we don't know.
Early spring.
We don't know.
Anything can happen. That's what we're learning at Veldas. You never know when it comes to early spring.
Yeah. Who's going to overcome who? Who will be the dark horse? Who will be the team better than expected or worse than expected? We'll still have to look and find out. But that's going to do it for us today, guys, on the LCK. Hope you did enjoy, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never
Omega just flashes in the Everfrost is extraordinary, and neither of them can play the game. That was beautiful.
2022 World Champions that will not fall.